About how many times you got
the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again. But going to Mars...
Oh, really?
Yeah. Here we are at Norton Sales. They've been selling surplus stuff for NASA for over 45 years. If you look about, you can see everything from engines to cones, every type of valve, every type of gauge, every fan. These are some famous tanks. A lot of people wonder what these are when they find them in the fields. These are tanks often used to keep the balloon charged. Remember, things aren't necessarily in orbit. There are things suspended from balloons, so a lot of your satellite programs are going to have extra tanks. There's a yard full of all this stuff. You can see vintage, collected stuff from all these years. I used to live in this neighborhood, so I know where this guy gets it. It was from Rocketdyne. That's where the famous Bill Kaysing worked. And he's the one that said that, the stuff just doesn't work. One of the greatest, I mean, everything here has been picked through, but this is the surplus from NASA year after year. There's vacuum chambers, actual engines, actual motors. If you take a look at some of the gauging, this is out of craft. This is the lost technology that NASA talks about. They say it's a painful process to bring it back. On behalf of Flat Earth, I present to you the painful process of going to the moon that they've scrapped entirely since the 60s. In 50 years, this stuff's been sitting right here. And I've been dying to tell you all about it.
You found it. All right.
So we're in a place called Norton Sales. It's in North Hollywood, and they've been buying surplus for years. When I was a kid, I worked in the automotive business, and we bought shelving here because they had the scrap shelving. You got to imagine, at the end of a project, Gemini, Apollo, or something, by government process, it shuts down fiscally, and it has to go to auction, and they sell the entire building, desks and everything. This is where it ended up, and they scrap certain things and they keep other things. Literally, people come here. If you ask them, they'll tell you that Elon Musk shops here today and that they're back engineering stuff. Absolutely. So looking forward to the next time we come when you can see the Apollo rocket. There's a rocket that's on loan right now, a rocket engine, and it was from the command module. It was a spare from the command module of the Apollo program, and they say that that is the only rocket ever designed to be fired up at over 70 miles in height. That we don't think rockets can even work in space, but they made one anyway, and it's here for us to look at.
Well, now Shelley, you've always wanted to go to space. Looking around here, I think we can make that happen for you.
I'm here. I made it. I have arrived. This is one thing I can take off my bucket list.
Wendell, can you get a close-up of some of this equipment?
All right.
I mean, there's no telling what this stuff does.
Dan, can we use this for our documentary?
Absolutely. So there's no telling what we're seeing here. This is some fascinating
Well, that looks
stuff.
real scientific.
Definitely. And if you look in this thing, this is obviously some form of vacuum chamber. And it's obviously probably for testing things in a vacuum. I don't know. This is, by the way, there's your vacuum of space. Right there.
There you go.
Look how nice that goes in there.
Hold on, you have a pressurized system next to a vacuum.
There you go.
There you go, guys.
That's exactly what it is.
So again, you're welcome to look it up. Norton Sales Inc. has a website full of this stuff. It's become closer to a museum than a surplus yard. It's been here for quite some time. Come look at the rest of the stuff. You got components and complete facilities, lots of dials, lots of gauges. If you look up here, you can see complete engine assemblies still. And
This is the real deal.
NASA, this is where NASA's lost technology is. I'm gonna put a wrench in their story.
They said they destroyed that technology. They destroyed it, and we found how they put it back together.
Here you'll see manifolds, one after another. It is my personal belief that Elon Musk comes here, buys this stuff to make it look like they're building rockets. To make it look like there's stuff there.
We should
Really?
reach out for Elon Musk. We should reach out to him.
All these flange pieces are really fascinating. The engineering in itself are exciting. You can only imagine aircraft has higher tension stuff to begin with. So it's pretty amazing. It says the bomb on this.
It is the bomb. The F bomb right there, look.
I'll see if there's anything else we can look at.
It's the no F bomb.
It's the F
It's
bomb
empty back here now.
and the DA bomb.
Maybe outside there's going to be some more stuff. They had vacuum chambers.
It just
And,
dropped an F bomb.
Every shelf here was just gauges and dials and dials and gauges and nuts and bolts and specialty clips like you wouldn't imagine. Just clips and things, attachments, things that are designed to keep things attached. Here again, these are these tanks that you see left in fields. And people think they're alien in nature, and I don't think they are. Since there's a stack of them outside, they don't appear quite as alien as one might think. But imagine if you're going to suspend a balloon for weeks at a time, you might need some spare gas. And I think occasionally these drop out, and that's what we find.
Wow, Dan, you landed it on a gold mine.
Yeah, here, come back here. Again, we'd like to talk to good old Don Pettit about that lost technology. We're here, this is some of the stuff that's still good that they pulled. It'll show us how Elon Musk had come here to buy something very similar to this. He said it would be rebuilt. They showed how we'd be able to rebuild the rubber and bring everything back up to spec. Why they're going backwards in technology, I have no idea. But this is some of the lost space program. There's our space program, folks, sitting on the
There
floor
it
in
is,
North Hollywood.
right there.
We found it, Dan.
It's on the floor in North Hollywood, right here. Look at this cutaway on that, the spring assembly.
Oh yeah, huh?
That's awesome. And look at this cam assembly here.
They got it here. They needed it for something. Well, here's one of their satellites, Dan. There it is, right
that
there.
one's probably been there and back. It's become-
Satellite.
Well, thank you, Don Pettit, for not looking very hard.
All right, thanks, Don.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Don.
Catching anything?
No luck yet.
Ah, that's too bad. Do you mind if I take a few shots of you while you're doing your thing?
Sure.
Cool, thank you. Want to check it out?
It's nice.
Yeah, thanks. Obviously, I got to do some editing, but I think it'll turn out good. I'm Steven.
Oh, Tom.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Would you like a soda?
Yeah, sure. Sounds refreshing. Thank you. What do you see?
Water?
Look at the reflection of the sun on the water. Look at how the sun's light stretches across the lake. See, what you're looking at is not possible on a rounded surface.
I was always taught the water seeks its level.
Agreed. But how about the oceans? You know, 71% of the Earth's surface is covered by water.
Gravity? You know, mass attracting mass. Everything being pulled toward a molten lava core. You know, gravity.
And how about water seeking its level? You know, I mean, how do you even know that we have a molten core at all? The deepest hole man has ever even dug has been 7 miles deep. And let's say we've got a molten core and it burns at 9,392 degrees. All right, that's still too hot for the magnetic properties inside that core to produce a magnetic field.
Well, it doesn't look like I'm going to catch any fish today.
Tell you what, why don't you come back to the house? We'll have some coffee, try my wife's famous chocolate cake, hang out. Should be fun. What do you say?
Yeah, sounds great.
Can I give you a hand?
Sure.
What if I told you the government's been lying to you? What would you say?
Well, from what I've seen of late, I'd say there's a high probability.
What if I told you those lies have been propagated to you through movies, educational system, organized religion, your parents, even if it's by ignorance, that lies have been placed on you since childhood? Would you believe it?
I'd have a hard time believing it, but you have sparked my interest.
I have some good news and I have some bad news.
No.
The bad news is the kids finished off the chocolate cake. The good news is I have some ice cream cake.
Thank you.
That's good news. Thanks, babe.
That's great.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Wow, the sky looks amazing tonight. I'm gonna go out and get a better look.
You want to join her?
Sure.
Yeah, why not?
Look, it's Orion's belt. Did you know those 3 stars still align with the 3 Great Pyramids of Giza? Egyptologists date them at around 2500 BC.
That's roughly 4,500 years ago. Wow. Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
We've been told that the Earth is spinning on its axis and it's hurling us through space at nearly 1,000 miles an hour. And during all that rotation, the Earth is orbiting the sun on an average of 67,000 miles per hour. Yeah. We've got the sun, the Earth, and the entire solar system is all still in motion, and it's orbiting the center of the Milky Way at a blazing 504,000 miles per hour.
That's a whole lot of speed going all sorts of directions.
Right, and yet those same three stars are still aligned with the same three pyramids after all these years.
That's impossible.
Yeah, it is.
So, what is this lie that I've been fed all these years?
Well, you've been lied to about where you live, the ground you stand on, your very purpose in life, and who you are as a person. See, the Earth is not a globe spinning around the sun in an infinite vacuum of space. Your feet lie on a flat plane with the firmament over your head. You're not an accident. You're special. And you are at the center of creation.
You know, the more I study this world and look around at everything, from the plants to the animals, and even the makeup of us humans, I see an intelligent design. I see a creator.
You two have a convincing argument, but it's a hard pill to swallow. I don't know how I will, but I'll look into it.
I wonder if our coffee got cold.
Oh, it's cold.
I bet that cake found its level.
I bet it did. What if I told you the government's been lying to you? What would you say? Look at how the sun's light stretches across the lake. See, what you're looking at is not possible on a rounded surface.
Look, it's Orion's belt.
We've been told that the Earth is orbiting the sun on an average of 67,000 miles per hour. Those same three stars are still aligned. The same three pyramids.
Egyptologists date them at around 2500 BC.
The Earth is not a globe spinning around the sun in an infinite vacuum of space.
Yeah, Matthew, but you did intonate earlier that you'd got some form of measurement that you'd then take into calculation to give you your R value. What's pointing out here is there isn't any measurement or interaction at any point. It's all just in calculation and assumption.
Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius, not to prove that the Earth is a sphere.
The same radius that you said was never measured.
Necessarily come up very often, but that's a fallacy in logic called begging the question.
Right. If you were trying to prove that the Earth is the globe.
Stop. Yes, was your reply.
Yes.
Fallacy in logic is your justification for lying to the kiddies.
It is a fallacy in logic to say that to use the radius of the Earth to prove that the Earth is a sphere. Correct. Yeah, so I've conceded that nobody's ever measured the curvature of the Earth. The Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius. You
tell the kids that Eratosthenes did what? Please repeat.
He calculated the radius.
No, that's not what you said before, though.
I'm trying to explain what I'm telling the kids.
Yeah, I hate you. Yeah, I hate you. You're the reason I homeschool. You're the reason I homeschool my kids, because I don't want people like you to teach my kids. You disgust me, and I do believe you should be fired. The very fact that you've come here, have you taken down your video with the incorrect information that you conceded here when you joined? Have you taken that down?
No, and
Scum! Fire him! He's more than content to continue to perpetuate his bullshit lies that he's conceded. He hasn't taken his video down. He's not got an ounce of integrity. Have you, Matthew? Take your video down and put one up with the corrections and acknowledge us in them. Acknowledge me personally for the corrections I gave you and acknowledge the world is flat. I'm not asking you to give your heart to Jesus. I'm asking you to have some intellectual integrity. Do it.
Don't you understand anything? Okay, boomer.
The Earth that we will be navigating is flat, isn't it, Matthew?
Yeah, we're navigating on the Earth, and functionally it's flat, and we navigate along a flat map, of course.
Welcome to flat Earth, Matthew.
Of course, that's why all maps are flat. Only is on a flat surface.
Where'd you get latitude from?
The angle to Polaris.
What, the one that you made absolutely clear is functionally flat 5 times means you should be sacked. Do you hear me? Don't tell me about your triangle diagram. I know what a triangle is. You took 5 attempts of me telling you that it won't have a curve meeting it. Earth is flat. You've done what you needed to do here. You've served your purpose for me. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm glad I could help.
What, prove Earth's flat? You helped immensely. Did you all hear that, ballers? That was one of your kin. A globe believer. A mathematician, no less. Detailing explicitly. Yeah, we had to drag him around a little bit beforehand. The drama aficionado pulling around the mathematician who's teaching our kids. His nonsense has to be educated about 5 times that no, when you meet something at 90 and you're a triangle, you're not meeting a curve, making Earth functionally flat. That's right. Very helpful indeed. How did you think you would get on here today, Matthew?
Oh, I was just listening to somebody else called me out. Sorry about that.
Chuckling like this is amusing. The world's been deceived, Matthew. The world's told by people like yourself that it's functionally spherical while they lie and deceive with mathematics about how ants will go round on clocks, only for us to have to correct them. So twice we've had to correct you about curves not meeting 90 degrees in triangles and clocks not being analogous to a presupposed spherical Earth with no justification, and the audacity that you have when you assume it. No justification to assume your spherical value. None.
I think I'm still going to teach my students that the Earth is a sphere and give them evidence for that. And,
what evidence will you give them?
Tell them it's
there
not
isn't
flat.
any. What would you give them?
Eyewitness testimony, pictures from space, GPS, satellite TV, like that type of evidence.
Let's go in reverse order. GPS uses Cartesian grid system. Were you aware of that?
It uses the Cartesian grid system. That's right.
That's also derived from flat Earth. My bad. I was responding. That's a flat Earth.
The point of bringing up GPS is to ask where those satellites are.
Excuse me. The system is used for navigation and is a Cartesian flat Earth grid system. You said you would teach children this lie based on GPS, which is a flat Earth Cartesian grid system. But you would say that it's about the satellites. I see. So you teach it based on its name only. You just go to space. Have you been to space to lie to them about what it is?
No, I'm never going to go to space.
So you're going to lie to them based on what your experts told you then?
I'm going to tell them what the experts say, yes.
Why?
Because I think that that's true.
Why? Well, you haven't been to space. In fact, space is a second law of thermodynamics violation. Entropy. Do you not know of this law of nature? Definitely not real. But we've already proven that one of the things you would lie to the children about, this sphere Earth assumption you haven't justified, is based on a Cartesian flat Earth system called GPS. That's nothing to do with Earth and orbital presuppositions of the satellites, and everything to do with the navigation system that's flat.
So it is based on a Cartesian coordinate system of latitude and longitude, but I don't think that only is on a flat surface. It can.
Where'd you get latitude from? Where was that derived from? We've already covered this, by the way.
The angle to Polaris.
What, the one that you made absolutely clear is functionally flat? That one?
No, just the...
Sorry, no. I think you'll be remiss if you don't say yes, given that it took me 5 attempts to get you to concede it. Yes, you mean? Right, do you think an elevation angle measurement to Polaris... Excuse me. Do you think an elevation angle measurement to Polaris can have a curved baseline? Do we need to do this for a 6th time?
Triangles are made up of perfectly straight lines. They can't have a curved baseline.
So an elevation angle measurement to Polaris to give you latitude won't be derivable from a curved surface then, will it, Matthew?
No, you have...
So the latitude lines in this Cartesian grid system, they are derived from a flat Earth then, Matthew?
A flat triangle, yes.
A flat plane with an elevation angle measurement to Polaris and circles coming out towards the equator, measured on a flat plane. Like we explained earlier with why all the maps were flat. You don't need to talk as I'm talking, Sunshine. I am not one of your students. Yeah, I have absolutely no respect for you. Like conspiracy cats and child's flat earth math, you are scum. Lying to children with a justification of me experts and me space that violates second law of thermodynamics. That's what you've got.
I'm not scum and I don't deserve to be fired.
Yeah, you do. You've come in here and conceded the incorrect nonsense you've peddled to millions, and you've told me that you'll justify lies to children about an R value you haven't justified because of the way satellites work in a presupposed orbit, as opposed to a Euclidean system that uses triangles with right angles to Polaris that's measured off a flat plane and using a Cartesian flat plane grid system. That's not justifying the lie to the children of a sphere, Matthew. So you are scum.
I wouldn't characterize it that way.
I did. I am characterizing you to your face as scum based on the lies I've pointed out to you.
I don't think they're lies. I think
So Cartesian flat Earth grid system isn't justifying the orbital motion you say the satellites get it from is using, when the system itself is used with flat Earth elevation angle measurements to derive the grid system in the first instance. That's not a justification to lie to children about an R value you haven't justified. You are scum. I'm not categorizing you as it. I'm giving an example of you being scum.
I agree that it's always wrong to lie to children. I think I'm telling the truth.
You think you're telling the truth when I've proven that the justification of GPS uses a Cartesian flat Earth grid system?
So
you agree?
The reason I brought up GPS was not about the Cartesian system, but
Sorry, it's a system that uses navigation for the ground. And you're going to use the satellites they lie about it using when the system itself is flat. The flat Earth grid system is the system that you're actually navigating, Matthew. You already tried
where are
this.
the
You're just rinsing
transmitters?
and repeating, and now you feel the necessity to talk over me. I'm not one of your students. You're one of mine. I am the advanced heliocentrist, and you are the student of the triangle used to acquire the elevation angle measurements to Polaris to give you the flat grid system used for navigating the ground in GPS. Now, I've proven how it's a flat system and how the system has been derived from flat angles to a star. Now, that is in no way justification, as you gave, for lying to children about Earth being an assumed radius that you didn't justify. Now, you might not think it's reasonable, but I'm demonstrating to my audience why it's an unreasonable statement to lie to them. I don't care about your cognitive dissonance response.
Okay, boomer.
Where do you think the captain is going to put in for shore leave? It'll be Wrigley's Pleasure Planet. What makes you think that? I don't think. I know. Because everyone on deck 6 and 7 thinks so. They can't all be wrong, can they? Well, I don't know. Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad populum, also known as appeal to the majority. The argument seems to make sense. That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Your argument exhibits the fallacy of attempting to prove a conclusion on the grounds that all or most people think or believe it is true. The main problem with arguments using this fallacy is the fact that many people agreeing on something does not prove what they all agree on is true. Belief is not proof even if many people believe. You use this fallacy with your statement that we are going to spend shore leave on Wrigley's Pleasure Planet because everyone on deck 6 and 7 believed that we were. Thank you, Mr. Spock. Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad populum, the appeal to the majority. It's only logical.
I would believe in a globe if there were real photographs. I would believe in a globe if someone measured the curve. I would believe in a globe if someone showed me how water can can curve and stick to a ball. I would believe in a globe if the constellations changed. I would believe in a globe if the stars didn't perfectly circle above us. I would believe in a globe if satellites didn't live in an area that gets above 2,000 degrees. I would believe in a globe if not for sundials, astrolabes, and gyroscopes. I would believe in a globe if the Coriolis effect actually was used by anyone on the ground. I would believe in a globe if Antarctica could be freely explored. I would believe in a globe if NASA could explain how they safely traveled to the moon. I would believe in a globe if someone could show how the atmosphere just fades into the vacuum of space. I would believe in a globe if the sun and moon weren't the same size relative to us. I would believe in a globe if moonlight was warmer than moonshade. I would believe in a globe if gravity could be explained. All that being said, why do you believe in a globe?
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky's not the limit. You fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
This is what it is, okay? I said, empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
"1984" by George Orwell. Read by Steve Parker. Part 1. Chapter 1. It was a bright, cold day in April, and the clocks were striking 13. Winston Smith, his chin nuzzled into his breast in an effort to escape the vile wind, slipped quickly through the glass doors of Victory Mansions, though not quickly enough to prevent a swirl of gritty dust from entering along with him. The hallway smelt of boiled cabbage and old rag mats. At one end of it, a coloured poster too large for indoor display had been tacked to the wall. It depicted simply an enormous face, more than a metre wide, the face of a man of about 45, with a heavy black moustache and ruggedly handsome features. Winston made for the stairs. It was no use.
What's up, everyone? It's Jaronism again, back with another video, short one for you. And first thing I want to say, thanks to everyone for spreading the truth out there. Just keep doing it. Don't let the science preachers change your mind. Use your brain and your eyes and decide for yourselves. So I did want to tell NASA and SpaceX and ESA that it's time to give us our $1 trillion back. And I think Alex Jones sums it up best, my feelings about NASA.
I mean, it's just like scum, Nazi filth, trash, garbage, maggots.
So first things first is I get a lot of questions about GPS. What about GPS? How does GPS work if we're not on a globe? And I need to explain to them that GPS means Global Positioning System. It does not mean Reality Positioning System. It means your Global Positioning System. Where are you if you were on a globe? So that's how it works. If it were a Reality Positioning System, it would say flat. You're on the flat Earth. So the second thing is, again, I always want to bring this up because I think it's one of the best evidences for you to think about. Water will always find its flatness. It is always flat. It can't be curved. It can't have a hump in it. Scientists and these science preachers will tell you that it can because of gravity. But all you need to think about is that from California to Hawaii is almost 2,500 miles. And if you believe in that, which I do, then you must believe that there is a 770-mile high hump of water if you believe in the globe. And if you believe in that, then you believe in make-believe and pretend. And I think you should start believing in reality. Joseph Jastrow, in 1935, said, "Create a belief in the theory, and the facts will create themselves." So if you think about that, you can start to see the deception that they're playing on us. Take a look at gravity and just think to yourself that all it is a construction of mathematical equations that don't jive with reality. And there's a lot of these equations. They're all over the place, and they don't make any sense. Another example of no sense-making science is relativity. And tell me how smart you have to be to get this one. The theory of relativity says in its equation form that r to the little pw minus half of r to the g pw plus lambda times g to the pw equals, of course, 8 times pi to the g n to the t pw. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Right. Who is this really? What's going on? How come come you want me to do all these weird things?
The person who wants you to do all these weird things is people like Neil Tyson deGrasse, who's quoted here as saying, "The good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it." So that's fantastic advice, Neil. Thanks very much. I don't believe in it, so if you want to say it's true, that's up to you. Basically, guys, they have every base covered. They have done the work they need to do to make sure that all their math works, and the only tool we have to combat them is our brain and our eyes. So I suggest you try it out. Next, we've got 1984. If you have never read it, if you were like me, which was supposed to read it in high school, and I think I probably got an A on whatever test I was supposed to take, but I never actually read the book until just this week. And if you read it, I think you'll be very, very shocked at some of the info that you'll get out of it. The book was written by George Orwell. It was written in the late 40s. He died about a year or two after he wrote it, and you'll probably see why here in a second. I took about 8 or 10 different parts of the book to read to you right now, just so you can get an idea of why it's important for you to read it. Don't watch the movies. The movies are different. They take out the parts that I'm going to tell you about. The slogan of the Big Brother, or the political party, the party in the book, is "War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength." So here's some quotes from the book. "It isn't very important about the top hats," said Winston patiently. "The point is, these capitalists, they and a few lawyers and priests and so forth who lived on them, were the lords of the earth. Everything existed for their benefit. You, the ordinary people, the workers, were their slaves. They could do what they liked with you. They could ship you off to Canada like cattle. They could sleep with your daughters if they chose. The heresy of heresies was common sense, and what was terrifying was not that they would kill you for thinking otherwise, but that they might be right. For, after all, how do we know that 2 + 2 make 4, or that the force of gravity works, or that the past is unchangeable? If both the past and the external world exist only in the mind, and if the mind itself is controllable, what then? By making him suffer, obedience is not enough. Unless he is suffering, how can you be sure that he is obeying your will and not his own? Power is in inflicting pain and humiliation. Power is in tearing human minds to pieces and putting them together again in new shapes of your own choosing. Do you begin to see, then, what kind of world we are creating? It is the exact opposite of the stupid hedonistic utopias that the old reformers imagined. A world of fear and treachery and torment, a world of trampling and being trampled upon, a world which will not grow less but more merciless as it refines itself. Progress in our world will be progress towards more pain. Alone, free, the human being is always defeated. It must be so, because every human being is doomed to die, which is the greatest of all failures. But if he can make complete, utter submission, if he can escape from his identity, if he can merge himself into the party so that he is the party, then he is all-powerful and immortal. The second thing for you to realize is that power is power over human beings, over the body, but above all over the mind. Power over matter, external reality, as you would call it, is not important. Already our control over matter is absolute. The next few portions are in the book a conversation, so I'll try and change my voice a little bit so you can follow along, but very interesting and telling information here. "But how can you control matter?" he burst out. "You don't even control the climate or the law of gravity, and there is disease, pain, and death." O'Brien silenced him with a movement of his hand. "We control matter because we control the mind. Reality is inside the skull. You will learn by degrees, Winston. There is nothing that we could not do. Invisibility, levitation, anything. I could float off this floor like a soap bubble if I wished to. I do not wish to because the party does not wish to. You must get rid of those 19th century ideas about the laws of nature. We make the laws of nature. But you do not. You're not even masters of this planet. What about Eurasia and East Asia? You have not conquered them yet. Unimportant. We shall conquer them when it suits us. And if we did not, what difference would it make? We can shut them out by existence. Oceania is the world. But the world itself is only a speck of dust, and man is tiny, helpless. How long has he been in existence? For millions of years, the earth was uninhabited. Nonsense! The earth is as old as we are, no older. How could it be any older? Nothing exists except through human consciousness. But the rocks are full of bones of extinct animals, mammoths and mastodons and enormous reptiles which lived here long before man was ever even heard of. Have you seen those bones, Winston? Of course not. 19th century biologists invented them. Before man there was nothing. After man, if he could come to an end, there would be nothing. Outside of man's existence, there is nothing. But the whole universe is outside of us. Look at the stars. Some of them are 1,000,000 light years away. They are out of reach forever. What are the stars? Said O'Brien indifferently. They are bits of fire a few kilometers away. We could reach them if we wanted to, or we could blot them out. The earth is the center of the universe. The sun and the stars go around it. For certain purposes, of course, that is not true. When we navigate the ocean or when we predict an eclipse, we often find it convenient to assume that the earth goes round the sun and that the stars are millions upon millions of kilometers away. But what of it? Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant, according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink? The old civilizations claim that they were founded on love or justice. Ours is founded upon hatred. In our world there will be no emotions except fear, rage, triumph, and self-abasement. Everything else we shall destroy. Everything. Already we are breaking down the habits of thought which have survived from before the revolution. We have cut the links between child and parent, and between man, and between man and woman. No one dares trust a wife or a child or a friend any longer. But in the future, there will be no wives and no friends. Children will be taken from their mothers at birth, as one takes eggs from a hen. The earthly paradise had been discredited at exactly the moment when it became realizable. Every new political theory, by whatever name it's called itself, led back to the hierarchy and regimentation, and in the general hardening of outlook that set in round about 1930, practices which had been long abandoned, in some cases for hundreds of years, imprisonment without trial, the use of war prisoners as slaves, public executions, torture to extract confessions, the use of hostages, and the deportation of whole populations, not only become common again, but were tolerated and even defended by people who considered themselves enlightened and progressive. And remember that this is forever. The face will always be there to be stamped on. The heretic, the enemy of society, will always be there so that he can be defeated and humiliated over and over again. Everything that you have undergone since you have been in our hands, all of this will continue, and worse. The espionage, the betrayals, the arrests, the tortures, the executions, the disappearances will never cease. It will be a world of terror as much as a world of triumph. The more the party is powerful, the less it will be tolerant. The weaker the opposition, the tighter the despotism. Those are very few of the amazing quotes in this book. I recommend you read it today, tomorrow, this week. You can go online and just search for it. It is in the public domain, so Project Gutenberg and other places like that. You can get the free ebook. Check it out. I think that George Orwell knew a lot, knew more than a lot of people at that time, and he paid for it with his life. He only lived to be 47 years old. He also wrote Animal Farm, which is another great book. If you have never read that, I recommend it. Basically, the book teaches us that exactly what's going on now, exactly what the government's doing, exactly what the Masons are doing. They have taken us over from the inside, meaning they have gotten in our heads. They have taught us all in schools exactly the world that they want us to live in, a world with 1,000,000 planets and 1,000,000 stars, and we were created from stardust, and we will all live and die, and our existence is unimportant. And if you're following along with my channel and others like it, you'll realize now that that is the biggest lie in the history of the world.
Blackstone Audio presents 1984 by George Orwell. Part 1, Chapter 1. It was a bright, cold day in April, and the clocks were striking 13. Winston Smith, his chin nuzzled into his breast in an effort to escape the vile wind, slipped quickly through the glass doors of Victory Mansions, though not quickly enough to prevent a swirl of gritty dust from entering along with him. The hallway smelt of boiled cabbage and old rag mats. At one end of it a coloured poster, too large for indoor display, had been tacked to the wall. It depicted simply an enormous face, more than a metre wide, the face of a man of about 45 with a heavy black moustache and ruggedly handsome features. Winston made for the stairs. It was no use trying the lift. Even at the best of times it was seldom working, and at present the electric current was cut off during daylight hours. It was part of the economy drive in preparation for Hate Week. The flat was 7 flights up, and Winston, who was 39 and had a varicose ulcer above his right ankle, went slowly, resting several times on the way. On each landing, opposite the lift shaft, the poster with the enormous face gazed from the wall. It was one of those pictures which are so contrived that the eyes follow you about when you move. Big Brother is watching you, the caption beneath it ran. Inside the flat, a fruity voice was reading out a list of figures which had something to do with the production of pig iron. The voice came from an oblong metal plaque, like a dulled mirror, which formed part of the surface of the right-hand wall. Winston turned a switch, and the voice sank somewhat, though the words were still distinguishable. The instrument, the telescreen it was called, could be dimmed, but there was no way of shutting it off completely. He moved over to the window, a smallish, frail figure, the meagreness of his body merely emphasized by the blue overalls which were the uniform of the party. His hair was very fair, his face naturally sanguine, his skin roughened by coarse soap and blunt razor blades, and the cold of the winter that had just ended. Outside, even through the shut window-pane, the world looked cold. Down in the street, little eddies of wind were whirling dust and torn paper into spirals, and though the sun was shining and the sky a harsh blue, there seemed to be no colour in anything, except the posters that were plastered everywhere. The black mustachioed face gazed down from every commanding corner. There was one on the house front immediately opposite. "Big Brother is watching you," the caption said, while the dark eyes looked deep into Winston's own. Down at street level, another poster, torn at one corner, flapped fitfully in the wind, alternately covering and uncovering the single word, Ingsoc. In the far distance, a helicopter skimmed down between the roofs, hovered for an instant like a bluebottle, and darted away again with a curving flight. It was the police patrol, snooping into people's windows. The patrols did not matter, however. Only the thought police mattered. Behind Winston's back, the voice from the telescreen was still babbling away about pig iron and the over-fulfillment of the 9th three-year plan. The telescreen received and transmitted simultaneously. Any sound that Winston made, above the level of a very low whisper, would be picked up by it. Moreover, so long as he remained within the field of vision which the metal plaque commanded, he could be seen as well as heard. There was, of course, no way of knowing whether you were being watched at any given moment. How often or on what system the thought police plugged in on any individual wire was guesswork. It was even conceivable that they watched everybody, all the time. But at any rate, they could plug in your wire whenever they wanted to. You had to live, did live, from habit that became instinct, in the assumption that every sound you made was overheard, and except in darkness, every movement scrutinized. Winston kept his back turned to the telescreen. It was safer, though, as he well knew, even a back can be revealing. A kilometre away, the Ministry of Truth, his place of work, towered vast and white above the grimy landscape. This, he thought with some sort of vague distaste, this was London, chief city of Airstrip 1, itself the third most populous of the provinces of Oceania. He tried to squeeze out some childhood memory that should tell him whether London had always been quite like this. Were there always these vistas of rotting 19th-century houses, their sides shored up with balks of timber, their windows patched with cardboard, and their roofs with corrugated iron, their crazy garden walls sagging in all directions? And the bomb sites, where the plaster dust whirled in the air, and the willow herbs straggled over the heaps of rubble, and the places where the bombs had cleared a larger path, and there had sprung up sordid colonies of wooden dwellings, like chicken houses. But it was no use. He could not remember. Nothing remained of his childhood except a series of bright-lit tableaux occurring against no background and mostly unintelligible. The Ministry of Truth, Minitrue in newspeak, was startlingly different from any other object in sight. It was an enormous pyramidal structure of glittering white concrete, soaring up terrace after terrace, 300 meters into the air. From where Winston stood, it was just possible to read, picked out on its white face in elegant lettering, the three slogans of the party. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. The Ministry of Truth contained, it was said, 3,000 rooms above ground level and corresponding ramifications below. Scattered about London, there were just 3 other buildings of similar appearance and size. So completely did they dwarf the surrounding architecture that from the roof of Victory Mansions you could see all 4 of them simultaneously. They were the homes of the 4 ministries between which the entire apparatus of government was divided. The Ministry of Truth, which concerned itself with news, entertainment, education, and the fine arts. The Ministry of Peace, which concerned itself with war. The Ministry of Love, which maintained law and order, and the Ministry of Plenty, which was responsible for economic affairs. Their names, in newspeak, Minitrue, Minipax, Minilove, and Miniplenty. The Ministry of Love was the really frightening one. There were no windows in it at all. Winston had never been inside the Ministry of Love, nor within half a kilometre of it. It was a place impossible to enter, except on official business, and then only by penetrating through a maze of barbed wire entanglements, steel doors, and hidden machine-gun nests. Even the streets leading up to its outer barriers were roamed by gorilla-faced guards in black uniforms, armed with jointed truncheons. Winston turned round abruptly. He had set his features into the expression of quiet optimism, which it was advisable to wear when facing the telescreen. He crossed the room into the tiny kitchen. By leaving the ministry at this time of day, he had sacrificed his lunch in the canteen, and he was aware that there was no food in the kitchen except a hunk of dark-coloured bread, which had got to be saved for tomorrow's breakfast. He took down from the shelf a bottle of colourless liquid with a plain white label marked Victory Gin. It gave off a sickly, oily smell, as of Chinese rice spirit. Winston poured out nearly a teacupful, nerved himself for a shock, and gulped it down like a dose of medicine. Instantly, his face turned scarlet, and the water ran out of his eyes. The stuff was like nitric acid, and moreover, in swallowing it, one had the sensation of being hit on the back of the head with a rubber club. The next moment, however, the burning in his belly died down, and the world began to look more cheerful. He took a cigarette from a crumpled pack marked Victory Cigarettes, and incautiously held it upright, whereupon the tobacco fell out onto the floor. With the next, he was more successful. He went back to the living room and sat down at a small table that stood to the left of the telescreen. From the table drawer, he took out a pen-holder, a bottle of ink, and a thick quarto-sized blank book with a red back and a marbled cover. For some reason, the telescreen in the living room was in an unusual position. Instead of being placed, as was normal, in the end wall, where it could command the whole room, it was in the longer wall opposite the window. To one side of it, there was a shallow alcove in which Winston was now sitting, and which, when the flats were built, had probably been intended to hold bookshelves. By sitting in the alcove and keeping well back, Winston was able to remain outside the range of the telescreen, so far as sight went. He could be heard, of course, but so long as he stayed in his present position, he could not be seen. It was partly the unusual geography of the room that had suggested to him the thing that he was now about to do. It had also been suggested by the book that he had just taken out of the drawer. It was a peculiarly beautiful book. Its smooth, creamy paper, a little yellowed by age, was of a kind that had not been manufactured for at least 40 years past. He could guess, however, that the book was much older than that. He had seen it lying in the window of a frowsy little junk shop in a slummy quarter of the town, just what quarter he did not now remember, and had been stricken immediately by an overwhelming desire to possess it. Party members were supposed not to go into ordinary shops. Dealing on the free market, it was called. But the rule was not strictly kept, because there were various things, such as shoelaces and razor blades, which it was impossible to get hold of in any other way. He had given a quick glance up and down the street, and then had slipped inside and bought the book for $2.50. At the time, he was not conscious of wanting it for any particular purpose. He had carried it guiltily home in his briefcase. Even with nothing written in it, it was a compromising possession. The thing that he was about to do was to open a diary. This was not illegal. Nothing was illegal, since there were no longer any laws. But if detected, it was reasonably certain that it would be punished by death, or at least by 25 years in a forced labour camp. Winston fitted a nib into the penholder and sucked it to get the grease off. The pen was an archaic instrument, seldom used even for signatures, and he had procured one furtively, and with some difficulty, simply because of a feeling that the beautiful creamy paper deserved to be written on with a real nib, instead of being scratched with an ink pencil. Actually, he was not used to writing by hand. Apart from very short notes, it was usual to dictate everything into the speakwrite, which was, of course, impossible for his present purpose. He dipped the pen into the ink, and then faltered for just a second. A tremor had gone through his bowels. To mark the paper was the decisive act. In small, clumsy letters, he wrote, April 4th, 1984. He sat back. A sense of complete helplessness had descended upon him. To begin with, he did not know with any certainty that this was 1984. It must be around that date, since he was fairly sure that his age was 39, and he believed that he had been born in 1944 or 1945. But it was never possible nowadays to pin down any date within a year or two. For whom, it suddenly occurred to him to wonder, was he writing this diary? For the future? For the unborn? His mind hovered for a moment around the doubtful date on the page, and then fetched up with a bump against the newspeak word, doublethink. For the first time, the magnitude of what he had undertaken came home to him. How could you communicate with the future? It was of its nature impossible. Either the future would resemble the present, in which case it would not listen to him, or it would be different from it, and his predicament would be meaningless. For some time he sat gazing stupidly at the paper. The telescreen had changed over to strident military music. It was curious that he seemed not merely to have lost the power of expressing himself, but even to have forgotten what it was that he had originally intended to say. For weeks past he had been making ready for this moment, and it had never crossed his mind that anything would be needed except courage. The actual writing would be easy. All he had to do was to transfer to paper the interminable restless monologue that had been running inside his head literally for years. At this moment, however, even the monologue had dried up. Moreover, his varicose ulcer had begun itching unbearably. He dared not scratch it, because if he did so, it always became inflamed. The seconds were ticking by. He was conscious of nothing except the blankness of the page in front of him, the itching of the skin above his ankle, the blaring of the music, and a slight booziness caused by the gin. Suddenly, he began writing in sheer panic. only imperfectly aware of what he was setting down. His small but childish handwriting straggled up and down the page, shedding first its capital letters and finally even its full stops. April 4th, 1984. Last night to the flicks. All war films. One very good one of a ship full of refugees being bombed somewhere in the Mediterranean. Audience much amused by shots of a great, huge, fat man trying to swim away with a helicopter after him. First you saw him wallowing along in the water like a porpoise. Then you saw him through the helicopter's gun sights. Then he was full of holes, and the sea round him turned pink, and he sank as suddenly as though the holes had let in the water. Audience shouting with laughter when he sank. Then you saw a lifeboat full of children with a helicopter hovering over it. There was a middle-aged woman, might have been a Jewess, sitting up in the bow with a little boy about 3 years old in her arms. Little boy screaming with fright and hiding his head between her breasts as if he was trying to burrow right into her, and the woman putting her arms around him and comforting him, although she was blue with fright herself. All the time covering him up as much as possible, as if she thought her arms could keep the bullets off him. Then the helicopter planted a 20-kilo bomb in among them. Terrific flash, and the boat went all to matchwood. Then there was a wonderful shot of a child's arm going up, right up into the air. A helicopter with a camera in its nose must have followed it up, and there was a lot of applause from the party seats. But a woman down in the prole part of the house suddenly started kicking up a fuss and shouting that they didn't oughter showed it, not in front of the kids, they didn't. It ain't right, not in front of the kids, it ain't. Until the police turned her out. I don't suppose anything happened to her. Nobody cares what the proles say. Typical prole reaction. They never... Winston stopped writing, partly because he was suffering from cramp. He did not know what had made him pour out this stream of rubbish. But the curious thing was that while he was doing so, a totally different memory had clarified itself in his mind, to the point where he almost felt equal to writing it down. It was, he now realized, because of this other incident, that he had suddenly decided to come home and begin the diary today. It had happened that morning at the ministry, if anything so nebulous could be said to happen. It was nearly 1100, and in the records department where Winston worked, they were dragging the chairs out of the cubicles and grouping them in the centre of the hall opposite the big telescreen, in preparation for the 2 minutes hate. Winston was just taking his place in one of the middle rows, when two people whom he knew by sight, but had never spoken to, came unexpectedly into the room. One of them was a girl whom he often passed in the corridors. He did not know her name, but he knew that she worked in the fiction department. Presumably, since he had sometimes seen her with oily hands and carrying a spanner, she had some mechanical job on one of the novel-writing machines. She was a bold-looking girl of about 27, with thick, dark hair, a freckled face, and swift, athletic movements. A narrow scarlet sash, emblem of the Junior Anti-Sex League, was wound several times around the waist of her overalls, just tightly enough to bring out the shapeliness of her hips. Winston had disliked her from the very first moment of seeing her. He knew the reason. It was because of the atmosphere of hockey fields and cold baths and community hikes and general clean-mindedness which he managed to carry about with her. He disliked nearly all women, and especially the young and pretty ones. It was always the women, and above all the young ones, who were the most bigoted adherents of the party, the swallowers of slogans, the amateur spies and nosers out of unorthodoxy. But this particular girl gave him the impression of being more dangerous than most. Once, when they passed in the corridor, she had given him a quick sidelong glance, which seemed to pierce right into him, and for a moment had filled him with black terror. The idea had even crossed his mind that she might be an agent of the thought police. That, it was true, was very unlikely. Still, he continued to feel a peculiar uneasiness, which had fear mixed up in it as well as hostility, whenever she was anywhere near him. The other person was a man named O'Brien, a member of the inner party, and holder of some post so important and remote that Winston had only a dim idea of its nature. A momentary hush passed over the group of people around the chairs as they saw the black overalls of an inner party member approaching. O'Brien was a large, burly man, with a thick neck and a coarse, humorous, brutal face. In spite of his formidable appearance, he had a certain charm of manner. He had a trick of resettling his spectacles on his nose, which was curiously disarming, in some indefinable way, curiously civilized. It was a gesture which, if anyone had still thought in such terms, might have recalled an 18th-century nobleman offering his snuff-box. Winston had seen O'Brien perhaps a dozen times in almost as many years. He felt deeply drawn to him, and not solely because he was intrigued by the contrast between O'Brien's urbane manner and his prize-fighter's physique. Much more, it was because of a secretly held belief, or perhaps not even a belief, merely a hope, that O'Brien's political orthodoxy was not perfect. Something in his face suggested it irresistibly. And again, perhaps it was not even unorthodoxy that was written in his face, but simply intelligence. But at any rate, he had the appearance of being a person that you could talk to, if somehow you could cheat the telescreen and get him alone. Winston had never made the smallest effort to verify this guess. Indeed, there was no way of doing so. At this moment, O'Brien glanced at his wristwatch, saw that it was nearly 1100, and evidently decided to stay in the records department until the 2 minutes' hate was over. He took a chair in the same row as Winston, a couple of places away. A small sandy-haired woman who worked in the next cubicle to Winston was between them. The girl with dark hair was sitting immediately behind. The next moment, a hideous, grinding screech, as of some monstrous machine running without oil, burst from the big telescreen at the end of the room. It was a noise that set one's teeth on edge and bristled the hair on the back of one's neck. The hate had started. As usual, the face of Emanuel Goldstein, the enemy of the people, had flashed onto the screen. There were hisses here and there among the audience. The little sandy-haired woman gave a squeak of mingled fear and disgust. Goldstein was the renegade and backslider who once, long ago, how long ago nobody quite remembered, had been one of the leading figures of the party, almost on a level with Big Brother himself, and then had engaged in counter-revolutionary activities, had been condemned to death, and had mysteriously escaped and disappeared. The program of the 2 minutes' hate varied from day to day, but there was none in which Goldstein was not the principal figure. He was the primal traitor, the earliest defiler of the party's purity. All subsequent crimes against the party, all treacheries, acts of sabotage, heresies, deviations, sprang directly out of his teaching. Somewhere or other, he was still alive and hatching his conspiracies. Perhaps somewhere beyond the sea, under the protection of his foreign paymasters. Perhaps even, so it was occasionally rumoured, in some hiding place in Oceania itself. Winston's diaphragm was constricted. He could never see the face of Goldstein without a painful mixture of emotions. It was a lean, Jewish face, with a great fuzzy aureole of white hair and a small goatee beard. A clever face, and yet somehow inherently despicable, with a kind of senile silliness in the long, thin nose near the end of which a pair of spectacles was perched. It resembled the face of a sheep, and the voice, too, had a sheep-like quality. Goldstein was delivering his usual venomous attack upon the doctrines of the party, an attack so exaggerated and perverse that a child should have been able to see through it, and yet just plausible enough to fill one with an alarmed feeling that other people, less level-headed than oneself, might be taken in by it. He was abusing Big Brother. He was denouncing the dictatorship of the party. He was demanding the immediate conclusion of peace with Eurasia. He was advocating freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, freedom of thought. He was crying hysterically that the revolution had been betrayed, and all this in rapid polysyllabic speech, which was a sort of parody of the habitual style of the orators of the party, and even contained newspeak words, more newspeak words indeed than any party member would normally use in real life. And all the while, lest one should be in any doubt as to the reality which Goldstein's specious claptrap covered, behind his head on the telescreen there marched the endless columns of the Eurasian army, row after row of solid-looking men with expressionless Asiatic faces who swam up to the surface of the screen and vanished, to be replaced by others exactly similar. The dull, rhythmic tramp of the soldiers' boots, formed the background to Goldstein's bleating voice. Before the hate had proceeded for 30 seconds, uncontrollable exclamations of rage were breaking out from half the people in the room. The self-satisfied, sheep-like face on the screen and the terrifying power of the Eurasian army behind it were too much to be borne. Besides, the sight or even the thought of Goldstein produced fear and anger automatically. He was an object of hatred more constant than either Eurasia or Eastasia, since when Oceania was at war with one of these powers, it was generally at peace with the other. But what was strange was that although Goldstein was hated and despised by everybody, although every day and 1,000 times a day, on platforms, on the telescreen, in newspapers, in books, his theories were refuted, smashed, ridiculed, held up to the general gaze for the pitiful rubbish they were, in spite of all this, his influence never seemed to grow less. Always there were fresh dupes waiting to be seduced by him. A day never passed when spies and saboteurs acting under his directions were not unmasked by the thought police. He was the commander of a vast shadowy army, an underground network of conspirators dedicated to the overthrow of the state. The Brotherhood, its name was supposed to be. There were also whispered stories of a terrible book, a compendium of all the heresies of which Goldstein was the author and which circulated clandestinely here and there. It was a book without a title. People referred to it, if at all, simply as the book. But one knew of such things only through vague rumours. Neither the Brotherhood nor the book was a subject that any ordinary party member would mention if there was a way of avoiding it. In its second minute, the hate rose to a frenzy. People were leaping up and down in their places and shouting at the tops of their voices in an effort to drown the maddening, bleating voice that came from the screen. The little sandy-haired woman had turned bright pink, and her mouth was opening and shutting like that of a landed fish. Even O'Brien's heavy face was flushed. He was sitting very straight in his chair, his powerful chest swelling and quivering, as though he were standing up to the assault of a wave. The dark-haired girl behind Winston had begun crying out, "Swine! Swine! Swine!" And suddenly she picked up a heavy Newspeak dictionary and flung it at the screen. It struck Goldstein's nose and bounced off. The voice continued inexorably. In a lucid moment, Winston found that he was shouting with the others and kicking his heel violently against the rung of his chair. The horrible thing about the 2 minutes' hate was not that one was obliged to act a part, but that it was impossible to avoid joining in. Within 30 seconds any pretense was always unnecessary. A hideous ecstasy of fear and vindictiveness, a desire to kill, to torture, to smash faces in with a sledgehammer, seemed to flow through the whole group of people like an electric current, turning one even against one's will into a grimacing, screaming lunatic. And yet the rage that one felt was an abstract, undirected emotion which could be switched from one object to another like the flame of a blow-lamp. Thus, at one moment, Winston's hatred was not turned against Goldstein at all, but on the contrary, against Big Brother, the party, and the thought police. And at such moments his heart went out to the lonely, derided heretic on the screen, sole guardian of truth and sanity in a world of lies. And yet, the very next instant, he was at one with the people about him, and all that was said of Goldstein seemed to him to be true. At those moments, his secret loathing of Big Brother changed into adoration, and Big Brother seemed to tower up an invincible, fearless protector, standing like a rock against the hordes of Asia. And Goldstein, in spite of his isolation, his helplessness, and the doubt that hung about his very existence, seemed like some sinister enchanter, capable by the mere power of his voice of wrecking the structure of civilization. It was even possible at moments to switch one's hatred this way or that by a voluntary act. Suddenly, by the sort of violent effort with which one wrenches one's head away from the pillow in a nightmare, Winston succeeded in transferring his hatred from the face on the screen to the dark-haired girl behind him. Vivid, beautiful hallucinations flashed through his mind. He would flog her to death with a rubber truncheon. He would tie her naked to a stake and shoot her full of arrows like Saint Sebastian. He would ravish her and cut her throat at the moment of climax. Better than before, moreover, he realized why it was that he hated her. He hated her because she was young and pretty and sexless, because he wanted to go to bed with her and would never do so, because round her sweet, supple waist, which seemed to ask you to encircle it with your arm, there was only the odious scarlet sash, aggressive symbol of chastity. The hate rose to its climax. The voice of Goldstein had become an actual sheep's bleat, and for an instant the face changed into that of a sheep. Then the sheep face melted into the figure of a Eurasian soldier who seemed to be advancing. Huge and terrible, his submachine gun roaring and seeming to spring out of the surface of the screen so that some of the people in the front row actually flinched backwards in their seats. And in the same moment, drawing a deep sigh of relief from everybody, the hostile figure melted into the face of Big Brother, black-haired, black-mustachioed, full of power and mysterious calm, and so vast that it almost filled up the screen. Nobody heard what Big Brother was saying. It was merely a few words of encouragement, the sort of words that are uttered in the din of battle, not distinguishable individually, but restoring confidence by the fact of being spoken. Then the face of Big Brother faded away again, and instead the three slogans of the party stood out in bold capitals. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. But the face of Big Brother seemed to persist for several seconds on the screen, as though the impact that it had made on everyone's eyeballs was too vivid to wear off immediately. The little sandy-haired woman had flung herself forward over the back of the chair in front of her. With a tremulous murmur that sounded like, "My Saviour," she extended her arms toward the screen. Then she buried her face in her hands. It was apparent that she was uttering a prayer. At this moment, the entire group of people broke into a deep, slow, rhythmical chant of B, 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 over and over again, very slowly, with a long pause between the first B and the second, a heavy, murmurous sound, somehow curiously savage, in the background of which one seemed to hear the stamp of naked feet and the throbbing of tom-toms. For perhaps as much as 30 seconds they kept it up. It was a refrain that was often heard in the moments of overwhelming emotion. Partly it was a sort of hymn to the wisdom and majesty of Big Brother. But still more, it was an act of self-hypnosis, a deliberate drowning of consciousness by means of rhythmic noise. Winston's entrails seemed to grow cold. In the 2 minutes' hate, he could not help sharing in the general delirium, but this subhuman chanting of B, 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 always filled him with horror. Of course, he chanted with the rest. It was impossible to do otherwise. To dissemble your feelings, to control your face, to do what everyone else was doing, was an instinctive reaction. But there was a space of a couple of seconds during which the expression in his eyes might conceivably have betrayed him, and it was exactly at this moment that the significant thing happened, if indeed it did happen. Momentarily, he caught O'Brien's eye. O'Brien had stood up. He had taken off his spectacles and was in the act of resettling them on his nose with his characteristic gesture. But there was a fraction of a second when their eyes met, and for as long as it took to happen, Winston knew, yes, he knew, that O'Brien was thinking the same thing as himself. An unmistakable message had passed. It was as though their two minds had opened and the thoughts were flowing from one into the other through their eyes. "I am with you," O'Brien seemed to be saying. "I know precisely what you are feeling. I know all about your contempt, your hatred, your disgust. But don't worry. I am on your side." And then the flash of intelligence was gone, and O'Brien's face was as inscrutable as everybody else's. That was all. And he was already uncertain whether it had happened. Such incidents never had any sequel. All that they did was to keep alive in him the belief or hope that others beside himself were the enemies of the party. Perhaps the rumors of vast underground conspiracies were true after all. Perhaps the Brotherhood really existed. It was impossible, in spite of the endless arrests and confessions and executions, to be sure that the Brotherhood was not simply a myth. Some days he believed in it, some days not. There was no evidence. Only fleeting glimpses that might mean anything or nothing, snatches of overheard conversation, faint scribbles on lavatory walls. Once even when two strangers met, a small movement of the hands, which had looked as though it might be a signal of recognition. It was all guesswork. Very likely he had imagined everything. He had gone back to his cubicle without looking at O'Brien again. The idea of following up their momentary contact hardly crossed his mind. It would have been inconceivably dangerous, even if he had known how to set about doing it. For a second, 2 seconds, they had exchanged an equivocal glance, and that was the end of the story. But even that was a memorable event in the locked loneliness in which one had to live. Winston roused himself and sat up straighter. He let out a belch. The gin was rising from his stomach. His eyes refocused on the page. He discovered that while he sat helplessly musing, he had also been writing, as though by automatic action. It was no longer the same cramped, awkward handwriting as before. His pen had slid voluptuously over the smooth paper, printing in large, neat capitals, "Down with Big Brother. Down with Big Brother. Down with Big Brother. Down with Big Brother. Down with Big Brother." Over and over again, filling half a page. He could not help feeling a twinge of panic. It was absurd, since the writing of those particular words was not more dangerous than the initial act of opening the diary. But for a moment he was tempted to tear out the spoiled pages and abandon the enterprise altogether. But he did not do so, however, because he knew that it was useless. Whether he wrote "Down with Big Brother" or whether he refrained from writing it made no difference. Whether he went on with the diary or whether he did not go on with it made no difference. The thought police would get him just the same. He had committed, would still have committed, even if he had not set pen to paper, the essential crime that contained all others in itself. Thought crime, they called it. Thought crime was not a thing that could be concealed forever. You might dodge successfully for a while, even for years. But sooner or later, they were bound to get you. It was always at night. The arrests invariably happened at night. The sudden jerk out of sleep, the rough hand shaking your shoulder, the lights glaring in your eyes, the ring of hard faces round the bed. In the vast majority of cases, there was no trial, no report of the arrest. People simply disappeared. Always during the night. Your name was removed from the registers. Every record of everything you had ever done was wiped out. Your one-time existence was denied and then forgotten. You were abolished, annihilated. Vaporized was the usual word. For a moment he was seized by a kind of hysteria. He began writing in a hurried, untidy scrawl. "They'll shoot me. I don't care. They'll shoot me in the back of the neck. I don't care. Down with Big Brother. They always shoot you in the back of the neck. I don't care. Down with Big Brother." He sat back in his chair, slightly ashamed of himself, and laid down his pen. The next moment he started violently. There was a knocking at his door. Already? He sat as still as a mouse, in the futile hope that whoever it was might go away after a single attempt. But no. The knocking was repeated. The worst thing of all would be to delay. His heart was thumping like a drum, but his face, from long habit, was probably expressionless. He got up and moved heavily toward the door. Chapter 2. As he put his hand to the doorknob, Winston saw that he had left the diary open on the table. "Down with Big Brother" was written all over it, in letters almost big enough to be legible across the room. It was an inconceivably stupid thing to have done. But he realized, even in his panic, he had not wanted to smudge the creamy paper by shutting the book while the ink was wet. He drew in his breath and opened the door. Instantly, a warm wave of relief flowed through him. A colourless, crushed-looking woman with wispy hair and a lined face was standing outside. "Oh, comrade," she began in a dreary, whining sort of voice. "I thought I heard you come in. Do you think you could come across and have a look at our kitchen sink? It's got blocked up, and—" It was Mrs. Parsons, the wife of a neighbour on the same floor. Mrs. was a word somewhat discountenanced by the party. You were supposed to call everyone comrade, but with some women one used it instinctively. She was a woman of about 30, but looking much older. One had the impression that there was dust in the creases of her face. Winston followed her down the passage. These amateur repair jobs were an almost daily irritation. Victory Mansions were old flats, built in 1930 or thereabouts, and were falling to pieces. The plaster flaked constantly from ceilings and walls, the pipes burst in every hard frost, the roof leaked whenever there was snow. The heating system was usually running at half steam when it was not closed down altogether from motives of economy. Repairs, except what you could do for yourself, had to be sanctioned by remote committees, which were liable to hold up even the mending of a window pane for 2 years. "Of course it's only because Tom isn't home," said Mrs. Parsons vaguely. The Parsons flat was bigger than Winston's, and dingy in a different way. Everything had a battered, trampled-on look, as though the place had just been visited by some large, violent animal. Games, impedimenta, hockey sticks, boxing gloves, a burst football, a pair of sweaty shorts turned inside out, lay all over the floor, and on the table there was a litter of dirty dishes and dog-eared exercise books. On the walls were scarlet banners of the Youth League and the Spies, and a full-sized poster of Big Brother. There was the usual boiled cabbage smell, common to the whole building, but it was shot through by a sharper reek of sweat, which, one knew this at the first sniff, though it was hard to say how, was the sweat of some person not present at the moment. In another room, someone with a comb and a piece of toilet paper was trying to keep tune with the military music, which was still issuing from the telescreen. "It's the children," said Mrs. Parsons, casting a half-apprehensive glance at the door. "They haven't been out today, and, of course—" She had a habit of breaking off her sentences in the middle. The kitchen sink was full nearly to the brim with filthy greenish water, which smelt worse than ever of cabbage. Winston knelt down and examined the angle joint of the pipe. He hated using his hands, and he hated bending down, which was always liable to start him coughing. Mrs. Parsons looked on helplessly. "Of course, if Tom was home, he'd put it right in a moment," she said. "He loves anything like that. He's ever so good with his hands, Tom is." Parsons was Winston's fellow employee at the Ministry of Truth. He was a fattish but active man, of paralysing stupidity, a mass of imbecile enthusiasms, one of those completely unquestioning, devoted drudges on whom, more even than on the thought police, the stability of the party depended. At 35, he had just been unwillingly evicted from the Youth League, and before graduating into the Youth League, he had managed to stay on in the Spies for a year beyond the statutory age. At the Ministry, he was employed in some subordinate post for which intelligence was not required. But on the other hand, he was a leading figure on the Sports Committee and all the other committees engaged in organising community hikes, spontaneous demonstrations, saving campaigns, and voluntary activities generally. He would inform you with quiet pride, between whiffs of his pipe, that he had put in an appearance at the community centre every evening for the past 4 years. An overpowering smell of sweat, a sort of unconscious testimony to the strenuousness of his life, followed him about wherever he went, and even remained behind him after he had gone. "Have you got a spanner?" said Winston, fiddling with the nut on the angle joint. "A spanner?" said Mrs. Parsons, immediately becoming invertebrate. "I don't know, I'm sure. Perhaps the children—" There was a trampling of boots and another blast on the comb as the children charged into the living room. Mrs. Parsons brought the spanner. Winston let out the water and disgustedly removed the clot of human hair that had blocked up the pipe. He cleaned his fingers as best he could in the cold water from the tap, and went back into the other room. "Up with your hands!" yelled a savage voice. A handsome, tough-looking boy of 9 had popped up from behind the table and was menacing him with a toy automatic pistol, while his small sister, about 2 years younger, made the same gesture with a fragment of wood. Both of them were dressed in the blue shorts, grey shirts, and red neckerchiefs, which were the uniform of the spies. Winston raised his hands above his head, but with an uneasy feeling. So vicious was the boy's demeanour that it was not altogether a game. "You're a traitor!" yelled the boy. "You're a thought criminal! You're an Eurasian spy! I'll shoot you! I'll vaporize you! I'll send you to the salt mines!" Suddenly they were both leaping around him, shouting, "Traitor!" and "Thought criminal!" and the little girl imitating her brother in every movement. It was somehow slightly frightening, like the gambling of tiger cubs, which will soon grow up into man-eaters. There was a sort of calculating ferocity in the boy's eye, a quite evident desire to hit or kick Winston, and a consciousness of being very nearly big enough to do so. It was a good job it was not a real pistol he was holding, Winston thought. Mrs. Parsons' eyes flitted nervously from Winston to the children and back again. In the better light of the living room, he noticed with interest that there actually was dust in the creases of her face. "They do get so noisy," she said. "They're disappointed because they couldn't go to see the hanging. That's what it is. I'm too busy to take them, and Tom won't be back from work in time." "Why can't we go and see the hanging?" roared the boy in his huge voice. "Want to see the hanging! Want to see the hanging!" chanted the little girls, still capering round. Some Eurasian prisoners, guilty of war crimes, were to be hanged in the park that evening, Winston remembered. This happened about once a month, and was a popular spectacle. Children always clamoured to be taken to see it. He took his leave of Mrs. Parsons and made for the door. But he had not gone 6 steps down the passage when something hit the back of his neck, an agonizingly painful blow. It was as though a red-hot wire had been jabbed into him. He spun round, just in time to see Mrs. Parsons dragging her son back into the doorway, while the boy pocketed a catapult. "Goldstein!" bellowed the boy as the door closed on him. But what most struck Winston was the look of helpless fright on the woman's greyish face. Back in the flat, he stepped quickly past the telescreen and sat down at the table again, still rubbing his neck. The music from the telescreen had stopped. Instead, a clipped military voice was reading out, with a sort of brutal relish, a description of the armaments of the new floating fortress which had just been anchored between Iceland and the Faroe Islands. With those children, he thought, that wretched woman must lead a life of terror. Another year, 2 years, and they would be watching her, night and day, for symptoms of unorthodoxy. Nearly all children nowadays were horrible. What was the worst of all was that by means of such organizations as the spies, they were systematically turned into ungovernable little savages. And yet this produced in them no tendency whatever to rebel against the discipline of the party. On the contrary, they adored the party and everything connected with it. The songs, the processions, the banners, the hiking, the drilling with dummy rifles, the yelling of slogans, the worship of Big Brother. It was all a sort of glorious game to them. All their ferocity was turned outwards against the enemies of the state, against foreigners, traitors, saboteurs, thought criminals. It was almost normal for people over 30 to be frightened of their own children, and with good reason. For hardly a week passed in which the Times did not carry a paragraph describing how some eavesdropping little sneak, child hero was the phrase generally used, had overheard some compromising remark and denounced his parents to the thought police. The sting of the catapult bullet had worn off. He picked up his pen half-heartedly, wondering whether he could find something more to write in the diary. Suddenly, he began thinking of O'Brien again. Years ago, how long was it? 7 years, it must be. He had dreamed that he was walking through a pitch-dark room, and someone, sitting to one side of him, had said as he passed, "We shall meet in the place where there is no darkness." It was said very quietly, almost casually, a statement, not a command. He had walked on without pausing. What was curious was that at the time, in the dream, the words had not made much impression on him. It was only later and by degrees that they had seemed to take on significance. He could not now remember whether it was before or after having the dream that he had seen O'Brien for the first time, nor could he remember when he had first identified the voice as O'Brien's. But at any rate, the identification existed. It was O'Brien who had spoken to him out of the dark. Winston had never been able to feel sure. Even after this morning's flash of the eyes, it was impossible to be sure whether O'Brien was a friend or an enemy. Nor did it even seem to matter greatly. There was a link of understanding between them, more important than affection or partisanship. "We shall meet in the place where there is no darkness," he had said. Winston did not know what it meant, only that in some way or another it would come true. The voice from the telescreen paused. A trumpet call, clear and beautiful, floated into the stagnant air. The voice continued raspingly. "Attention! Your attention, please. A news flash has this moment arrived from the Malabar front. Our forces in South India have won a glorious victory. I am authorized to say that the action we are now reporting may well bring the war within measurable distance of its end. Here is the news flash." Bad news coming, thought Winston. And sure enough, following on a gory description of the annihilation of a Eurasian army with stupendous figures of killed and prisoners, came the announcement that, as from the next week, the chocolate ration would be reduced from 30 grams to 20. Winston belched again. The gin was wearing off, leaving a deflated feeling. The telescreen, perhaps to celebrate the victory, perhaps to drown the memory of the lost chocolate, crashed into "Oceania, 'tis for thee." You were supposed to stand to attention. However, in his present position, he was invisible. "Oceania, 'tis for thee" gave way to lighter music. Winston walked over to the window, keeping his back to the telescreen. The day was still cold and clear. Somewhere, far away, a rocket bomb exploded with a dull, reverberating roar. About 20 or 30 of them a week were falling on London at present. Down in the street, the wind flapped the torn poster to and fro, and the word Ingsoc fitfully appeared and vanished. Ingsoc. The sacred principles of Ingsoc. Newspeak, doublethink, the mutability of the past. He felt as though he were wandering in the forests of the sea bottom, lost in a monstrous world where he himself was the monster. He was alone. The past was dead. The future was unimaginable. What certainty had he that a single human creature now living was on his side? And what way of knowing that the dominion of the party would not endure for ever? Like an answer, the 3 slogans on the white face of the Ministry of Truth came back at him. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. He took a 25-cent piece out of his pocket. There, too, in tiny, clear lettering, the same slogans were inscribed, and on the other face of the coin, the head of Big Brother. Even from the coin, the eyes pursued you. On coins, on stamps, on the covers of books, on banners, on posters, and on the wrapping of a cigarette packet, everywhere. Always the eyes watching you and the voice enveloping you. Asleep or awake, working or eating, indoors or out of doors, in the bath or in bed, no escape. Nothing was your own, except the few cubic centimeters inside your skull. The sun had shifted round, and the myriad windows of the Ministry of Truth, with the light no longer shining on them, looked grim as the loopholes of a fortress. His heart quailed before the enormous pyramidal shape. It was too strong. It could not be stormed. 1,000 rocket bombs would not batter it down. He wondered again for whom he was writing the diary. For the future? for the past, for an age that might be imaginary, and in front of him there lay not death, but annihilation. The diary would be reduced to ashes, and himself to vapour. Only the thought police would read what he had written before they wiped it out of existence and out of memory. How could you make an appeal to the future when not a trace of you, not even an anonymous word scribbled on a piece of paper, could physically survive? The telescreen struck 14. He must leave in 10 minutes. He had to be back at work by 14:30. Curiously, the chiming of the hour seemed to have put new heart into him. He was a lonely ghost uttering a truth that nobody would ever hear, but so long as he uttered it, in some obscure way, the continuity was not broken. It was not by making yourself heard, but by staying sane, that you carried on the human heritage. He went back to the table, dipped his pen, and wrote, "To the future, or to the past, to a time when thought is free, when men are different from one another and do not live alone, to a time when truth exists and what is done cannot be undone. From the age of uniformity, from the age of solitude, from the age of Big Brother, from the age of doublethink. Greetings." He was already dead, he reflected. It seemed to him that it was only now, when he had begun to be able to formulate his thoughts, that he had taken the decisive step. The consequences of every act are included in the act itself. He wrote, "Thought crime does not entail death. Thought crime is death." Now that he had recognized himself as a dead man, it became important to stay alive as long as possible. 2 fingers of his right hand were ink-stained. It was exactly the kind of detail that might betray him. Some nosing zealot in the ministry. A woman, probably. Someone like the little sandy-haired woman or the dark-haired girl from the fiction department might start wondering why he'd been writing during the lunch interval, why he had used an old-fashioned pen. What had he been writing? And then drop a hint in the appropriate quarter. He went to the bathroom and carefully scrubbed the ink away with the gritty dark brown soap, which rasped your skin like sandpaper and was, therefore, well adapted for this purpose. He put the diary away in the drawer. It was quite useless to think of hiding it, but he could at least make sure whether or not its existence had been discovered. A hair laid across the page ends was too obvious. With the tip of his finger, he picked up an identifiable grain of whitish dust and deposited it on the corner of the cover, where it was bound to be shaken off if the book was moved. Chapter 3. Winston was dreaming of his mother. He must, he thought, have been 10 or 11 years old when his mother had disappeared. She was a tall, statuesque, rather silent woman, with slow movements and magnificent fair hair. His father he remembered more vaguely as dark and thin, dressed always in neat dark clothes. Winston remembered especially the very thin soles of his father's shoes, and wearing spectacles. The 2 of them must evidently have been swallowed up in one of the first great purges of the 50s. At that moment, his mother was sitting in some place deep down beneath him, with his young sister in her arms. He didn't remember his sister at all, except as a tiny, feeble baby, always silent, with large, watchful eyes. Both of them were looking up at him. They were down in some subterranean place, the bottom of a well, for instance, or a very deep grave. But it was a place which, already far below him, was itself moving downwards. They were in the saloon of a sinking ship, looking up at him through the darkening water. There was still air in the saloon. They could still see him, and he them. But all the while they were sinking down, down into the green waters, which in another moment must hide them from sight for ever. He was out in the light and the air, while they were being sucked down to death. And they were down there because he was up here. He knew it, and they knew it, and he could see the knowledge in their faces. There was no reproach either in their faces or in their hearts, only the knowledge that they must die in order that he might remain alive, and that this was part of the unavoidable order of things. He could not remember what had happened, but he knew in his dream that in some way the lives of his mother and his sister had been sacrificed to his own. It was one of those dreams which, while retaining the characteristic dream scenery, are a continuation of one's intellectual life, and in which one becomes aware of facts and ideas which still seem new and valuable after one is awake. The thing that now suddenly struck Winston was that his mother's death, nearly 30 years ago, had been tragic and sorrowful in a way that was no longer possible. Tragedy, he perceived, belonged to the ancient time, to a time when there was still privacy, love, and friendship, and when the members of a family stood by one another without needing to know the reason. His mother's memory tore at his heart, because she had died loving him, when he was too young and selfish to love her in return, and because somehow he did not remember how she had sacrificed herself to a conception of loyalty that was private and unalterable. Such things, he saw, could not happen today. Today there was fear, hatred, and pain, but no dignity of emotion or deep or complex sorrows. All this he seemed to see in the large eyes of his mother and his sister, looking up at him through the green water, hundreds of fathoms down, and still sinking. Suddenly he was standing on short, springy turf, on a summer evening when the slanting rays of the sun gilded the ground. The landscape that he was looking at recurred so often in his dreams that he was never fully certain whether or not he had seen it in the real world. In his waking thoughts, he called it the Golden Country. It was an old, rabbit-bitten pasture, with a foot-track wandering across it, and a mole-hole here and there. In the ragged hedge on the opposite side of the field, the boughs of the elm trees were swaying very faintly in the breeze, their leaves just stirring in dense masses, like women's hair. Somewhere near at hand, though out of sight, there was a clear, slow-moving stream where dace were swimming in the pools under the willow trees. The girl, with dark hair, was coming toward him across the field. With what seemed a single movement, she tore off her clothes and flung them disdainfully aside. Her body was white and smooth, but it aroused no desire in him. Indeed, he barely looked at it. What overwhelmed him in that instant was admiration for the gesture with which she had thrown her clothes aside. With its grace and carelessness, it seemed to annihilate a whole culture, a whole system of thought, as though Big Brother and the party and the thought police could all be swept into nothingness by a single splendid movement of the arm. That, too, was a gesture belonging to the ancient time. Winston woke up with the word Shakespeare on his lips. The telescreen was giving forth an ear-splitting whistle, which continued on the same note for 30 seconds. It was 07:15, getting up time for office workers. Winston wrenched his body out of bed, naked, for a member of the outer party received only 3,000 clothing coupons annually, and a suit of pyjamas was 600, and seized a dingy singlet and a pair of shorts that were lying across a chair. The physical jerks would begin in 3 minutes. The next moment, he was doubled up by a violent coughing fit, which nearly always attacked him soon after waking up. It emptied his lungs so completely that he could only begin breathing again by lying on his back and taking a series of deep gasps. His veins had swelled with the effort of the cough, and the varicose ulcer had started itching. 30 to 40 group, yapped a piercing female voice. 30 to 40 group. Take your places, please. 30s to 40s. Winston sprang to attention in front of the telescreen, upon which the image of a youngish woman, scrawny but muscular, dressed in tunic and gym shoes, had already appeared. Arms bending and stretching, she rapped out. Take your time by me. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, comrades, put a bit of life into it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. The pain of the coughing fit had not quite driven out of Winston's mind the impression made by his dream, and the rhythmic movements of the exercise restored it somewhat. As he mechanically shot his arms back and forth, wearing on his face the look of grim enjoyment which was considered proper during the physical jerks, He was struggling to think his way backward into the dim period of his early childhood. It was extraordinarily difficult. Beyond the late 50s, everything faded. When there were no external records that you could refer to, even the outline of your own life lost its sharpness. You remembered huge events which had quite probably not happened. You remembered the details of incidents without being able to recapture their atmosphere. And there were long blank periods to which you could assign nothing. Everything had been different then. Even the names of countries and their shapes on the map had been different. Airstrip 1, for instance, had not been so called in those days. It had been called England or Britain, though London, he felt fairly certain, had always been called London. Winston could not definitely remember a time when his country had not been at war, but it was evident that there had been a fairly long interval of peace during his childhood, because one of his early memories was of an air raid which appeared to take everyone by surprise. Perhaps it was the time when the atomic bomb had fallen on Colchester. He did not remember the raid itself, but he did remember his father's hand clutching his own as they hurried down, down into some place deep in the earth, round and round a spiral staircase which rang under his feet and which finally so wearied his legs that he began whimpering and they had to stop and rest. His mother, in her slow, dreamy way, was following a long way behind them. She was carrying his baby sister, or perhaps it was only a bundle of blankets that she was carrying. He was not certain whether his sister had been born then. Finally, they had emerged into a noisy, crowded place, which he realized to be a tube station. There were people sitting all over the stone-flagged floor, and other people, packed tightly together, were sitting on metal bunks, one above the other. Winston and his mother and father found themselves a place on the floor, and near them an old man and an old woman were sitting side by side on a bunk. The old man had on a decent dark suit, and a black cloth cap pushed back from very white hair. His face was scarlet, and his eyes were blue and full of tears. He reeked of gin. It seemed to breathe out of his skin in place of sweat, and one could have fancied that the others welling from his eyes were pure gin. But though slightly drunk, he was also suffering under some grief that was genuine and unbearable. In his childish way, Winston grasped that some terrible thing, something that was beyond forgiveness and could never be remedied, had just happened. It also seemed to him that he knew what it was. Someone whom the old man loved, a little granddaughter perhaps, had been killed. Every few minutes the old man kept repeating, "We didn't ought to have trusted them. I said so, Ma, didn't I? That's what comes of trusting them. I said so all along. We didn't ought to have trusted the buggers." But which buggers they didn't ought to have trusted, Winston could not now remember. Since about that time, war had been literally continuous, though, strictly speaking, it had not always been the same war. For several months during his childhood, there had been confused street fighting in London itself, some of which he remembered vividly. But to trace out the history of the whole period, to say who was fighting whom at any given moment, would have been utterly impossible, since no written record and no spoken word ever made mention of any other alignment than the existing one. At this moment, for example, in 1984, if it was 1984, Oceania was at war with Eurasia and in alliance with Eastasia. In no public or private utterance was it ever admitted that the three powers had at any time been grouped along different lines. Actually, as Winston well knew, it was only 4 years since Oceania had been at war with Eastasia and in alliance with Eurasia. But that was merely a piece of furtive knowledge which he happened to possess because his memory was not satisfactorily under control. Officially, the change of partners had never happened. Oceania was at war with Eurasia. Therefore, Oceania had always been at war with Eurasia. The enemy of the moment always represented absolute evil, and it followed that any past or future agreement with him was impossible. The frightening thing, he reflected, for the 10,000th time as he forced his shoulders painfully backward. With hands on hips, they were gyrating their bodies from the waist, an exercise that was supposed to be good for the back muscles. The frightening thing was that it might all be true. If the party could thrust its hand into the past and say of this or that event, it never happened, that surely was more terrifying than mere torture and death. The party said that Oceania had never been in alliance with Eurasia. He, Winston Smith, knew that Oceania had been in alliance with Eurasia, as short a time as 4 years ago. But where did that knowledge exist? Only in his own consciousness, which in any case must soon be annihilated. And if all others accepted the lie which the party imposed, if all records told the same tale, then the lie passed into history and became truth. Who controls the past, ran the party slogan, controls the future. Who controls the present, controls the past. And yet the past, though of its nature alterable, never had been altered. Whatever was true now was true from everlasting to everlasting. It was quite simple. All that was needed was an unending series of victories over your own memory. Reality control, they called it in Newspeak. Doublethink. "Stand easy," barked the instructress, a little more genially. Winston sank his arms to his sides and slowly refilled his lungs with air. His mind slid away into the labyrinthine world of doublethink. To know and not to know, to be conscious of complete truthfulness while telling carefully constructed lies, to hold simultaneously two opinions which cancelled out, knowing them to be contradictory and believing in both of them, to use logic against logic, to repudiate morality while laying claim to it, to believe that democracy was impossible and that the party was the guardian of democracy, to forget whatever it was necessary to forget, then to draw it back into memory again at the moment when it was needed, and then promptly to forget it again, and above all, to apply the same process to the process itself. That was the ultimate subtlety. Consciously to induce unconsciousness, and then once again to become unconscious of the act of hypnosis you had just performed. Even to understand the word doublethink involved the use of doublethink. The instructress had called them to attention again. "And now let's see which of us can touch our toes," she said enthusiastically. "Right over from the hips, please, comrades. 1, 2. 1, 2. Winston loathed this exercise, which sent shooting pains all the way from his heels to his buttocks, and often ended by bringing on another coughing fit. The half-pleasant quality went out of his meditations. The past, he reflected, had not merely been altered, it had been actually destroyed. For how could you establish even the most obvious fact when there existed no record outside your own memory? He tried to remember in what year he had first heard mention of Big Brother. He thought it must have been at some time in the 60s, but it was impossible to be certain. In the party histories, of course, Big Brother figured as the leader and guardian of the revolution since its very earliest days. His exploits had been gradually pushed backwards in time until already they extended into the fabulous world of the 40s and the 30s, when the capitalists in their strange cylindrical hats still rode through the streets of London in great gleaming motor cars or horse carriages with glass sides. There was no knowing how much of this legend was true and how much invented. Winston could not even remember at what date the party itself had come into existence. He did not believe he had ever heard the word Ingsoc before 1960, but it was possible that in its old-speak form, English socialism, that is to say, it had been current earlier. Everything melted into mist. Sometimes, indeed, you could put your finger on a definite lie. It was not true, for example, as was claimed in the party history books, that the party had invented airplanes. He remembered airplanes since his earliest childhood. But you could prove nothing. There was never any evidence. Just once, in his whole life, he had held in his hands unmistakable documentary proof of the falsification of a historical fact. And on that occasion, "Smith!" screamed a shrewish voice from the telescreen. 6079 Smith W. Yes, you! Bend lower, please. You can do better than that. You're not trying. Lower, please. That's better, comrade. Now stand at ease, the whole squad, and watch me. A sudden hot sweat had broken out all over Winston's body. His face remained completely inscrutable. Never show dismay. Never show resentment. A single flicker of the eyes could give you away. He stood watching while the instructress raised her arms above her head, and, one could not say gracefully, but with remarkable neatness and efficiency, bent over and tucked the first joint of her fingers under her toes. "There, comrades. That's how I want to see you doing it. Watch me again. I'm 39 and I've had 4 children. Now look." She bent over again. "You see, my knees aren't bent. You can all do it if you want to," she added as she straightened herself. "Anyone under 45 is perfectly capable of touching his toes. We don't all have the privilege of fighting in the front line, but at least we can all keep fit. Remember our boys on the Malabar front, and the sailors in the floating fortresses. Just think what they have to put up with. Now, try again. That's better, comrade. That's much better," she added encouragingly, as Winston, with a violent lunge, succeeded in touching his toes with knees unbent, for the first time in several years. Chapter 4. With a deep, unconscious sigh, which not even the nearness of the telescreen could prevent him from uttering when his day's work started, Winston pulled the speak-right towards him, blew the dust from its mouthpiece, and put on his spectacles. Then he unrolled and clipped together 4 small cylinders of paper, which had already flopped out of the pneumatic tube on the right-hand side of his desk. In the walls of the cubicle there were 3 orifices. To the right of the speak-right, a small pneumatic tube for written messages. To the left, a larger one for newspapers. And in the side wall, within easy reach of Winston's arm, a large oblong slit protected by a wire grating. This last was for the disposal of waste paper. Similar slits existed in thousands or tens of thousands throughout the building, not only in every room, but at short intervals in every corridor. For some reason, they were nicknamed memory holes. When one knew that any document was due for destruction, or even when one saw a scrap of waste paper lying about, it was an automatic action to lift the flap of the nearest memory hole and drop it in, whereupon it would be whirled away on a current of warm air to the enormous furnaces which were hidden somewhere in the recesses of the building. Winston examined the 4 slips of paper which he had unrolled. Each contained a message of only 1 or 2 lines in the abbreviated jargon, not actually newspeak, but consisting largely of newspeak words, which was used in the Ministry for internal purposes. They ran: Times, 17.3.84. BB speech, mal-reported, Africa, rectify. Times, 19.12.83. Forecasts 3YP, 4th quarter, 83 misprints, verify current issue. Times, 14.2.84. Mini plenty, mal-quoted, chocolate, rectify. Times 3.12.83. Reporting BB day order, double plus ungood, refs unpersons, rewrite, full-wise upsub, anti-filing. With a faint feeling of satisfaction, Winston laid the 4th message aside. It was an intricate and responsible job, and had better be dealt with last. The other 3 were routine matters, though the second one would probably mean some tedious wading through the lists of figures. Winston dialed back numbers on the telescreen and called for the appropriate issues of the Times, which slid out of the pneumatic tube after only a few minutes' delay. The messages he had received referred to articles or news items which, for one reason or another, it was thought necessary to alter, or, as the official phrase had it, to rectify. For example, it appeared from the Times of the 17th of March that Big Brother, in his speech of the previous day, had predicted that the South Indian front would remain quiet, but that a Eurasian offensive would shortly be launched in North Africa. As it happened, the Eurasian Higher Command had launched its offensive in South India and left North Africa alone. It was therefore necessary to rewrite a paragraph of Big Brother's speech in such a way as to make him predict the thing that had actually happened. Or again, the Times of the 19th of December had published the official forecasts of the output of various classes of consumption goods in the 4th quarter of 1983, which was also the 6th quarter of the 9th 3-year plan. Today's issue contained a statement of the actual output, from which it appeared that the forecasts were, in every instance, grossly wrong. Winston's job was to rectify the original figures by making them agree with the later ones. As for the 3rd message, it referred to a very simple error which could be set right in a couple of minutes. As short a time ago as February, the Ministry of Plenty had issued a promise, a categorical pledge were the official words, that there would be no reduction of the chocolate ration during 1984. Actually, as Winston was aware, the chocolate ration was to be reduced from 30 grams to 20 at the end of the present week. All that was needed was to substitute for the original promise a warning that it would probably be necessary to reduce the ration at some time in April. As soon as Winston had dealt with each of the messages, he clipped his speak-written corrections to the appropriate copy of the Times and pushed them into the pneumatic tube. Then, with a movement which was as nearly as possible unconscious, he crumpled up the original message and any notes that he himself had made and dropped them into the memory hole to be devoured by the flames. What happened in the unseen labyrinth to which the pneumatic tubes led, he did not know in detail, but he did know in general terms. As soon as all the corrections, which happened to be necessary in any particular number of the Times, had been assembled and collated, that number would be reprinted, the original copy destroyed, and the corrected copy placed on the files in its stead. This process of continuous alteration was applied not only to newspapers, but to books, periodicals, pamphlets, posters, leaflets, films, soundtracks, cartoons, photographs, to every kind of literature or documentation which might conceivably hold any political or ideological significance. Day by day, and almost minute by minute, the past was brought up to date. In this way, every prediction made by the party could be shown by documentary evidence to have been correct. Nor was any item of news or any expression of opinion which conflicted with the needs of the moment ever allowed to remain on record. All history was a palimpsest, scraped clean and reinscribed exactly as often as was necessary. In no case would it have been possible, once the deed was done, to prove that any falsification had taken place. The largest section of the records department, far larger than the one in which Winston worked, consisted simply of persons whose duty it was to track down and collect all copies of books, newspapers, and other documents which had been superseded and were due for destruction. A number of the Times, which might, because of changes in political alignment or mistaken prophecies uttered by Big Brother, have been rewritten a dozen times, still stood on the files bearing its original date, and no other copy existed to contradict it. Books also were recalled and rewritten again and again, and were invariably reissued without any admission that any alteration had been made. Even the written instructions which Winston received, and which he invariably got rid of as soon as he had dealt with them, never stated or implied that an act of forgery was to be committed. Always the reference was to slips, errors, misprints, or misquotations, which was necessary to put right in the interests of accuracy. But actually, he thought, as he readjusted the Ministry of Plenty's figures, it was not even forgery. It was merely the substitution of one piece of nonsense for another. Most of the material that you were dealing with had no connection with anything in the real world, not even the kind of connection that is contained in a direct lie. Statistics were just as much a fantasy in their original version as in their rectified version. A great deal of the time, you were expected to make them up out of your head. For example, the Ministry of Plenty's forecast had estimated the output of boots for the quarter at 145 million pairs. The actual output was given as 62 millions. Winston, however, in rewriting the forecast, marked the figure down to 57 millions, so as to allow for the usual claim that the quota had been overfilled. In any case, 62 millions was no nearer the truth than 57 millions, or than 145 millions. Very likely, no boots had been produced at all. Likelier still, nobody knew how many had been produced, much less cared. All one knew was that every quarter astronomical numbers of boots were produced on paper, while perhaps half the population of Oceania went barefoot. And so it was with every class of recorded fact, great or small. Everything faded away into a shadow world in which finally even the date of the year had become uncertain. Winston glanced across the hall. In the corresponding cubicle on the other side, a small, precise-looking, dark-chinned man named Tillotson was working steadily away with a folded newspaper on his knee and his mouth very close to the mouthpiece of the speakwrite. He had the air of trying to keep what he was saying a secret between himself and the telescreen. He looked up, and his spectacles darted a hostile flash in Winston's direction. Winston hardly knew Tillotson and had no idea what work he was employed on. People in the records department did not readily talk about their jobs. In the long, windowless hall with its double row of cubicles and its endless rustle of papers and hum of voices murmuring into speak-writes, there were quite a dozen people whom Winston did not even know by name, though he daily saw them hurrying to and fro in the corridors or gesticulating in the 2 minutes hate. He knew that in the cubicle next to him, the little woman with sandy hair toiled day in, day out, simply at tracking down and deleting from the press the names of people who had been vaporized and were therefore considered never to have existed. There was a certain fitness in this, since her own husband had been vaporized a couple of years earlier. And a few cubicles away, a mild, ineffectual, dreamy creature named Ampleforth, with very hairy ears and a surprising talent for juggling with rhymes and meters, was engaged in producing garbled versions, definitive texts they were called, of poems which had become ideologically offensive, but which, for one reason or another, were to be retained in the anthologies. And this hall, with its 50 workers or thereabouts, was only one subsection, a single cell, as it were, in the huge complexity of the records department. Beyond, above, below, were other swarms of workers engaged in an unimaginable multitude of jobs. There were the huge printing shops, with their sub-editors, their typography experts, and their elaborately equipped studios for the faking of photographs. There was the teleprogram section with its engineers, its producers, and its teams of actors, specially chosen for their skill in imitating voices. There were the armies of reference clerks, whose job was simply to draw up lists of books and periodicals which were due for recall. There were the vast repositories where the corrected documents were stored, and the hidden furnaces where the original copies were destroyed. And somehow or other, quite anonymous, there were the directing brains who coordinated the whole effort and laid down the lines of policy which made it necessary that this fragment of the past should be preserved, that one falsified, and the other rubbed out of existence. And the records department, after all, was itself only a single branch of the Ministry of Truth, whose primary job was not to reconstruct the past, but to supply the citizens of Oceania with newspapers, films, textbooks, telescreen programs, plays, novels, with every conceivable kind of information, instruction, or entertainment, from a statue to a slogan, from a lyric poem to a biological treatise, and from a child's spelling book to a Newspeak dictionary. And the ministry had not only to supply the multifarious needs of the party, but also to repeat the whole operation at a lower level for the benefit of the proletariat. There was a whole chain of separate departments dealing with proletarian literature, music, drama, and entertainment generally. Here were produced rubbishy newspapers containing almost nothing except sport, crime, and astrology, sensational 5-cent novelettes, films oozing with sex, and sentimental songs which were composed entirely by mechanical means on a special kind of kaleidoscope known as a versificator. There was even a whole subsection, pornosec, as it was called in Newspeak, engaged in producing the lowest kind of pornography, which was sent out in sealed packets, and which no party member, other than those who worked on it, was permitted to look at. 3 messages had slid out of the pneumatic tube while Winston was working, but they were simple matters, and he had disposed of them before the 2 minutes hate interrupted him. When the hate was over, he returned to his cubicle, took the Newspeak dictionary from the shelf, pushed the speak-right to one side, cleaned his spectacles, and settled down to his main job of the morning. Winston's greatest pleasure in life was in his work. Most of it was a tedious routine, but included in it there were also jobs so difficult and intricate that you could lose yourself in them as in the depths of a mathematical problem. Delicate pieces of forgery in which you had nothing to guide you except your knowledge of the principles of Ingsoc and your estimate of what the party wanted you to say. Winston was good at this kind of thing. On occasion, he had even been entrusted with the rectification of the Times' leading articles, which were written entirely in Newspeak. He unrolled the message that had been set aside earlier. It ran, Times 3.12.83, reporting BB day order, double plus ungood refs, unpersons, rewrite, full-wise, up-sub, anti-filing. In Old Speak, or Standard English, this might be rendered, The reporting of Big Brother's order for the day in the Times of December the 3rd, 1983, is extremely unsatisfactory and makes reference to non-existent persons. Rewrite it in full and submit your draft to higher authority before filing. Winston read through the offending article. Big Brother's order for the day, it seemed, had been chiefly devoted to praising the work of an organization known as FFCC, which supplied cigarettes and other comforts to the sailors in the floating fortresses. A certain Comrade Withers, a prominent member of the inner party, had been singled out for special mention and awarded a decoration, the Order of Conspicuous Merit, 2nd Class. 3 months later, FFCC had suddenly been dissolved with no reasons given. One could assume that Withers and his associates were now in disgrace, but there had been no report of the matter in the press or on the telescreen. That was to be expected, since it was unusual for political offenders to be put on trial or even publicly denounced. The great purges involving thousands of people with public trials of traitors and thought criminals who made abject confessions of their crimes and were afterwards executed were special showpieces, not occurring oftener than once in a couple of years. More commonly, people who had incurred the displeasure of the party simply disappeared and were never heard of again. One never had the smallest clue as to what had happened to them. In some cases, they might not even be dead. Perhaps 30 people personally known to Winston, not counting his parents, had disappeared at one time or another. Winston stroked his nose gently with a paperclip. In the cubicle across the way, Comrade Tillotson was still crouching secretively over his speakwrite. He raised his head for a moment. Again, the hostile spectacle flash. Winston wondered whether Comrade Tillotson was engaged on the same job as himself. It was perfectly possible. So tricky a piece of work would never be entrusted to a single person. On the other hand, to turn it over to a committee would be to admit openly that an act of fabrication was taking place. Very likely as many as a dozen people were now working away on rival versions of what Big Brother had actually said. And presently some master brain in the inner party would select this version or that, would re-edit it, and set in motion the complex processes of cross-referencing that would be required. And then the chosen lie would pass into the permanent records and become truth. Winston did not know why Withers had been disgraced. Perhaps it was for corruption or incompetence. Perhaps Big Brother was merely getting rid of a too popular subordinate. Perhaps Withers or someone close to him had been suspected of heretical tendencies. Or perhaps, what was likeliest of all, the thing had simply happened because purges and vaporizations were a necessary part of the mechanics of government. The only real clue lay in the words refs unpersons, which indicated that Withers was already dead. You could not invariably assume this to be the case when people were arrested. Sometimes they were released and allowed to remain at liberty for as much as a year or 2 years before being executed. Very occasionally, some persons whom you would believe dead long since would make a ghostly reappearance at some public trial where he would implicate hundreds of others by his testimony before vanishing, this time forever. Withers, however, was already an unperson. He did not exist. He had never existed. Winston decided that it would not be enough simply to reverse the tendency of Big Brother's speech. It was better to make it deal with something totally unconnected with its original subject. He might turn the speech into the usual denunciation of traitors and thought criminals, but that was a little too obvious. While to invent a victory at the front or some triumph of overproduction in the 9th three-year plan might complicate the records too much. What was needed was a piece of pure fantasy. Suddenly there sprang into his mind, ready-made as it were, the image of a certain Comrade Ogilvy, who had recently died in battle in heroic circumstances. There were occasions when Big Brother devoted his order for the day to commemorating some humble rank-and-file party member whose life and death he held up as an example worthy to be followed. Today he should commemorate Comrade Ogilvy. It was true that there was no such person as Comrade Ogilvy, but a few lines of print and a couple of faked photographs would soon bring him into existence. Winston thought for a moment, then pulled the speakwrite toward him, and began dictating in Big Brother's familiar style. a style at once military and pedantic, but because of a trick of asking questions and then promptly answering them. "What lessons do we learn from this fact, comrades? The lessons, which is also one of the fundamental principles of Ingsoc, that," etc., etc. Easy to imitate. At the age of 3, Comrade Ogilvy had refused all toys except a drum, a submachine gun, and a model helicopter. At 6, a year early, by a special relaxation of the rules, he had joined the Spies. At 9, he had been a troop leader. At 11, he had denounced his uncle to the Thought Police after overhearing a conversation which appeared to him to have criminal tendencies. At 17, he had been a district organizer of the Junior Anti-Sex League. At 19, he had designed a hand grenade which had been adopted by the Ministry of Peace and which, at its first trial, had killed 31 Eurasian prisoners in one burst. At 23, he had perished in action. Pursued by enemy jet planes while flying over the Indian Ocean with important dispatches, he had weighted his body with his machine gun and leapt out of the helicopter into deep water, dispatches and all. An end, said Big Brother, which it was impossible to contemplate without feelings of envy. Big Brother added a few remarks on the purity and single-mindedness of Comrade Ogilvy's life. He was a total abstainer and a non-smoker, had no recreations except a daily hour in the gymnasium, and had taken a vow of celibacy, believing marriage and the care of a family to be incompatible with a 24-hours-a-day devotion to duty. He had no subjects of conversation except the principles of Ingsoc, and no aim in life except the defeat of the Eurasian enemy and the hunting down of spies, saboteurs, thought criminals, and traitors generally. Winston debated with himself whether to award Comrade Ogilvy the Order of Conspicuous Merit, and in the end he decided against it, because of the unnecessary cross-referencing that would entail. Once again he glanced at his rival in the opposite cubicle. Something seemed to tell him with certainty that Tillotson was busy on the same job as himself. There was no way of knowing whose version would finally be adopted, but he felt a profound conviction that it would be his own. Comrade Ogilvy, unimagined an hour ago, was now a fact. It struck him as curious that you could create dead men, but not living ones. Comrade Ogilvy, who had never existed in the present, now existed in the past, and when once the act of forgery was forgotten, he would exist just as authentically and upon the same evidence as Charlemagne or Julius Caesar. Chapter 5. In the low-ceiling canteen, deep underground, the lunch queue jerked slowly forward. The room was already very full and deafeningly noisy. From the grill at the counter, the steam of stew came pouring forth with a sour, metallic smell, which did not quite overcome the fumes of Victory gin. On the far side of the room there was a small bar, a mere hole in the wall, where gin could be bought at 10 cents the large nip. "Just the man I was looking for," said a voice at Winston's back. He turned round. It was his friend Sim, who worked in the research department. Perhaps friend was not exactly the right word. You did not have friends nowadays. You had comrades. But there were some comrades whose society was pleasanter than that of others. Sim was a philologist, a specialist in newspeak. Indeed, he was one of the enormous team of experts now engaged in compiling the 11th edition of the Newspeak Dictionary. He was a tiny creature, smaller than Winston, with dark hair and large protuberant eyes, at once mournful and derisive, which seemed to search your face closely while he was speaking to you. "I wanted to ask you whether you've got any razor blades," he said. "Not one," said Winston, with a sort of guilty haste. "I've tried all over the place. They don't exist any longer." Everyone kept asking you for razor blades. Actually, he had 2 unused ones which he was hoarding up. There had been a famine of them for months past. At any given moment, there was some necessary article which the party shops were unable to supply. Sometimes it was buttons, sometimes it was darning wool, sometimes it was shoelaces. At present, it was razor blades. You could only get hold of them, if at all, by scrounging more or less furtively on the free market. "I've been using the same blade for 6 weeks," he added untruthfully. The queue gave another jerk forward. As they halted, he turned and faced Sim again. Each of them took a greasy metal tray from a pile at the edge of the counter. "Did you go and see the prisoners hanged yesterday?" said Sim. "I was working," said Winston indifferently. "I shall see it on the flicks, I suppose." "A very inadequate substitute," said Sim. His mocking eyes roved over Winston's face. "I know you," the eyes seemed to say. "I see through you. I know very well why you didn't go to see those prisoners hanged." In an intellectual way, Sim was venomously orthodox. He would talk with a disagreeable, gloating satisfaction of helicopter raids on enemy villages, the trial and confessions of thought criminals, the executions in the cellars of the Ministry of Love. Talking to him was largely a matter of getting him away from such subjects and entangling him, if possible, in the technicalities of newspeak, on which he was authoritative and interesting. Winston turned his head a little aside to avoid the scrutiny of the large dark eyes. "It was a good hanging," said Sim reminiscently. "I think it spoils it when they tie their feet together. I like to see them kicking, and above all at the end the tongue sticking right out, and blue, a quite bright blue. That's the detail that appeals to me." "Next, please," yelled the white-aproned prole with the ladle. Winston and Sim pushed their trays beneath the grill. Onto each was dumped swiftly their regulation lunch: metal pannikin of pinkish-grey stew, a hunk of bread, a cube of cheese, a mug of milkless Victory coffee, and one saccharin tablet. "There's a table over there under that telescreen," said Sim. "Let's pick up a gin on the way." The gin was served out to them in handless china mugs. They threaded their way across the crowded room and unpacked their trays onto the metal-topped table, on one corner of which someone had left a pool of stew, a filthy liquid mess that had the appearance of vomit. Winston took up his mug of gin, paused for an instant to collect his nerve, and gulped the oily-tasting stuff down. When he had winked the tears out of his eyes, he suddenly discovered that he was hungry. He began swallowing spoonfuls of the stew, which, in among its general sloppiness, had cubes of spongy, pinkish stuff, which was probably a preparation of meat. Neither of them spoke again till they had emptied their pannikins. From the table at Winston's left, a little behind his back, someone was talking rapidly and continuously, a harsh gabble almost like the quacking of a duck, which pierced the general uproar of the room. "How's the dictionary getting on?" said Winston, raising his voice to overcome the noise. "Slowly," said Sim. "I'm on the adjectives. It's fascinating." He had brightened up immediately at the mention of newspeak. He pushed his pannikin aside, took up his hunk of bread in one delicate hand and his cheese in the other, and leaned across the table so as to be able to speak without shouting. "The 11th edition is the definitive edition," he said. "We're getting the language into its final shape, the shape it's going to have when nobody speaks anything else. When we've finished with it, people like you will have to learn it all over again. You think, I dare say, that our chief job is inventing new words, but not a bit of it. We're destroying words, scores of them, hundreds of them, every day. We're cutting the language down to the bone. The 11th edition won't contain a single word that will become obsolete before the year 2050. He bit hungrily into his bread and swallowed a couple of mouthfuls, then continued speaking with a sort of pedant's passion. His thin, dark face had become animated. His eyes had lost their mocking expression and grown almost dreamy. It's a beautiful thing, the destruction of words. Of course, the great wastage is in the verbs and adjectives, but there are hundreds of nouns that can be got rid of as well. It isn't only the synonyms, there are also the antonyms. After all, what justification is there for a word which is simply the opposite of some other words? A word contains its opposite in itself. Take good, for instance. If you have a word like good, what need is there for a word like bad? Ungood will do just as well. Better because it's an exact opposite, which the other is not. Or again, if you want a stronger version of good, what sense is there in having a whole string of vague, useless words like excellent and splendid and all the rest of them? Plus good covers the meaning, or double plus good if you want something stronger still. Of course, we use those forms already, but in the final version of Newspeak, there'll be nothing else. In the end, the whole notion of goodness and badness will be covered by only 6 words. In reality, only 1 word. Don't you see the beauty of that, Winston? It was BB's idea originally, of course," he added as an afterthought. A sort of vapid eagerness flitted across Winston's face at the mention of Big Brother. Nevertheless, Sim immediately detected a certain lack of enthusiasm. "You haven't a real appreciation of Newspeak, Winston," he said almost sadly. "Even when you write it, you're still thinking in old speak. I've read some of those pieces that you write in the Times occasionally. Well, they're good enough, but they're translations. In your heart, you'd prefer to stick to old speak, with all its vagueness and its useless shades of meaning. You don't grasp the beauty of the destruction of words. Do you know that Newspeak is the only language in the world whose vocabulary gets smaller every year?" Winston did know that, of course. He smiled sympathetically, he hoped, not trusting himself to speak. Sim bit off another fragment of the dark-coloured bread, chewed it briefly, and went on. "Don't you see that the whole aim of Newspeak is to narrow the range of thought? In the end, we shall make thought crime literally impossible, because there'll be no words in which to express it. Every concept that can ever be needed will be expressed by exactly 1 word, with its meaning rigidly defined and all its subsidiary meanings rubbed out and forgotten. Already in the 11th edition, we're not far from that point. But the process will still be continuing long after you and I are dead. Every year, fewer and fewer words, and the range of consciousness always a little smaller. Even now, of course, there's no reason or excuse for committing thought crime. It's merely a question of self-discipline, reality control. But in the end, there won't be any need even for that. The revolution will be complete when the language is perfect. Newspeak is Ingsoc, and Ingsoc is Newspeak," he added with a sort of mystical satisfaction. "Has it ever occurred to you, Winston, that by the year 2050, at the very latest, not a single human being will be alive who could understand such a conversation as we're having now?" "Except—" began Winston doubtfully, then stopped. It had been on the tip of his tongue to say, "except the proles," but he had checked himself, not feeling fully certain that this remark was not in some way unorthodox. Sim, however, had divined what he was about to say. "The proles are not human beings," he said carelessly. "By 2050, earlier probably, all real knowledge of old speak will have disappeared. The whole literature of the past will have been destroyed. Chaucer, Shakespeare, Milton, Byron, they'll exist only in Newspeak versions, not merely changed into something different, but actually changed into something contradictory of what they used to be. Even the literature of the party will change. Even the slogans will change. How could you have a slogan like 'Freedom is slavery' when the concept of freedom has been abolished? The whole climate of thought will be different. In fact, there will be no thought as we understand it now. Orthodoxy means not thinking, not needing to think. Orthodoxy is unconsciousness." One of these days, thought Winston, with sudden deep conviction, Sim will be vaporized. He's too intelligent. He sees too clearly and speaks too plainly. The party does not like such people. One day he will disappear. It is written in his face. Winston had finished his bread and cheese. He turned a little sideways in his chair to drink his mug of coffee. At the table on his left, the man with the strident voice was still talking remorselessly away. A young woman, who was perhaps his secretary and was sitting with her back to Winston, was listening to him and seemed to be eagerly agreeing with everything he said. From time to time, Winston caught some such remark as, "I think you're so right. I do so agree with you," uttered in a youthful and rather silly feminine voice. But the other voice never stopped for an instant, even when the girl was speaking. Winston knew the man by sight, though he knew no more about him than that he held some important post in the fiction department. He was a man of about 30, with a muscular throat and a large, mobile mouth. His head was thrown back a little, and because of the angle at which he was sitting, his spectacles caught the light and presented to Winston 2 blank discs instead of eyes. What was slightly horrible was that from the stream of sound that poured out of his mouth, it was almost impossible to distinguish a single word. Just once, Winston caught a phrase. "Complete and final elimination of Goldsteinism," jerked out very rapidly, and as it seemed, all in one piece, like a line of type cast solid. For the rest, it was just a noise, a quack-quack-quacking. And yet, though you could not actually hear what the man was saying, you could not be in any doubt about its general nature. He might be denouncing Goldstein and demanding sterner measures against thought criminals and saboteurs. He might be fulminating against the atrocities of the Eurasian army. He might be praising Big Brother or the heroes on the Malabar front. It made no difference. Whatever it was, you could be certain that every word of it was pure orthodoxy, pure Ingsoc. As he watched the eyeless face with the jaw moving rapidly up and down, Winston had a curious feeling that this was not a real human being, but some kind of dummy. It was not the man's brain that was speaking. It was his larynx. The stuff that was coming out of him consisted of words, but it was not a speech in the true sense. It was a noise uttered in unconsciousness, like the quacking of a duck. Sim had fallen silent for a moment, and with the handle of his spoon was tracing patterns in the puddle of stew. The voice from the other table quacked rapidly on, easily audible in spite of the surrounding din. "There's a word in newspeak," said Sim. "I don't know whether you know it. Duck-speak, to quack like a duck. It's one of those interesting words that have two contradictory meanings. Applied to an opponent, it's abuse. Applied to someone you agree with, it is praise." Unquestionably, Sim will be vaporized, Winston thought again. He thought it with a kind of sadness, although well knowing that Sim despised him and slightly disliked him, and was fully capable of denouncing him as a thought criminal if he saw any reason for doing so. There was something subtly wrong with Sim. There was something that he lacked. Discretion, aloofness, a sort of saving stupidity. You could not say that he was unorthodox. He believed in the principles of Ingsoc. He venerated Big Brother. He rejoiced over victories. He hated heretics, not merely with sincerity, but with a sort of restless zeal, an up-to-dateness of information, which the ordinary party member did not approach. Yet a faint air of disreputability always clung to him. He said things that would have been better unsaid. He had read too many books. He frequented the Chestnut Tree Cafe, haunt of painters and musicians. There was no law, not even an unwritten law, against frequenting the Chestnut Tree Cafe, yet the place was somehow ill-omened. The old discredited leaders of the party had been used to gather there before they were finally purged. Goldstein himself, it was said, had sometimes been seen there, years and decades ago. Sim's fate was not difficult to foresee, and yet it was a fact that if Sim grasped, even for 3 seconds, the nature of his, Winston's, secret opinions, he would betray him instantly to the thought police. So would anybody else, for that matter. But Sim more than most. Zeal was not enough. Orthodoxy was unconsciousness. Sim looked up. "Here comes Parsons," he said. Something in the tone of his voice seemed to add, "That bloody fool." Parsons, Winston's fellow tenant at Victory Mansions, was in fact threading his way across the room, a tubby, middle-sized man with fair hair and a frog-like face. At 35, he was already putting on rolls of fat at neck and waistline, but his movements were brisk and boyish. His whole appearance was that of a little boy grown large, so much so that although he was wearing the regulation overalls, it was almost impossible not to think of him as being dressed in the blue shorts, grey shirt and red neckerchief of the spies. In visualizing him, one saw always a picture of dimpled knees and sleeves rolled back from pudgy forearms. Parsons did, indeed, invariably revert to shorts when a community hike or any other physical activity gave him an excuse for doing so. He greeted them both with a cheery, "Hello, hello," and sat down at the table, giving off an intense smell of sweat. Beads of moisture stood out all over his pink face. His powers of sweating were extraordinary. At the community centre, you could always tell when he had been playing table tennis by the dampness of the bat handle. Sim had produced a strip of paper on which there was a long column of words, and was studying it with an ink pencil between his fingers. "Look at him, working away in the lunch hour," said Parsons, nudging Winston. "Keenness, eh? What's that you've got there, old boy? Something a bit too brainy for me, I expect." Smith, old boy, I tell you why I'm chasing you. It's that sub you forgot to give me. Which sub is that? Said Winston, automatically feeling for money. About a quarter of one's salary had to be earmarked for voluntary subscriptions, which were so numerous that it was difficult to keep track of them. For Hate Week, you know, the house-to-house fund. I'm treasurer for our block. And we're making an all-out effort, going to put on a tremendous show. I tell you, it won't be my fault if old Victory Mansions doesn't have the biggest outfit of flags in the whole street. $2, you promised me. Winston found and handed over 2 creased and filthy notes, which Parsons entered in a small notebook, in the neat handwriting of the illiterate. "By the way, old boy," he said, "I hear that little beggar of mine let fly at you with his catapult yesterday. I gave him a good dressing down for it. In fact, I told him I'd take the catapult away if he does it again." "I think he was a little upset at not going to the execution," said Winston. "Ah, well, what I mean to say, shows the right spirit, doesn't it? Mischievous little beggars they are, both of them, but talk about keenness. All they think about is the spies and the war, of course."
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe, do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that it was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think
Just vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation, because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah,
Alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. You just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct, because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the 3 first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have haven't detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these three questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time this ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happened.
I know that. Listen,
people are capable of misspeaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second. This is the first time.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
That was
and this is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we lose that in a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So, you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space. And you conceded to all 3 points, mind you. And it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
Imagination Station. We've got Jeff in this morning, and we're talking about January. So it's revolving around air.
Exactly. So, I brought in some air with me, which is not that particularly exciting, but I do have some air with me today. But I also brought in some other gases. So this balloon I filled with a different gas. Can you feel kind of like the weight of it?
It feels heavy.
It feels heavy, but when I take this off, you'll notice that it's about, wants to kind of float away.
Oh,
right?
Let me see. Yes, I do.
Excellent, excellent. So you've probably seen, your uncle at a birthday party or something take a helium balloon, which is what's in here. And he goes and he grabs one and he undoes it.
And then he ends up talking like this the entire time, right? Which is always fun. If you want to give it a shot, Chris.
Sure.
All right. So, and the reason why this is happening is that helium is actually.
Jeff, what's going? Oh my gosh, it really works.
It does work really well.
I didn't really believe you.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm gonna take a deep breath in, deep breath out. We want to clear that helium out. Now, you don't actually want to do this at home.
We think we're somewhat back to normal.
Yes, good. But you don't actually want to do this at home because it will. Your body's not designed to breathe helium.
Okay.
It's designed to breathe oxygen.
Right.
Right. And by helium's not going to hurt you, but lack of oxygen will. And
right.
So we have a trained scientist here with you today. So we're doing this, but you do not want to do anything like this at home. Okay?
Message heard. Don't do it at home.
Now, the reason why it makes your voice squeaky is because it's 6 times lighter than air.
Okay.
Which means sound propagates through it 2.5 times faster. So it doesn't change your vocal cords. It changes the rate at which sound propagates through it.
Very interesting. That's the science behind it.
That's the science, but I decided to bring in a little bit of a special gas. I have some sulfur hexafluoride. Can you see it? Isn't it beautiful?
I'd be lying if I told you I could see a difference. I'm not seeing anything.
Okay, so it's translucent just like normal air is, so we're going to have to get a little more clever if we want to see it. So I'm going to remove...
Now, how are you pulling the lid off here? Explain this
I'm just pulling this lid off because I've actually put the sulfur hexafluoride in here, and it's 6 times heavier than normal air. And so to see it, I have this is just a normal air balloon, right? Okay. I'll take this one from you. Okay. All right, we'll just get rid of that. Go ahead and take that and just place it on top of my tank here.
All right.
Just like you're putting a bobber and some water and just...
Shall I let go?
Just go ahead and let go. Okay.
Very cool.
Isn't that just amazing there? Isn't that just so cool?
Yep. And if you could see, too, the balloon isn't attached to anything or surrounded by anything.
You can go ahead and tap it. It's almost like it's a cork in water. And that's because, don't do it too much. You're going to get rid of all my sulfur hexafluoride. That stuff's expensive, Chris, okay? Now, it's 6 times heavier than normal air. You know, helium was 6 times lighter. So what do you think would happen if we inhaled some of this?
Our voice would get very deep.
You think so? Well, you're about to find out. So I don't want to do this. So here you go.
Oh,
all right.
Thank you.
All right, you ready?
I'm a guinea pig in many forms. Ready? Same way as the helium?
That's good.
Luke, I am your father.
Keep talking, keep talking.
I can't believe that just came out of my mouth.
Okay, we're gonna take one deep breath in and deep breath out. Let's do a second one just to make sure. And your voice will be back to normal 3 to 6 weeks, don't worry. Go ahead and talk.
You're not gonna be invited back next week, I'll tell you what.
It's pretty cool, right? And what's really cool is since it's so much more dense than the air, you can kind of pour it. So if I...
Okay.
I can actually talk by pouring it directly into my lungs, okay? And it's a great way to learn about, density and air and,
Wow, just don't try to pick up any ladies that way, okay?
I don't think it's gonna work too well.
All right, super cool. So we're just talking, it goes around with the January, so we're talking about the density of the different gases and, of course, how it affects the propagation of sound waves that come out of our simple airwaves in our voice.
Yeah, very cool.
All right, you guys are just down the road, Imagination Station, and January goes through
all of January, of course.
I just had to ask the obvious question just to make sure. All righty.
Thanks for doing this with me, Chris. Very cool.
One more time?
Oh, please do.
we will have much more W2L11 your day when we return.
Fueled by Deathcast.
But then the question is, how do you do that? Because you got to remember, we've been flying in space for 50 years, and the only way to get your beverages, both Russian and U.S. and European and everybody that's gone into space, it's sucking through a straw from a bag. And this is where the second part of the invention was essential. And that had to do with surface chemistry. Things that I had learned in college in my surface chemistry classes, where I was sitting in the back of the room and my professor probably thought I was sleeping, and maybe I really was sleeping, but something subliminally soaked into my brain. And so there I was on station, wanting to have something other than a bag, and then I remembered some of my surface chemistry, and that's how I came up with this.
Wow. Oh, weird.
So this is the first generation zero-G coffee cup, and I made this on space station. I made this from a piece of plastic that I was able to snag from some of our procedures. And then the tape, this is special tape, it's Kapton tape. And Kapton is a fire retardant material where normal cellophane tape won't meet our fire codes. So we use Kapton tape. And I made this shape very specifically because of surface tension and contact wetting angle geometries needed to make the cup.
Wow. How many iterations did you have to go through for it to actually work? Did you figure it out right away, or did you have to keep...
I figured it out right away. And so notice this has a cross section of like an airplane wing.
Yeah.
Is that where you got the idea?
And I think we may have some pictures here. Can we slide in those pictures?
Oh, yeah.
So there's a picture of me with this cup. And actually I made like 6 of these, so this may not be that exact cup. But you can see and look at that wacky, wonky surface profile there. That's because of this acute angle. And having an angle like this is essential for the operation of this cup, and it drives what we call channel flow. And can we switch that next picture in? So this shows the channel flow. So here's my cup like this, okay? And you can see in the real cup you have a surface tension giving this sort of a hemispherical profile, and then because of this acute angle in this cross section, it looks like an airplane wing, the fluid climbs up that angle and parks itself right next to the lip. And that way you can throw your lips over this lip and you can sip the coffee or the tea or whatever, and it just keeps flowing until the coffee cup is empty.
Wow, that's so cool. What was it like the first time being able to sip coffee in space? Was it just, was the sensation incredible?
Yeah, it was amazing. Now, I've got a movie here that, let me just venture off into new territory. I'm going to jump in front of the camera, and I'm going to start this movie, and let's see if you guys can see it here.
Okay.
There it is. And so there you can see.
Oh, so cool.
You can see how the liquid is, the tea is just climbing up the side, and there's the end view where you can see that acute angle. And there's Steve Bowen and I sitting in the space station, and we're sipping our coffee. And you see, orientation makes no difference. So you can hold it over the top of your head, and you can drink these shades to dryness.
Wow.
And so now, for the first time, we as a crew can actually have a celebration and a toast with our coffee and tea in a way that's commensurate with everybody on the ground.
Wow, that is just so cool.
But I wanted you to kind of see what this cup allows you to do in a weightless environment.
Twilight Zone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. These crazy days that we live in just cause me aches and pains. Lately my life is like a season of Stranger Things. This place is flooded with demons and they invade your brains. This is an artificial hell and they create the flames. Day to day I just try to stay strong and make it through. Wake people up from their slumber, that's what I came to do. Please don't believe what you see on TV and think it's true. It's all just targeted programming and it's aimed at you. It's everywhere, you're getting lied to and yet you barely care. People with common sense are now very rare.
Hey guys, I actually meant to pause that before that song started, and then I started listening to it, and now I want to listen to it more. But I figured that we would talk since the bot's been playing for a very long time. I'd see if anybody wanted to chat, and I can play it if nobody wants to talk. We'll just go back to that. Hey Mayhem, how's it going, Mayhem? I keep having to, I want to call you by your old screen name every time that I see you. I have to correct myself.
Morning, guys.
Hey, what's going on?
Morning, going, Morvis.
Just been driving around listening to 1984 all morning.
Was that what it was?
Yeah.
Well, we got looks like the HBIC that's in here. Who's that?
Yeah, she just recently got voice verification.
Oh.
And so yeah, I figured that I would say that's another thing, as I wanted to kind of say hello and introduce her. Hold on one second, guys. Yeah, y'all go.
The HBIC, welcome to the server.
Thank you very much.
What brings you to the server? Would you click on a link? Would you see the topic somewhere? Or
I've been listening on to the Flat Earth channel on DLive for a couple months now.
Oh, okay. So you recognize all the voices you're talking to then?
I do.
Oh, that's good. What is your position on this? Like, do you still think the Earth is a globe, or like?
I am definitely a flat Earth believer.
Okay.
But I don't have all the answers, so I'm here to learn.
Yeah, no, that's wonderful. Well, you must know me already. Then you know what I do if you've been listening for that long. We usually have people that come in here and like ask questions. Is there any questions that you have about what we talk about or why we talk about the things we do? Or
no, I'm just kind of like I told the guys earlier. I told Hyder and AG that I'm more of an observer than a participant. I feel like you guys are a lot smarter than I am, so I'm just here to learn. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, just if there's any questions you have about like the topic or maybe the mindset behind like why people would do things like this, and I mean the ones that come in here, like why would they refute something so blatantly obvious, or because we get into it.
I'm sure you do.
We like to talk about it because for me, I used to think it was a debate before HBIC. I was always of the mind that this is something to talk about. It's like, well, they have their points, we have ours.
Right.
But over the years that I've been doing this, it's like it's become way more obvious to me that it's just a psychological like a barrier that keeps us from knowing truth.
Right.
And it just turns out that way because it's like all the time we ask for this evidence that they can never produce. It just feels like no one can produce this evidence, not a single person. So it's kind of like telling somebody to provide evidence that one of the fantasy books that we've ever read are real. And it's like it came from someone's mind, so how could it be real, And that's no different from what they tell us from the globe. It's just something that was conjured up, and they kind of keep adding to the story to embellish it, but there's nothing that we can do to bring it into reality because it's not rooted in reality.
Right.
So
makes sense to me.
Yeah, it's just been a struggle for the people who have not been. It's like, I guess you could say it's just it's truth hidden in plain sight. I guess is a better way to say it. So, I mean, the Earth is flat and stationary. There isn't any curvature to it, and we're just helping people understand that. It's all it is. It's kind of like a, I don't know if you want to look at it like, one of those programs where you help people like where in a group setting, you have them like therapy, like so they can kind of help themselves try to get out of the mindset of that,
Kind of like an intervention?
I would say it's kind of like intervention. Yeah, it's intervention. But it helps sometimes, and some people refuse. Like, it takes some people a lot longer than others. It just depends who the person is. The intervention actually helps the person kind of realize, that it's all just been a lie. And then sometimes it just like you see the opposite happen where they totally reject it and be angry and just they don't want to come to the reality that this is not real. So it's hard, but it's a case by case scenario. You have to take a look at it that way. Sometimes someone needs a comforting, discussion. Other times somebody needs a kick in the pants. Like it just you don't know who you talk to sometimes.
I can see that.
Yeah, you really administer, I guess, accordingly. You can't. It's just like a one size fits all. You can't just be rough and that way with everyone. It has to be. You identify like the person, where they're coming from, and then you adjust. The method, I guess that you can call it. It's great though. I've been passionate about this for years now. What I like to see is like people actually thinking for themselves. That to me, I don't know. Like I don't usually often see the person actually wake up. Like if you want to use that word, like I don't see that. I only see the time where they're being challenged and they're like, you know what, that's interesting. Let me think about it. That to me is a win. Once someone says that, I think that's the only thing that we actually need to hear. Whether or not they actually transition over to really thinking for themselves, or they just go back into the mindset of, you know what, just let me believe whatever they're saying because it's the road that's least resistance. Because it's I mean, it's been a journey for all of us who have been speaking about the truth of the God's creation. We can't just live normal lives per se, because normal to everyone is just believing whatever they tell you. Right. And so that's the new normal, I guess. Like, just go along with the crowd so that you don't upset anyone.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, they take away the thing that's most precious, which is the ability to think for yourself and be your own person. Like, you have to conform to just being a yes man or yes woman, like to everything.
Right.
And I don't know.
I agree with that 100%. It's like they try to beat the curiosity out of you as a child.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, that's not what we're talking about today. You need to learn this.
Yeah.
You need to learn how to play the recorder. We're not talking about anything else today. We're talking about learning to play the recorder. Like, that really helps in life, doesn't it?
Well, and I think that as a kid, you're really curious about everything. You want to know stuff, so you ask questions, and that curiosity sometimes is quenched with their explanations. Like, they tell you things. Well, the sun is a ball of burning gas in the vacuum of space. Without any evidence, they just tell you as a matter of fact, things are the way they are. And, you go along with these preconceived notions, with this foregone conclusion that the Earth is a ball planet in a solar system. And you don't think about it. It's not something you're like pondering every day if it is or not, because you think greater minds have already figured this thing out. And later on in life, someone asks you the question, how do you know if the Earth is a globe? And you're just like, we learned that back in like 3rd grade.
Right. Like, even as a kid, I never could understand how they'd say, oh, it's 238 million miles away or 93 million miles away. Like, it's X number of light years away. It's like, yeah, I understand that some mathematician came up with that, but why and how did he come up with that? I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, and I feel like when you question those things, they just keep you in these like little boxes of thoughts. Like, you can't. You got people like Galileo and Aristotle. These ancients that have looked up into the sky and they pondered, and then like they even tell you like they thought about it, and then all of a sudden it came to them. It's like, what came to them? How did they figure it out? Like, it almost sounds like some guy's idea just got jotted down and put in as a matter of fact. Like, what happens if I do that? Like, would they jot my memory down and put it down as a matter of fact? Like, that's kind of like the way I felt like with this heliocentric like solar system. They want to make it seem like it was done with science, and it's not science. It's just people's ideas, and then some group of people ran with it, and they pushed the agenda, and they said, no, it's not. It's not that we are the center of everything. It's like we revolve around the sun. And so, just all of this stuff with the ball planets. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
But it's so bad that our friends and family get like to the place where we're just conformed to whatever the narrative is, and we don't question it. You know, limited resources, and we got a climate change and killer asteroids, and you know what I mean? Like, that's how the dinosaurs died, because a killer asteroid came from outer space and struck the Earth and ended life on Earth. And there's a narrative like that's attached to it as to why things are the way they are, and things.
They've been threatening. They've been threatening with the asteroids at least once a month since I was a little kid, and I'm old.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm so over that bullshit. It's like they say, oh no, there's an asteroid the size of 9 football fields. It's going to come within, X number of miles. I just laugh. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever, right?
They do that with they had this mission called the DART mission, and it supposedly it was a rocket with like these satellites that they would shoot this rocket to an like this almost sounds like a cartoon. They would shoot this rocket to an asteroid. Then the satellites that were on there would have like these propellant systems that as soon as they would attach themselves to the asteroid, they would use those rockets and they would move the asteroid into a different trajectory, so it wouldn't. So it was like
a cartoon about that when I was a kid, maybe.
Yeah. It's like when the coyote straps a rocket around his waist, like they want to make you believe that these crazy things and then the speed of the asteroid is going so fast. Yet what they're saying is that the rocket will match its speed. I don't know. It's weird, right? The rocket will match its speed, release those satellites, and it will be attached to the asteroid. And then with the rockets on the satellite, they will start to move the asteroid into a different direction. So it won't strike Earth.
Yeah.
It is crazy, the stuff they say. But then what I'm looking at too is like our friends and family are the ones that being like, even if we come out of it and we don't believe that, when you try to tell somebody that you care about like, you just think about it, like you don't have to believe what I'm saying, but just hear me out. And so they, it just depends. It's everybody gets hit with the level of like cognitive dissonance when you tell them something. Like, so yeah, you can see the implications of of being under the spell of their indoctrination, which is what it is.
Oh, exactly what it is.
And they start off when they have their young minds. The young minds. I've always despised that about the information. Like, I don't know like who started this whole thing or why it's even the way it is. Like, to say they did it, like the Bilderberg Group or the Illuminati. Like, I don't go off into that way. But I will say that the information is there already. The supposed like ball planet kind of information that's in the schools everywhere. So I would say try to teach the kids how to critically think for themselves. Like, it doesn't matter what information they receive about anything. They have the mind to kind of look into it, like ask questions like, well, why would they say this? Like, keep being curious, because when they take that away, that curiosity, then you can't think anymore. You're just like, okay, it's what you say it is, and I can't think about it no more.
That's exactly what they do.
And or the teacher would say, it's in the book. Even if you ask them the question, how do they know that? Like, asking the teacher, well, that's because somebody figured it out. They have a company, and they did this and they did that, and they'll make excuses for the reason why we have the information, and that's where our learning stops, because we just kind of give it over to the authority. Well, they must have figured it out because the teacher said so. And yeah, I just like it's crazy. I mean, the whole thing. But needless to say, we got some. It's really like the heliocentric understanding. It's kind of like Santa Claus for adults, is the way we look at it, because they only have like this this fantasy story about it, but they don't have any way to validate it. There's no way to say they know this is for sure.
Right. Yeah, that's like the moon landing is my Santa Claus. You know, I don't believe that we landed on the moon.
Yeah.
I watched it on TV when I was a little kid, and even then I was questioning how all that worked. You know.
Oh, you got to see it, huh? That's
Yes, I'm a boomer. I'm old.
no, but it's like, you know, how was the reaction of the, like, because that one thing that I often say too is like technology usually, like once the video recorder age came about, you know, like when everybody's taping everything, then you start to see things pop up like videos from space and live streams from NASA, all that kind of stuff. But like that, what you witnessed was like the first stage of the technology catching up with like the indoctrination. Like they wanted to merge it where people are now visually seeing something to say, hey, you know what? If don't believe it unless you don't see it, right? So that was kind of the thing. They wanted to have people like, okay, now you can see what's going on. But even at the impossibility of having a transmission transmitted from that distance, you know,
Right.
without a hitch, with everything going off the way it should, where you can't even get cell, phone reception from a certain distance in your town. You know what I mean? Like, and they solved the problem.
That's a fact.
For 200 and like, I don't know, 15,000 miles away from the Earth. You know where the moon is? Oh, that's really weird. Like, 'cause that transmission there, and not to mention the transfer rate of data, you know, that would take for that distance. But they say it's not a problem. No, it wasn't an issue. It's like,
I mean, even in 1969, I was like, why are there no stars? Why are there no stars behind them? There should be stars. They should be able to pluck a star out of the sky. They're so close. Because, like, if you go to the Everglades where there's hardly any light pollution, you know, the stars seem like you can reach up and grab them. So I would think if you're on the moon, that there would be stars everywhere. So even as a little kid, I was like, why are there no stars? It made no sense to me even then. And then as I got older, you know, I kind of put it out of my mind. And then 9/11 happened, and that was all, you know, that was more manipulation by the powers that be, in my opinion.
oh, you feel like people that just buy into everything become like puppets on a string, and you don't have, and then everybody starts saying the same rhetoric because that's what we're told. You know, nobody's thinking for themselves anymore. It's a shame.
They don't. And they just shove it down your throat on the, you know, on TV. How many times do we see those planes crash into that building supposedly? How many times do we see Building 7 just, I mean, you can't tell me that was not a controlled demolition, because it was.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that we would question that we're told not to question. So,
you're not going to question anything anymore. It's like, this is what it is, and too bad.
Yeah, they make you walk on digital eggshells. Somebody said that, it kind of stuck. But it feels like nowadays, like a truther would have a channel somewhere. It would get suppressed because they will control like their certain platforms that you're on. So certain platforms that you're on you can only say certain things, and then there's trigger words and their algorithms picking all this up. They're turning what we say into like text, and then the text then becomes a thing where the bot actually can catch what you're saying and then report you to like whatever platform you're on. So the technology is superior right now to catch people.
I've even had Facebook. I can't tell you how many times I've been restricted on Facebook, even using creative spelling and creative phrasing, and the AI bot still picks it up.
Yep.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and it puts us in such a constricted arena, you know, where you can't say this or don't say that or don't say this, and then just, you know, you go along life just
Right.
staying within and they're pushing their agendas. Whatever agendas there's many. I mean, we can
And it changes every day. You know, it's like, I don't know about you guys. Most of you all are much younger than me, I'm sure. But at my age, I feel like everything is boom, 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 boom. It's just happening so fast. It's like the breaking news every day. There's some new big thing that they're pushing. And what they were pushing yesterday has gone on the back burner until they need it again. And then they bring that back to the forefront. And I just feel like with the 24/7, and the smartphones, that they're just beating the crap out of everybody with all this information, misinformation, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, the indoctrination was a bit different back in the 80s because I was a kid in the 80s. So the rate at which you would receive that wasn't as much as it is now. The young person today is inundated with like all the fake news and just indoctrination and just crazy stuff because they have all the social media platforms that they're a part of.
Right.
That puts them at the forefront of that indoctrination. So what we have right now is this big giant machine that can put as much information, like, because we get alerts and pings and dings,
right.
And then on our smartphone, our smartwatch, and it says breaking news, and then it'll give you like everything. Asteroids about to hit Earth, or we found a new planet. In regards to the flat Earth, it's always some new thing happening that can never be verified. It's scientists just discovered a new Earth-like planet, and then you get involved in this story, and it's just, and there isn't anything to it. It's just some people making some stuff up and a narrative being pushed, and the only thing you can do is tell people ask them how they know that, like who's giving out this information, and go to the primary source, and then ask the primary source, how did you do this? And then you always find out it's just some person looking at some computer screen that shows some blip on the computer screen, and then they say, well, this is a brand new planet, and it's just like a friggin' pixel.
Right. It's like the big blue marble pictures, I can't tell you how many arguments I've been in with people who say that's pictures of Earth taken from space, and I'm like, no, it's all photoshopped. It used to be hand painted, like the Hubble pictures 20 years ago that were coming out. Those were hand painted. Now they're all photoshopped, with computers. But nobody believes me. I'm like, it's right there. Google it. Go use a different server and just say, are all the pictures of Earth, are they real or are they photoshopped? And it's like, they won't even do it. They don't believe me. They're like, they think I'm nuts.
Yeah. Spake's just kind of letting us know that we can't be talking about events that cause mass casualty because it's against Discord's TOS. They shut down servers, HBIC. Like, this is what I was telling you, digital eggshells.
Yeah, that's a good word for it.
Yeah. Like I said, it's unfortunate, but it is the times that we're living in. So.
What scares me too is with all the social media, it's all the deep fakes out there, and people don't. All these videos that come across Facebook and Instagram, and I'm like, that's CGI, that's CGI, that's CGI, and they're like, no, it's not. And I'm like, seriously? How can you? I mean, people can't distinguish between CGI anymore, and that to me, that's even scarier.
Well, deepfakes are a real thing. Like they are like these video generated things that people aren't even saying. They're just like using the voices and the faces of these people, and
right.
You can say whatever you want with them. It's crazy.
It is crazy. And then you throw in the chat GPT. I'm like, oh Lord, this is scary.
Yeah, people have. It's weird because you want to have a conversation with like this AI thing, and you can say something, and then it can counter your whatever you said as a true or false. Then all of a sudden you can say something else related to that, and it'll say that is true or false based on that. But it's like you can't ever get something that's true from an AI. They're just gonna. It's like a collective information resource, and it's just pulling from that with a certain like algorithm. And so at one point it can tell you that the the moon's far away, and the next moment it can tell you that it can't never tell that how far away the moon is. Like it's full of contradictions. So you can never. It's not like an honest thing that's going to give you facts. It's just spitting out whatever it's fed.
Right, but there's people out there that think it's the end all be all of facts and truth, and it's just frightening to me.
Yeah.
So, okay, I've got to go, but thank you so much for chatting with me, and thanks to Hyder and AG for including me. So you all have a great day, and hopefully I'll be back on soon.
All right, we'll see you later.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Hey, Maggie, I posted a video for you in a live stream.
That was funny. He tried to dodge a car, and then the sign hits him on the head. Yesterday was a interesting day. We had a guy come in here, and he was a math teacher. Some of you were a part of that conversation, but it was like a 4-hour conversation with that guy that they had in here with him. Yeah, it was interesting. I guess a highlight from that was that when they come in here claiming to be something and then boasting about it and then saying how we don't understand math and we don't understand a lot of things in reality, and we're always just denying everything that's real. And he was real proud at the very beginning, and towards the middle he started to change his tone, and then towards the end he was completely not saying that he's a math teacher anymore. It was interesting. Some people think they have the stamina and the energy to stay in chat, but we're 24/7. So it doesn't matter who's in here. There's always one of us who's going to be in here that's going to take over the conversation. So we will never run out of energy. There will always be somebody brand new that's in here that'll be able to carry the conversation forward. You know what I mean?
That's the hardest part about arguing with people, like especially even not just here, but on social media in general. Like you'll wear someone down, and then somebody else will take over, and you're like, oh my god, I don't have the patience for this thing.
Sheepdog, be advised, man. There's somebody with your voice that was on a debate, a modern day debate. Yeah, your exact voice to me. And you could find it. The guy sounds differently, but he sounded just like you. And he had a conversation with a very newbie flat earther. Like the guy was so like doesn't understand how to have a conversation.
Yeah,
was trying his best, but the other guys, the Glober, the sophist, he sounded just like you. I was like, this guy sounds like Sheepdog Legend, the guy that's in our server.
No, I'm not. I've never been on Modern Day Debates. I probably never will be on Modern Day Debates.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is the guy sounds like you.
Right.
And so
I gotta.
You might get painted as the villain, but I'm just saying. To me, no. To me, it's like even if somebody was LARPing in here, it wouldn't matter how long it took. The person would be saying everything. Like we've had some people put in the chat like, "Hey, I'm a part of 24/7, and I've been like a secret agent for a long time. They don't know I'm there," and kind of like we've known some that would say stuff like that, on the chat. But it doesn't matter because LARPers always go along with what we're doing here, and if they ever reveal any moment of weakness where their Glober, whatever, starts to come out, then they're taken care of. It's like we don't wait for like, well, we don't know if the guy is or not. It's like, no, we're hard on the Globers, we're hard on flat earthers. So that's been the way. It's not a place where you can do that. Like, trust me. And if you think you are doing it, for the ones who might think they're getting away with it, so you're really helping our cause.
Right.
There's nothing you're doing. Who knows? Some people might like that. I don't know. I don't care about that. I was just saying, the only reason I brought it up is because he sounded just like you. I was like, dude, this sounds just like freaking. I would like what I would like is a conversation with you and that guy, that Glober.
Right.
Yeah, but you couldn't tell who's talking. You'd be like, dude, who is this?
Is he talking to himself? How is he interrupting himself?
Yeah. He's contradicting himself. Look at that. On one moment, he's a schizophrenic. Well, you know what? There was a guy who admittedly said that because I asked him about his reality, and he's like, well, I don't know. There's a possibility I could be schizophrenic. And I was like, oh, geez.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, see?
I remember that.
Why would I talk to somebody that's a possibility they're schizophrenic? Jeez, I'm not going to do that. He's like, I'm not. There's a high probability I could. I'm not. And I was like, yeah, but there's a chance. So, I'm just going to take that chance. I don't want to. Great.
I don't know if it's because I'm driving or you keep like cutting in and out.
Nah, it's my internet.
Probably. That's what happens when you live in the country and you have nice things. You got to get away from the city. I'm assuming you live in the country. You don't sound like somebody that would like to live around like a large group of people.
It's semi-country, I guess you can say. It's a small town. It's not big. I do all right.
So, I mean, smart people always tend to get away from everybody else and so they can think for themselves.
Yeah, I don't live in an apartment. I own my home, but...
Hey, if things all work out the way that they're going right now, I'll be buying my first home by the end of the year too, or at least getting appraised for it or approved for it.
Yeah, good for you.
I'm going to be buying a truck hopefully by the end of the summer. Nice truck. Exciting times. But yeah, on all my profiles, I hope I bring people in. All my social media profiles, I have this Discord link on there. So I'm hoping that I'm getting people to come in and see what it's all about. So did you hear about my new Miggy breakfast that I eat? I try to eat at least a few times a week, if not more.
Yeah, I heard, man. You're on. Are you fully on it? Sorry, I'm washing dishes, but are you fully on it? Because it's rewarding. It is rewarding, Sheepdog.
Oh yeah. Well, so I've lost 15 pounds in the last 2 months, and I attribute it to eating more protein and less vegetable type stuff or fruit type stuff. I wouldn't say I'm fully on it, because like when I do my fajita mix, I'll do bell pepper and onion, diced bell pepper and onion, stir fried with my chicken. My breakfast is fully protein. It's 2 eggs, 2 to 3 eggs, 2 to 3 bacon, like the thick cut bacon, and then a filet mignon.
Yeah, I was gonna tell you, man. There's nothing wrong with what you just said, like bell pepper and all that. Like that's good stuff. You can have it. The thing that I would say is don't pass 100 carbs a day. But that stuff that you mentioned, it doesn't have that much carbs, so you don't.
Right.
Like you can eat like that. That's fine. That's actually preferred to eat that way. But the majority protein has to outweigh everything else. Like you have to eat more protein than anything, and incorporate a bit of animal fats. Don't use the seed oils. And get rid of all your seed oils as fast as you can.
What do you mean by seed oils?
Canola oil, vegetable oil, anything that was manufactured.
I only use olive oil.
Well, I don't know. I still would not use that either. But like, there's you can use cooking. There's clarified butter. There's tallow, and tallow's made from the beef. The beef fat. Mm-hmm. So there's ways to cook without using the seed oils of any kind. But I mean, it's really that's up to you. You can use whatever you want, but like the manufactured stuff is really bad for your health.
Right. No, I don't doubt it.
Poison.
That's why I try to go with pure olive oil or wherever they say virgin olive oil, but I just try to go with olive oil in general because I just want it to be as pure as possible. I don't need all those additives in there to help with like the dissolving of it or whatever they do to it to make it seem better, but really what it's doing is hurting you because your body's built to break that stuff down naturally. But yeah, I'm working on it.
Yeah, that's why I always say stick with the animal fats because animal fats are broken down by your body naturally.
Mm-hmm.
And plus your body needs them, and it just feels like it's the right thing to eat. So, and these are it's weird enough they tell you to stay away from this. Like so with the health stuff, like there's certain topics we have to stay away from because there's like agendas that are covering like these certain things. So I would say just make sure that if you're doing anything, consult your physician, before you do any major changes to your health. That way, that
if I don't
you're
feel right,
doing the right thing.
I know to switch it back up. I'm very aware of what my body tells me what to do. And you're right. Like the more I eat with like meat and things like that, the more I salivate, the happier I feel. The biggest thing is my gallbladder and my heartburn is lower. I don't know if that's something that you've ever had the issue with or anything like that, but like, eating more meat, like my gallbladder doesn't seem like it's overstimulated.
Because they were talking about, because I watched Dr. Ken Berry on YouTube. I name dropped him because he's been a physician for many years, and he's been down this road with like a carnivore, ketovore kind of like a diet. Well, his wife's on ketovore.
Right.
His wife, and I'm more of a ketovore myself because I like the healthy mix between going with a little bit of vegetables, like the way you mentioned, a little bell pepper in there, kind of stuff, onions. It's not
flavored
just
up a little bit.
So, but I feel like I've incorporated a little bit of fruit too with the low glycemic index. Mm-hmm. So I can have some cantaloupe, blueberries, strawberries, on that. And that's all natural, you just want to stick to that little bit of that. And it kind of just, it really rounds you off so where you don't have to crave those unnatural sugars, like the processed sugar. And, just get a healthy balance of meat, fruit, vegetables, and just keep it all mainly protein,
Do you drink milk?
I can, but it's only going to be the half and half that I would drink.
Oh, you straight up breve, huh?
Yeah, I don't want to deal with the pasteurized processed stuff because I even looked at how much carbs and sugars they have. That's quite a bit. I mean, as far as like a glass of milk goes.
Oh yeah.
I'm very conscious about the carbs that I intake.
Right.
And if it's low carb, why not? So like a half and half is usually it's got more cream than it does milk. So or it's half and half. That's the reason why they call it half and half. But like its carb count is less than one gram. So I find it to be the easier thing for me to deal with. But you can't. If you mix it, it'll thicken. So it's got the cream in it will thicken if you stir it up.
Yeah. No, I was only asking because I'm basically like my I can tell my taste is changing, like what my body craves.
Yeah.
And I've always known this ever since like when I stopped drinking alcohol for a long period of time. And then occasionally I might have a beer every once in a while, like if I go out with some friends or something like that. And what I'll find myself doing is like I won't even finish the beer. Like my body will reject it. So like I notice what my body tells me what it wants and what it doesn't want. And so when it's craving something, especially when it's like all meat, like why even waste my time with anything else when I should just listen to what my body says and say, hey, let's do some eggs, some bacon, some sausage, and then a steak. Like it's delicious. Anyway, it's good talking to you, man. I'm gonna kind of like put myself on mute and I'll listen. I'm going to the gym right now, so first time back in the gym in 3 weeks because of work.
Yeah, no worries, dude. Hey, we got
keep up the strong work, huh?
We got Icarus to just join our chat. No, I'm just announcing Icarus.
Icarus.
Let me see. Oh, he just left. Never mind.
Oh.
Pop in, pop out.
Mayhem's in here. Mayhem's in here. I don't know if I should be in here.
You are now listening to Mayhem in the Morning.
Mayhem. All the time.
Hey guys.
It's windy, but hey, it's Icarus.
Sorry, I had a fan on, so it was making it kind of, having internet trouble, so it cut me out, but I'm back for now.
How are you feeling today, man?
Hanging in there, same stuff, different day.
Okay. No flare-ups, I hope.
The sun's a different problem. I've been dealing with a kidney stone for the past couple of days.
Is it not passing, or I know you're riddled with them.
It moved, so like the pain is diminished, but it hasn't come out yet. So it's kind of like that. I don't feel as much pain, but there's still impending doom. Hopefully it just doesn't. I don't know. Hopefully it just doesn't come out that way. It'll break down smaller or something. Whatever.
I hope so.
But yeah, it's all good. It'll be alright. I was just kind of chiming in here to the radio silence since it doesn't seem like anybody's talking right now. I've been playing stuff all day. 1984 is a good book for people to hear and read, though. When I noticed that was playing, I thought about it. I'm like, yeah, I'm not even going to try and talk. I'll just I want to sit here and listen a bit. I hope all is well with you guys.
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, I was thinking the same thing about, the 1984. Definitely heard it a couple times on the bot, but it's strange how each time it seems like more familiar, Each time it's kind of read, it's just like becoming that state, but I would say it's slowing. I don't know. The current state of like the TOS with the server definitely like brings up those feelings of 1984, and or at least when I first read it, I was like, no, it can never get to this way. Yeah, definitely good food for thought.
Yeah, for sure. I was thinking that it would be nice to form kind of a summer reading list and find other books that are really good.
Oh, that'd be good.
And by the end of the summer, we could have some really awesome conversations. And a lot of kind of inside jokes and references to stuff, too.
But yeah, hope everyone's doing all right out there too. It has been a quiet morning, but I have been listening in, since at least the beginning of 1984. I don't know. I always like to work with you guys, sort of in the background too. It helps me focus, and it's hard, kind of being in like at least at university, and having a plethora of acquaintances that are not flat earthers, right? Or they couldn't think their way out of a cardboard box. So even just listening to honestly the friends and family here, like always golden, no matter what the conversation. It was pretty heated yesterday though. I was wondering what the moon was doing, just because it was pretty packed, pretty lively. I think we had April Tool, which was just such an ironic and great name. The wits on this guy, he was slurring by the end of it, which sometimes these Globers are kind of just taking a piss, but it did seem like he was getting a plethora of information. He was of an intellect that, at least carried his alcohol well, I'd say. But always interesting to see who sort of comes back. Oop. Sorry, my phone dropped.
Yeah, with these guys, they always have to feel like they're they have to have something to drink. I've noticed that about them. They have to be snoggered in order to have a conversation with you about this topic. Like that guy was proof of that. Then we had like, if you've ever watched like these guys, these anti-flat earthers, they're always proud to be drinking like something hard liquor. You know, like they're always getting hammered when they have conversations. It's like, why do you got to be in that state? And that's the representation of like how you have a discussion here. Why can't it be of a sober mind? You know, I never understood that. It always feels like they have to be in that state in order for them to have coherent thought. It's crazy. That paints such a bad picture. So like, do you think that people getting hammered and trying to learn something equates to like that working out? Like that might be better for a conversation because your mind is a little bit more, relaxed. But in the state of like trying to be about your wits, you're not going to have anything to like offer in that arena. Especially when your speech is slurring and you're all over the place and you're not listening to the social cues when somebody's done talking, or you know what I mean? Like you're going to be interrupting. So there's a lot of things that are bad about that as well. So.
Well, and they're kind of just coping. I mean, especially I think in situations like last night, it was just kind of like you got a phone call. But the way they back themselves in a corner, with the alcohol as well, is, it's the look, and hopefully they can see that self-reflection, like, man, look what I had to do just to kind of get this information. But yeah, it's what's the word? Reputation, which is why I think it's important. I don't know. I don't drink much either, or smoke. So, I did in the past. I don't anymore, especially after having kids. I just, it's not the same. And of course, different lifestyles. So, never really had that addictive personality. But it's that reputation, right? That professionalism. When you speak that truth, like, you're doing a lot of things. You're doing like body motion sometimes, especially when you're talking to somebody in real life, like, or even like in video. Like the way you hold yourself means a lot too. It's a way of presentation. We talk about it in architectural presentations all the time. Like, how do you dress, and what conveys an image of honesty, truth. But at the same time, I've seen homeless men speaking truth, so it doesn't really matter what you wear either. But
yeah, it's not. I think it's more of the presentation of what you're saying, because anybody can speak truth, and their demeanor can also show you that they mean what they say. But then there's this like air of arrogance with like these guys that it just is very off-putish.
Oh, like last night he was like, "Is it though?"
Yeah,
I was like, calm down, dude.
Blanket statements that we just don't understand math, or why do you hate math so much? Math loves you, but you hate math. Like, he's saying things like that, playing the victim.
Oh, he was jumping from the subject. I mean, anytime he could.
So these are the games that people play. So that, and I always talk about like sophistry and like why people do this, because they're trying to play on the audience. The audience is the mob mentality is a great way to get people to let the person who's speaking, like they if you white knight for this guy and be like, dude, just let him talk. Why isn't anybody letting this guy talk? They're concern trolling. We talk about it here.
Right.
That's what they're looking for, so they can say whatever they want and not be held accountable, and they can get the audience to be on their side, so that they can do that. And if you fall for that, you hook, line, and sinker. You get taken in. That's like what a sociopath would want. He wants to like get the audience's participation on their side, and so once they do, they don't have to fight as hard, because now the audience is like, dude, every time this guy comes in here, you never let him talk. Let him talk, and so they want this. They crave it. So they're trying to play the victim card. They try to play the that projection card where you guys hate gays and trans, and he was saying that last night.
Yeah.
Dude, why would you go there from the shape of the earth to this? Say, come on, man. You're saying things, and so he's
slander. Yeah, basically
trying to pull everything out of like his position so that he can get people against us. Right. So that's what he's trying. He was projecting. He was playing the victim, and so none of his tricks worked in the end. None of them did. But they'll try to do this every time. So him being a math teacher, someone who teaches students, he didn't have a professional demeanor about him. He was very arrogant and just boastful, and at the very beginning, and then after a while, after he started to see like none of his tricks are landing, he started to get frustrated towards the end.
Right.
Especially Heretic took control of the conversation. When Heretic took control, it was a wonderful thing to see. That's and I was just like I was beaming, dude. I was listening, but I couldn't chime in because I was at work. But I was beaming yesterday. I was like, damn, this is so good.
Yeah.
It's so good.
The alley-oop to Whitsitt as well. Like, it's just like boom, speechless.
Yeah, but the MVP of yesterday was definitely Heretic.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Hey, Miggy, if that guy's profession is a math teacher, what's your profession?
What's that?
If that guy was a math teacher for a profession, what's your profession?
Yeah. But you have to say it in a way that it sounds like, because I think about it like this, right? If you're gonna say it like him, Effie, what is your profession? Oh. Because that's the mentality behind this is everybody's trying to claim something, right? And I thought like that was kind of cool that in that movie, The 300, when he's asking the guys, like, well, what are you? What's your profession? He's like, well, I'm a farmer. And, like he was trying to basically say that because they're naming what type of profession they are, they're just simple people. They're not warriors, right? They're not warriors. So in the same arena here, like people say, you're not a scientist, you're not a mathematician, right? But we are like all of those things. We don't have to claim that to be something like what we've made special. My chicken's done. Yeah, but you don't have to be like a specific field in order for you to feel like you're something in here, because you can be all those things. To do science, all you got to do is apply the scientific method to something that you're doing, right? Cause and effect relationship. If you have ever done that, you've done science.
Absolutely. I think of like especially like my infant right now and my 8-year-old, they're scientists on steroids, just testing every little thing.
Yeah.
Putting two to two together, my infant's putting stuff in her mouth and she's like, nah, it doesn't taste good. I figured it out, but it feels like this. And, they're grabbing so much haptic to their senses, because I keep them off the electronics as much as possible. And I built a sandbox for them, and the infant can't get quite in there yet, but, even my 8-year-old just loves it. But, it's about testing your surroundings, I've realized that a lot of people, especially Globers, and replacing a lot of things, I think, that we take for granted, especially in childhood development. But
I can't believe how much the flat earth has come along, because it seems like the same arguments, the same rhetoric is coming from the Globers, and they haven't moved on. And even now, I was watching a debate today, and Whitsitt asked them for a demonstration, of gas pressure without a container, and they go, "Oh, we're not here for that." It's like, what do you mean you're not here for that? That's your model. We're here for your model. How can you not be here for that? Like, they're just because they can't provide it. Why not just concede and say, yeah, we can't give you a demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
It's been a while since I heard that voice.
How you doing?
I feel like there's a meme with a guy sweating bullets right now.
Oh man, I missed you. I've missed you. You know, the 3 questions have been too. Miggy, oh, where you been, man? Oh, yeah. Listen, I've been still paying attention, bro. But I've been like, you know, obviously everyone stopped doing the battles in here, and that was the best time it's ever been. Like, it can't get no better than that. So we've had the best time.
You were part of that.
Yeah, exactly. It was a big part of it. I had my transition in that. You get me? I had my awakening with you. It's crazy, man. The crazy time that was.
Yeah, it was a great time though. But it was a learning process for all of us in here as well. You know, we got our stripes in the way that I don't think anybody else could have. Like we did debates on steroids, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, trust me. You know, I remember the 3 questions used to melt people's brains with it, and they were like, "You were just exactly, it's just a belief, yeah, it's just a belief," and they just couldn't. Like, I remember when I first got on the hot seat, and like when you actually yourself these questions, they're only simple questions, but they're just frightening you because you're like, it's a belief, but they don't even want to admit that it's a belief because I feel like it is so pathetic that they just have a pathetic belief. And it's like they can just feel that, they can just hear them in the voice changing that. Like it's so funny, man. It's so funny.
No, what's weird is that you used to throw people in the lion's den too, man. You'd want them to like, oh yeah, ask them the 3 questions. Like you'd want to hear other people spiral too. It's like because like most of these guys, because they like in the times that we were doing that arena, I mean, we had like a panel of these. Just imagine, like, every now and again we get these sophists that come in here, but back then we had a panel of them. There was a panel of sophists, so they would help each other. And it was, like, a bit more difficult, but we had a panel of our guys, too. Like, we had QE, we had Indio, Mimas, myself, we had Jedi, you know, all them guys, you know.
And Witsit as well. Witsit would pop in every now and then.
Yeah, Witsit would come in. And you know, we would just go to work, you know, like Friday night fights. Remember that? Like we'd have.
Oh man! Even when I try to get past the all observations are not science because you can't test the independent variable, and I was with QE and I was like, oh, and I come back the next day and I was like, no, I want to do it again. He was like, no, you already failed. I goes, no, do it again. Let me. So I recorded it and listened back to it, and I was thinking to myself, well. Obviously, I can see what you're saying. To have an independent variable, you need to be able to vary and manipulate it, and you can't do that with anything you're observing in deep space or wherever it is, the deep ocean, wherever we're looking into. So yeah, whatever I was saying, I forgot my train of thought.
I feel like now we're so established in this community, this culture, that they're like. I honestly like the 3 points have taken a mind of its own, and then now it's like it's almost a thing that we have established here. When people actually feel like the guy's running away from the question or something, they take them right to the 3 points, like every single time. Like when it feels like they're getting away from the conversation.
Yeah.
Like whatever it is, the 3 points come in. You can hear them. Like somebody will start talking about them.
Yeah, so they're trying to not being pinned down on it, but when you break it down, man, it's just a belief they have, and it's hilarious.
Yeah, it is. And you still into truth or circles these days, or what? Are you just like dabbling now, or?
I'm on TikTok a lot, and TikTok there's a lot of debates on there. A couple of the TikTokers came over to Globebusters platform. And it was Dr. Blitz, who's got a PhD, and Average Glober or Globerman, and they're TikTokers that I've debated before, and obviously they went against some of the heavyweights that and they got their ashes sent back to them, and it's hilarious, but it's like at this point now, I never would have thought that Flat Earth would be so. Like it's dominating. It's absolutely. It's unrefutable. It's consistent. Obviously, things aren't working the way that they're proposing. there's flaws in absolutely everything, top to bottom, with the globe model. And it's like they won't address any of the flaws that have been pointed out in their model, and they just keep saying, "Oh, you ain't got a model, you ain't got a model." It's just like, wouldn't you rather have no model than have a model that's just flawed?
That's what we're dealing with these days. Yeah, it's so amazing. Yeah, seeing it, in its humble beginnings, and now where it is.
I never would have thought this would have been the case, though. When you first hear it, you think to yourself, "Oh, flat earthers, I'd love to get in this debate. It's going to be really easy. Obviously, the world's round." You go further, you go down it, you think to yourself, "Fuck's sake, actually, there's people out there that actually believe the Earth's flat," and then it becomes like, why then? You know what I mean? You understand why they do it, and you think to yourself, "Oh, actually, they've got a point." But these people are still stuck on, "Oh no, they're crazy. How can they think that they're crazy?" That's like the first step, isn't it? It's like they're still stuck on step one. Miggy's amazing at doing that speech thing. He used to get people and talk to them. He said, always bring them back to the 3 questions, but he'd do it in such an intricate way, very specific and very direct.
He crafts those 3 points for each person that comes in.
Yeah,
every person has a different point.
He'd bring them back to you. He has got a really good way of doing it, and that's what we used to sit like a back seat, because I'm quite verbal and I speak out a lot, and I think that when we listen to debates, I'm always sitting there thinking, "Oh, why didn't I just say that? Why didn't I just say this?" But sometimes when Miggy's around and he's going to break someone down, it's just good to sit back and just listen to it unfold. See, I do love it. I miss it.
And then Sasha's in here, it's all about that water cooler.
That still happens every now and again, but I like when other people are doing it too. Like Heretic is another guy that you gotta, if you've been listening to the stream, like you gotta pay attention to him, man. He's coming in and he's getting these guys so like backed into a corner that they are speechless. And I feel like there's a few people of us that can actually do that to these Globers. Like the ones that, like these sofas, that can back up a corner where they can't say anything. Oh, what? You now have airtime to say what you want and you don't want to say anything. Like, he's so good with it, man. Harry's doing amazing work in here. Like, if anything, find yesterday's live stream and find where he was talking to a guy named April Tool.
April Tool? Where's the live stream? Oh, God.
Look in Helio Skeptics live stream. I think it should be yesterday's live stream, if I'm not mistaken.
Helio Skeptic. Oh, man. Helio Skeptic. Man, like Helio Skeptic, I'm boom.
Yeah, and then once you do, listen to the conversation that happened last night between him and...
Is he still alive? Is he still alive? Who's getting on it? He's got like an old smoker's voice, isn't he? He's about 50 fucking... He's about 80, isn't he?
Oh, he's talking about Helio Skeptic?
Yeah. So what are we on then?
You said 80?
His last video on here is it's probably the wrong one actually. So look, but his last video on here is like a month ago. So it can't be that one. 4 months ago, alive.
No, I think you're in the wrong, because he's got like maybe 2 or 3 channels.
He's a skeptic.
Yeah.
Oh man, let's go to these channels. Oh, I can't find it. Can't you just post it?
Yes, but
I just posted it for you.
Yeah, thank
you. Thank you. I was going to say I've already just watched a 2-hour meltdown of the TikTokers that I've seen. Which one is it? That one, Sheepdog, that you just posted, yeah? Yeah, that's got to be it.
That's the current live stream. You'll have to go to the channel and go back a day.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find those yesterday.
Yeah, man. I was going to on Nathan's channel earlier, and he started giving me loads. Like Nathan's really uptight. I was saying to him, Nathan, if you make an account on TikTok, I can like share your content. And he's like, I've done it already. I was like, I looked at I added the profile. And I was like, oh, you got to, if you had videos of himself on there and do his own presentation, he'd do really well. Because you know the way he is, even though he's like Marmite, you know, rubs people the wrong way, but he's so stuck on that channel on YouTube that like he's like, you know, every time he's trying to talk to me, he just gives me those attitudes. So I just thought, fuck it, I just went off. Like he does his shit every single day. It's just like he's got a really poor attitude as well. So I don't know how he does it. So, what's the second video you've just posted?
The one with the globe with the mask on. I think that might be the video you need to watch. I'm not sure.
The mascot. Is that the one he wants me to watch? What sort of time around? There's 11 hours of footage to go through there. So, what point do I need to look at?
Probably, I'd probably go back 6 hours. Start there.
Yeah, it happened. What does anybody have the time frame when it happened? Like hours in hours? It must be yesterday. For me, it was.
Was it in the morning?
8 or 9 in the afternoon or in the nighttime.
Yeah, your name's flashing up. Your name's flashing up. I'll tell you what you're saying now. So we can see that the angle
about the fourth hour.
Yeah, right.
The fourth hour.
Miggy's saying that the sun's at 1,000 miles away. Is that the part?
Yeah, I think so. No. That's not it. His name should pop up. It should say April Tool on it.
April Tool. Okay.
Yeah, just skip forward and you'll see his name be popping up. Because it was a 4-hour conversation, so it should take up the majority of that live stream.
Creation Bear talking.
Yeah. But no. Keep going.
What's his name again?
April Tool.
April Tool. Conspiracy. Like. Which one am I looking at? I've been going on the wrong live stream. All right, I'll put a time set in the comments. The April Fool's Tool. Right, let's have a look. April Fool's Tool. So it's not the right video then.
No, it's just April Tool. There's no Fool. Yeah. April and then Tool.
There we go. It starts. There we go. I've got it. It's the wrong video. All right, nice. So I'm going to listen to this. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, Simcord, are you there? I'm seeing you pop in the chat.
He's been a blessing, hasn't he, Mickey?
He has been. He's a clip hound.
Yeah, he is.
I was gonna see if you can clip out Heretic and April Tool's discussion. If not, I'll do it later. But I was thinking if he can do it before me, that'd be great. Yeah, sorry, I'm eating right now, so I'm not really vocal. But if you guys get a chance, look for when April Tool is talking. I think Simcord put it on the live stream voice text for you guys. And listen to the conversation he had with Heretic. Anybody know how we can actually play that specific clip on here? I would just like to let that run for a while. Like, it was that good.
They had the 1984 audiobook on your audio. That was awesome.
What's up, Brandon?
I'm good. How you doing, man?
Yeah, you missed the action last night.
Oh, shoot. What happened?
There was a guy named April Tool that came in here. He was a math teacher, and he got completely owned by the team.
That's cool. Anyone record it or anything?
Yeah, it's in the voice text. Go to the live stream voice text. I think there's a link there.
Oh, all right. Now I'll look for it. What were you guys talking about?
This and that. Flat Earth. Normal stuff.
Oh. Why is the music bot on here? It's not really playing anything.
Ether paused it because he was going to play something, but we started talking, so he paused it.
Huh, okay. It was a while ago. It was a few hours ago, but they had the 1984 audiobook playing in here. That was cool.
Yeah, it's all right. I prefer a good conversation in here over that, but it is what it is.
Well, yeah, it's a good book though. It's a good audiobook. Well, especially for me, since it's actual books are tough for me because if I read for too long, my eyes start to hurt. So I like audiobooks rather than actual written books.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, audiobooks are awesome. Man, I tore this chicken. Oh!
What was it, grilled, fried? How was it cooked?
I just made it baked. Baked chicken.
Oh, baked. Nice.
Now I'm ready.
Skins?
Which I only have about an hour before I have to get ready for work, but I got an hour.
Was it skinless?
No, with the skin, actually.
Oh.
I prefer it that way.
Was it boneless or? Okay.
Boneless.
Oh, was it a bust or a thigh or what?
No, the way I do it, because I live. It's just me and my wife, so I when I buy some chicken or whatever, I eat the drummies. So it's all drummies.
Drums, yeah.
Yeah, so it's what I want to say there was about maybe 12 or so drummies.
Damn. Nice.
Yeah.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show if you don't know it's part of the show. Didn't they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars? Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged, caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Imposter truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of Gish Gallop and wars. No remedy can save the lost, in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards, poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is delight in a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard, that's it. Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know. Intoxicated 8 makes you believe you're spinning in space while you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate, forced to try and awake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I've had to liberate and fight through hidden gates, but my brother, heaven could never be late, and rockets don't work in space. It's all fake. The show is on Mars. It's a joke, but you're too far gone. It won't be long. Fepe's beak is strong. We have our song and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond, and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy gown, and all of us wearing our holy crowns. Said the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along, just to go along. I said, welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show if you don't know, you don't know.
right now. Got the heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not for the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the
Light things rise up, heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow, spinning down, it makes us sick. Gravity is magic. even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth? Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on a spinning bar. It makes us stick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. Ain't found a way to prove me yet. I like to watch them sweat. Seems every path leads them to nowhere. Moon landing on closed sets. Slave to money, slave to debt. More like codes they found from somewhere. Yeah, they come to snuff the truth out. Oh yeah. Yeah, here come the truth out. Yeah. You know he ain't gonna lie. No, no, no. You know he ain't gonna lie. sends us pictures photoshopped. They feed us pills, can't see ourselves. Turn TVs off, seek bookshelves. Oh God, please, won't you help them see the truth? Yeah, they come to snuff the truth. Oh yeah, yeah, here come the truth. Yeah, you know he ain't gonna lie. No, 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 you know he ain't gonna
lie. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's possible.
Clearing away stumbling blocks. Yeah, we're moving the obstacles. Water seeks to find level and stopping it is impossible. May as well say this is just like where's Waldo? Being born until the last night you fall though. You still think you're living on a ball with your friends. Meanwhile 1,000 miles an hour. Never felt the earth spin. Space wizards claim that they landed on that moon. Then destroyed the technology like a congress of baboons. Mankind became tools. Now everyone is oppressed. Took God out of schools. Now these fools need some new vests. Why do you think there are so many churches? When you make some things common, they start to become worthless. Why would they lie? So you would pay for your sins. So currency for eternity is what devil's stealing. About their father's business, still destroying, killing, and stealing. Now there's hidden knowledge, and you're living by your feelings. Reaction's just a product of external stimuli, but action's always something that you get to decide. Every action leads to reaction, and you can't even lie. Speaking of lies, did you know that's a means to deceive? Propagating the faith and orchestrating belief. Predictive programming on perpetual repeat. With scrying me with signals as you walk down the street. If the earth is a sphere, then where's the drop over distance? Without a fishing lens, Earth's curve has never been witnessed. Scientific means that this thing must produce knowledge. And models require measurements you won't find in your college. Always begging for a model like you needed to live. Meanwhile, scientific role models don't even exist. You keep watching cartoons and thinking this is what real is.
Without measurements that produce knowledge, there is not a scientific model. The word modulus means measure. Scientificus means producing knowledge. The scientificus modulus of Earth does not exist.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space. And it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill.
Once went to school to learn how to fly or how to be cool. We learned all well, had our egos swell. Now when we want proof, no one can tell what it is. No one knows or won't tell, because the earth is flat. Kumbaya, kumbaya. We see too far. Kumbaya, kumbaya. We see this now. from where I'm sad, 'cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more openly. Now I've grown up hard to be true, but my senses always knew. I just want to scream at this fire. Open my eyes, no going back. It's what a surprise. The earth is flat, and now it feels so good to me. I'm working every day with this smile full of positivity. Waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more critically. 'Cause now I finally found to be true what my senses always knew. I just wanna scream at this fire. Open my eyes, 'cause it's a fight. It's what schoolmasters lies. The earth is flat. Find out for yourself. No one's telling the truth. It's all there online. Now it's down to you. You stop with Eric Dubay. You can trust in what he says. Spends the time with ODD, Max Cruz, B.O.B. And if you take the time, you simply cannot fail to see that it's right. We don't live on a spinning ball. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? manipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we wanna know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
I don't know. I haven't actually looked into. I knew it was just nonsense.
Well, I mean, we don't have to talk about it here. I guess like there was a conversation going on, so I'm not trying to interrupt that. I just like put it in the chat to see if anyone else wanted to talk about it.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Was it a coefficient, the K value? Is that
Well, I mean, we can talk about that if you want. When I said the modus tollens argument, I actually meant the logical syllogism, right? The actual logic of the argument, as opposed to the observation of the black swan that you talk about sometimes. Like, does anyone have an interest in the logic that goes on? Yeah, that's actually the modus tollens argument that he's talking about.
Yeah, sure. It's pretty.
You know, like the I think it's if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Like the logic that goes on.
That's not modus tollens. What are
if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
no?
That's modus tollens.
No, it's not.
It is.
It is, Helio.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so does anyone want to talk about that? Or if they don't, it's not a big deal. Like, I'm not trying to force it on anyone.
Or are you like are you challenging what the application to the black swan?
Yeah.
Okay, you want to specify your point so we can then we'll.
Sure. So my criticism is basically that I'll just explain it briefly. So like everyone, I'm not expecting everyone to have like, you know, a background in this. Like I don't have a background in either. So I'm not expecting everyone to like automatically understand what I'm saying. So, you know, it's fine to challenge me back. Like I'm totally comfortable with that. But I'm just gonna give like a quick overview, okay, of the argument as he puts it. So it's if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Okay. His formulation of the argument, I'll paste it in the chat so you can read it as well, is that if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, right, that's the P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, and that last equation is how you ascertain the distance to the geometric horizon. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first premise. That's a conditional premise. Okay? The Earth is a sphere part is the antecedent, and then the every horizon distance measurement part, that's the consequent. Okay? The consequent is the part I have a problem with, but I'll finish the syllogism first. Okay?
Go for it.
The second premise is the negation of Q, all right? And that is we have a horizon distance measurement that is greater than 9.4 miles, aka the black swan observation, okay?
Yep.
So therefore, the Earth is not a sphere of radius 3,959 miles. The black swan observation contradicts the Q, which is this position that we apparently take, that all horizon distance measurements must be no more than the geometric horizon. Okay. Now, my criticism.
So is your. Oh, go ahead.
Can I just finish off? Like, so I'm really close to finishing right now.
I'm sorry, brother.
No worries. Yeah. So my criticism is that the attribution of the Q to us, which is that we believe all horizon distance measurements must be no more than the geometric horizon, is actually a false attribution. It's a straw man. We don't actually take that position. And I can back that up by telling you why. Because
let's go.
For us to take that position, we would have to assume that there's no atmosphere on the Earth.
No,
right?
no,
because that's the only conditions in which there would be no refraction in the atmosphere.
You're conflating geometric and apparent, bro. So yeah, his logic is.
Well, hey, wait, hold on. Did you finish? Did you finish your point?
Yeah, I'm pretty much done. That's okay. You can give me your responses now.
All right, good. Go ahead.
My response is that you're conflating geometric and apparent because you just now invoked refraction. The argument is that the physical geometric horizon must fall within those parameters. It's the physicality of the geometric horizon, the land itself. For you to invoke refraction, thus the apparent horizon, you are conflating.
Okay, so what I would say is that the importance of my criticism is that for his argument to be valid, we have to hold the positions. Okay, we have to take the position that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959. We do take that position. I don't disagree with that. But I do disagree with the idea that we take the position that every horizon distance measurement must be no more than the geometric horizon. We do not take that position. That's my whole argument here.
Oh, okay. So what you're
Yeah, yeah.
saying is that the problem is in the every horizon distance part.
Yeah.
Well, I thought there was another claim here made where you actually contacted this person that observed this. Did you say that?
No, I don't think so.
So is your claim that the horizon is basically at an optical position? Is that your claim?
No, my
So
my
to
whole-
use the geometric constraints, which are absolute, would be negated by the claim that, well, the horizon is just optical and it's just in an optical position at any given time.
Well, I mean that's an interesting question, right? But
It's the only counter.
well,
Exactly.
my position in relation to QE's argument is just this.
That the
he's
horizon
not
is an
attribute-
optical phenomenon.
No,
How
it's
about,
just
how
it's just
about,
this,
how
I'll tell
about,
you.
hold on. Let's discount QE's argument. How about us, the people that are talking about it now, let's just us talk about it.
Well, that's the thing, because my whole argument is about QE's argument. Like my whole position is about
We're
Modus
quite
Toll's argument.
familiar with the argument. We're probably going to say the same thing.
Yeah,
so.
but you're asking me not to talk about the thing I'm trying to talk about.
Answer AI's question.
Okay. My whole criticism of QE's argument is that he's misattributing a position to us that we don't hold, and therefore his negation of that position is not valid because we don't hold it.
Okay, let's
you're not gonna
stop
answer
you
your
right there. Let's
That is
stop
the
you right
answer.
there, though. Your position is irrelevant.
It is relevant because he's trying to
No,
negate it.
it's
If we don't
not.
hold it, then he can't negate it.
It doesn't matter what position you're holding. He's trying to negate the consequences of the nature of the Earth, not your position.
Well, the Modus Tollens argument is very specific. And,
It's not
I work
about a
with him to say it's
position,
an
is it?
argument. Well,
Yeah,
Is it
we're
about a
talking
position?
We're talking about geometry, Ben.
Well, the
No,
thing
I'm
is, the way
talking
that it's set
about
up.
principles like your position that you hold versus the nature of reality itself. He's not arguing against your position. He's arguing against the consequences of the sphere if it's a certain size. So your only counter is not, this is not my position. Your appropriate counter would be, there is no geometric horizon. Therefore, the horizon could be anywhere it damn well pleases.
Why do y'all have such a problem
it's-
grasping this? It's so simple. I mean, it's like you're not
I
understanding.
know,
that.
it's just,
can't-
it's math. It's like they claim to be the mathematics experts. It's like, you guys don't understand math. Well, we goddamn definitely do understand math. We understand geometry. We know that the math, the math of Earth, is 24,901. We know where the horizon is supposed to be. It's supposed to be right there.
I have a quick comment to say
When
what
we
like
see
AI
something
says.
that is farther than that, then we know it shouldn't be there. But you guys just make up all kinds of shit. Go ahead.
So like what AI is saying is like, let's put it this way: you have a different position, but another Glover might have a different position. So he's not trying to attribute to any of your guys' position. It's strictly to the geometry of the Earth, of the shape of what you guys claim it is. So you guys can all have different positions. Doesn't mean his position has to be aligned to what you believe, because it's irrelevant. It's what the geometry of the Earth's position is.
You know
understand
what? In addition to that, Jose, we can actually attribute, whatever the haze or whatever they want to call the freaking atmospheric conditions. We can throw a little more math on it, or if you want to, but
No, he's just not understanding. He's saying every horizon distance measurement. Okay, so what? It's infallible, bro. Like, you're just not understanding.
Do you understand my criticism? Just to make sure.
Yeah, I understand your criticism. And
Could you just tell me what it is? I'm not trying to be a dick.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to
Yeah,
figure
no,
out. if
yeah.
you know
What you're
I'm saying.
trying to say is that whenever he says every horizon distance is an inaccurate postulation from y'all's position.
What I'm actually saying is that he's arguing that we hold two positions and that they're contradicted by the black swan observation. The first one is that the Earth is a sphere with 3959 miles. I accept that we hold that position, but we do not hold the position that every horizon distance measurement must be no more than the geometric horizon. That part is a swap. Is a straw man.
Y'all understand the position because we only need one. We only need one. That's why it's called the black swan.
No, yeah.
That's why we only need one.
If we hold that position, could you cite where we say that?
There's a category error. He's not arguing.
It's where the horizon distance comes from. That figure comes from any nautical manual.
But that's only the geometric horizon, right?
That's what it's about.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, but then we don't claim every horizon is equal to the geometric horizon.
How
That's
about
not what it says.
How
That is
about
what
one?
it says.
It says
Yeah, it
every
says-
horizon distance measurement.
Yes,
means
can be no
physical-
greater.
The physical geometric horizon is.
No, but that's not what he means by horizon. That's not what he means
Oh,
by
you
horizon.
know what? You know what? You know.
Yeah,
what
because
it
he's
means.
he doesn't mean geometric horizon when he says horizon. Or does someone else want to disagree with me on that?
That is what he's talking
Everyone besides you agrees on that, as far as I
Okay,
can
so say
tell.
he does mean geometric horizon then. Okay, then in what sense does an observation of the black swan contradict the position that every geometric horizon cannot be greater than the geometric horizon? That's a tautology in any case, but how does a black swan observation contradict that? That's why I don't think he's saying geometric horizon. I think he means horizon in the sense that we mean apparent horizon.
Tautology. I mean, did you say tautology?
It's a tautology if he's just saying the same thing. If he's saying every geometric horizon distance measurement can be no more than the horizon geometric horizon distance
How
measurement,
many
that's a tautology.
geometric horizons
Listen.
are you describing here, bro? Tautology? What the fuck does that mean?
Hey,
Well, if you
Julio.
don't know, maybe let someone else respond to me.
Yeah. Enzio, go ahead.
I'll shut up. My bad.
You're misstating his argument for one. Okay, it says cannot be greater than.
Yeah, that's fine. Correct. I could
Can
take that
be
correction.
must be no more than every horizon distance measurement
Yeah.
must be no more than 1.225 square root of observer's height in feet.
When he says horizon,
And it
do you,
says
do you take that as being geometric or apparent?
horizon. It says geometric horizon right in it. It's
It
in
doesn't.
pink. It's in pink, dude.
Yes, it
I'm
does.
looking at it right now.
Could you post it to the chat? 'Cause I'm working on a different definition. This is the syllogism, right?
Yes.
I'm taking mine from a quote that he gave me in the chat.
Right. Do you think syllogism will win the argument when it comes to the ultimate shape of the earth?
Okay, I accept what you're saying there with the geometric horizon part, but that comes afterwards. I'm not talking about that's just him reiterating what the equation means. I accept that part. He says horizon before that, where he says then every horizon
measurement.
Yeah, but that horizon bit, that's the bit we're questioning what he means by that.
The geometry of the Earth, bro.
Okay,
That's
hold
the
on.
geometric
He was the one
horizon.
that
When he
measured
was here,
geometric,
that's what he would say. The geometric horizon. That's what he's talking about.
So when he says horizon the first time, he's talking about geometric.
Both times, yes.
And our whole side knows that.
Okay, so
But I thought when you say horizon, you don't mean geometric horizon. You mean
Well, we know the
what
horizon.
we would
there's
call
no
the
such
apparent
thing.
horizon.
There's no such thing.
Oh my goodness, bro.
in the gold model, there's 5 horizons. So which one do you mean?
Well, it's not up to me. It's up to QE. It's irrelevant what I think. I'm going based off what I think he thinks. And I thought horizon would have meant apparent because he specifies geometric afterwards, after the second part of the calculation, which is obviously referring to the geometric horizon. So he's saying here.
Yeah.
So he's saying here that every geometric horizon distance measurement must be no more than the geometric horizon. Is that what you're saying he's saying?
Yes.
That's a tautology then, isn't it?
No,
because it's got parentheses around geometric.
Oh my goodness.
Do you see the semicolon?
Hey, can you type tautology in the chat? Because when I look it up,
No, this is called sophistry. Okay, that's what
yeah,
you're doing.
this is like,
Sophistry.
it says needless repetition of an idea, especially in words other than those of the immediate context, without imparting additional force or clearness, as in widow woman.
And it does provide additional clarification. So that doesn't fit those confinements or parameters. It doesn't.
Okay, well,
giving you
freaking
additional
show me where it makes any sense at all.
Enio, stop screwing over people.
Yeah, you keep using the word tautology, right? And he just read the
Tautology.
definition. Okay, yeah, he just
I
read.
won't use tautology anymore. So,
Well, no, what I'm saying is it doesn't work, bro. It doesn't work because you're saying that it's a redundant.
He's partially correct.
Well, it's just a clarification, right? In the definition, it says without adding additional.
Just let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. Okay, we all know it's not possible to see the quote-unquote geometric horizon. So the model predicts that it would be in a certain place. So if you actually measured it physically, it should be there. So it is kind of a tautology, but the error of the tautology is on the globe side, not the flat Earth side. Because the globe Earth side will say the geometric horizon is exactly where it needs to be. But you could never see it.
okay, so let's say that's the case, and I think it is the case for the most part, right? You can never actually see the geometric horizon, okay? In what sense does this black swan observation disprove the existence of a geometric horizon?
Well, for 5 years, all we've heard is that we do see it. So now, just to stake your claim, you're saying you never see
No,
the geometry.
listen. He's trying to prove that the geometric horizon does not match the prediction.
Well, what's the prediction?
No more than 1.225 the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Right, but we don't claim that the horizon that you see is the geometric horizon.
Now that it's been dismantled, you don't claim that.
Well, we've never claimed that. That's why there's a term called the apparent horizon that differs from the geometric horizon.
I've heard myself over 100 times.
Okay,
that both
so to
disappear
find
over
where the apparent horizon is, do you need to use the geometric horizon?
I think you would, and you would also apply
You cannot
the
do any
refraction
curve.
calculations to it.
Listen, you can't do any calculations without calculating that horizon first. That is going to be the first order of business.
Sure.
So if you cannot locate that point, that place, then the rest is just gobbledygook.
Yeah, this used to be the question,
Which
right?
is the point. The point is to show that the idea of using a curve calculator or saying this thing is over the horizon, under the horizon, it's just, I think the point of this is more to show the fallaciousness of using the curve calculator or apparent behind the curve, ships over the horizon, masts being visible before the bottoms of the hull is a bunch of baloney. Okay.
If the Earth was a globe, we would see the ships disappear bottom first. If the Earth was a globe, we would see the sunset over the horizon. All this kind of stuff. So
Copernicus even says this in his Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies. Okay, so you can't just bail on this as if it. Now we're not saying any geometric horizon, and we're saying that didn't exist, but Copernicus himself said it. And uses this as evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Sure.
You can't use it that this is evidence this Earth is a globe for 400 years and just say, "Oh, we didn't mean that."
Because the P900 came out.
So is that the position of like say AI? I see you lighting up as well.
I'm
Is
not
it your
gonna speak
position
for
that
QE.
when he says every horizon distance measurement, he means geometric horizon?
Yes.
I know that's your position, Indio, but AI, is that your position too?
Look, you're trying to get it to a point where the geometric horizon is always going to be where it's going to be, but you can never see it, which you don't realize that you're actually conceding that the horizon is an optical phenomenon, not...
Yeah, it's 24, 901.
But is that your position too? Is that your reading of this syllogism, AI? That when he says every horizon, he means every geometric horizon.
There's only one horizon, bro.
Is that the geometric horizon?
No. What is the definition of the word horizon?
Well, are we going based on the National Geographic definition or the Andrew Young subject matter expert definition? Because they're two different.
What the actual horizon is? Okay, I'll put it to you like this. If you're going to point to a horizon in a photograph, in a video, in the real life, what are you going to be pointing at?
It would be the line where the sky appears to meet the land.
Bingo, we have a winner.
Welcome to
But
Flat
then
Earth.
but then, like many subjects, you find more technical definitions when you go a little deeper. And then if you go a little deeper, you'll find that there's 3 definitions. So are we to just reject that?
No, bro. If you're gonna point to me a horizon, what are you going to be pointing at?
Yeah, but there are colloquial definitions for many terms that have a more
If you're
technical
going to
definition.
point at a horizon
I
in
already
a
answered.
photo, in a
I already
video,
answered.
right? Bingo.
So
you already answered the question.
So we are going to ignore the more technical definitions then. Why?
Present them, man.
We're
Listen,
already accepting that they don't matter, so why bother? I mean,
but they're irrelevant to this. Okay, so the astronomical horizon is irrelevant to this. Are you saying
the
that ships
apparent and
go?
the geometric aren't.
Listen, are you saying that ships go over the astronomical horizon?
No, I'm not.
Okay, how about the what do they call it? What do they call it in sailing? The artificial horizon. Do ships go over the artificial horizon?
I think ships go over the geometric horizon.
The ships. Holy shit, dude! You think
is
ships
wild.
go over the geometric horizon?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
So how do we find that?
Well, you can see it as of. I know you have one. But
how about if I show you? How about if I show you a video of a radio-controlled motorboat on a 400-foot lake just being obstructed by nothing?
Anyway, for the flat earthers
like
watching,
not one video, like 10 of them
yeah,
with weather.
correct.
So now you have an anomalous data point. Okay.
Sure, I'll look at it. I mean, if you give me a reference, I'll read up about it.
Not a reference, a demonstration.
So is it the apparent horizon that cuts ships off from the bottom up, or is it the actual horizon that cuts them off from the bottom up?
Well, I really don't want to move off of this Modus Tollens argument yet, because there's a couple other things I wanted to go into. But the short answer is that I think that the geometric horizon is the one that cuts it off, and the apparent horizon is the one that you see, and that those two things are consistent with one another and they can coexist.
So when the boat
Okay,
is way
so-
off in the distance and its disappearance is consistent with the distant horizon, it's somehow actually being blocked by the closer horizon that's physical.
So let's take what he said in the context of this image, right? So the geometric horizon in this image is supposed to be a mile away. That is what is supposed to be cutting off. It should be cutting off the oil rigs. But you can see this visual horizon more than 9 miles away. So where did the geometric horizon go? Did it become transparent?
I think it's still there, but then.
But what? It's supposed to be blocking the light that is coming off those oil rigs.
Yeah. Well, do you believe that
So
light can
physically
bend through the
blocking it.
atmosphere? Do you believe
Do
that
I
light can
believe-
bend as
I
it travels
believe
through the
it can
atmosphere?
bend. Yeah, I believe it can bend. Yeah.
Okay.
So
So
but
then-
you said it's blocking it. You said it gets blocked by the geometric horizon.
Yeah, but the light can bend over that horizon and meet your eye.
Okay, so, but the horizon went from in front of the oil rig to in back of the oil rig.
Well, the apparent horizon did, yeah.
Well,
The
how
geometric
does
one
that-
stayed where it
how-
was.
You show me or tell me or demonstrate it in any way, shape, or form how a horizon that should be obstructing something from the front can leapfrog the object that should be obstructing and appear behind it.
Well, this is another
No,
part
no,
of
no,
the.
no, no. So just tell me.
I'm about to answer you.
Okay.
This is another part of the claim that's being made, and I don't know exactly where the horizon is in that image, but I can't really argue that it's definitely behind the oil rigs unless you can substantiate that decisively.
There's actually the person that took this image took some more yesterday that are a lot clearer.
Well, I mean, to really know for sure, I think you need to take more data measurements than we're taking. Isn't that the case? I mean, can you be certain of where the horizon is?
Well, if the horizon is where the land, where the sky appears to meet the land, it's a subjective visual impression.
Yeah, but that line in both of those images is not exactly clear.
Well,
I mean, it's a
certainly-
hazy day.
It certainly is not in front of the oil rigs.
No, I agree. Or at least it doesn't appear to
So
be.
how would it?
But then it could be. I mean, it could be the case that there's some strange
How
atmospheric
is there a
happening here.
mechanism which could make that happen? Just
Well, I don't know.
bending light doesn't cover it because you have to bend it in such a way, I don't know what, corkscrew it or whatever. You have to bend it in such a way whereas the line, which would normally be obstructing, somehow flipped and got behind the oil rigs.
All right, that's
Well,
pretty
you're not going to
funny.
like this answer, but if it was up to me, I would say there's so many anomalous refractive artifacts in that image that it's worthwhile just throwing it out. I know you're not going to want to do that, but
And the
you
pure
have to look at that
fiction
image and
thing.
think there's a lot of crap going on in there.
I like it.
Doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
but it's been repeated.
Yeah, but it hasn't been repeated without a lot of artifacts of refraction. That's the thing.
So you saw the one that was done yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay, so why are you like sandbagging and like pretending you didn't see it?
Well, I did see it, and I saw
Okay.
refraction in that image too.
So guess what? Atmospheric turbulence is not refraction.
Well, there's a lot of waviness in those image. In the image.
I may disagree with people on the sofa, but that is funny.
Similar ways they were in the
Pure
original.
fiction.
Now, tell us the mechanism where waviness in an image translates to horizons jumping in front of each other, back and in front of objects.
Well, I'm not sure that the horizons are doing that because, like I said, it's hard to determine.
Listen,
If you're
this
on a
is what's
globe, it
called-
has to do
what
that.
you're doing is called FUD. Okay, it's called fear, uncertainty, and doubt. They used to do it in corporate circles, back IBM versus Microsoft, and that's all you're doing. You can't name a mechanism this would happen, not a physical one. You can't even conceive of one in your mind. Okay, you can't even make one up using a fucking exotic material. There's no way it could happen. That a horizon is going to get displaced from in front of an object to another. It's just not going to happen. It can't happen.
Well, I mean, can the horizon not appear to move further back due to effects of refraction? I think
Appear
it
to
can,
move
can't it?
further back means it appears higher in the frame of the in the
Well,
in
I
the
think it does,
photographic
doesn't it?
frame.
Doesn't the horizon appear higher?
But listen, if the oil rigs are behind the horizon, the oil rigs will appear higher as well.
Oh, we talked about the geometric horizon or the apparent horizon.
It doesn't matter with either one. It does not matter. We're talking about an apparent horizon. Wherever it appears to be, if it's in front of the oil rigs, if refraction is lifting everything up, it's lifting everything up. It isn't just lifting just the horizon up and sticking it behind the oil rig.
So let's assume that that refraction has lifted everything up, okay, and the horizon is in fact behind the oil rigs. What?
How would it get? No.
prevents
We're
that
not
from
going to assume the
happening?
second part because the second part is impossible.
What prevents that from happening due to refractive effects? Like why can that occur due to refraction? I mean, I know it's been argued that our model of refraction allows for anything to happen, but if that's the case, then why can't this be happening too? I know you're not going to like that, but
Because the light comes to the camera, right?
Yeah.
So if there's a horizon and there's an oil rig behind it, and the light has to come from the oil rig, so the sunlight reflecting off the oil rig comes to the camera. The sunlight reflects off that hump of water that you think exists. That comes to the camera, and those are sequentially behind each other, right? They're in different positions, in distances, one in front of the other. Okay? No amount of lifting or twisting is going to make that horizon, the oil rig, suddenly appear in front of that physical object. Dude, what you're basically telling me is I can be on another side of a hill, there can be refraction, and it will appear I'm in front of the hill and not behind it. That is ridiculous, dude. That is a ridiculous statement. You cannot conceive of any way to do that.
Yep.
Well, like I've talked to people about this before, like in the on the Glober side, and their position seems to be that, and I think I agree with it. Like
That refraction is magic.
No, an observation like this, with as many obvious artifacts of refraction as are in it, extreme refraction, shouldn't really be counted as a great exemplar for any position, because except for the effects of refraction, because it's so laced with it. I mean,
so a hand wave dismissal.
What about finding a black swan?
Hey, listen, bro. What Indio set up for you? What Indio set up for you is a physical relationship between objects. What you set up is just a penumbra of plausible deniability.
Concepts. concepts. We know that when there's like the entire argument of shifts behind the horizon is that we're using the ideas of everyday light. When one object's behind another, you can't see it. Okay, you're saying there's just some magical light where if some object is behind another object, it can appear in front of that. That's ridiculous, dude.
I'm willing to accept for the sake of argument your position that the horizon is in fact behind the oil rigs, right? But we haven't really established that concretely, have we? Because we can't. So
visually, it appears to be behind the oil rigs.
Yeah. Well, it might
Visually, especially in the second video, you can see the water lapping up against the bottom of the legs of the oil rigs. So we know the horizon can't be there.
In both of these videos, they're hazy. There's a lot of distortion in them.
But you can still see waves smashing against the bottoms of the oil rigs where the oil rigs meet the water. So we know the horizon can't be at the oil rig, but the globe predicts they're in front of the oil rig.
But not the globe including refraction, does it? Like this is the globe.
No, yes, the globe including refraction, even including, say, you take the standard 7.6R.
Well, this isn't a standard 7.6R day, is it?
Why isn't it?
Because we can see how much haze there is. Do you think they're both standard refraction days?
I didn't think there was particularly a large amount of haze in the second video.
Or what was the first one?
I don't know about the first one. I thought it might have been a little hazy, but the second one is way more clear, and you can see a lot more. And it's irrelevant, dude. This is all just a bunch of red herrings.
Because refraction is the whole argument.
No, refraction is not the argument because you're not stating an argument of refraction. You're saying an object that's behind another object can teleport in front of it.
Well, we haven't established the horizon is in fact behind the oil rigs yet. I mean, to be
Why not? Why not?
Well, that's for you to do. How have you done it?
It either has to be in front or back or on it, and it's not front, back. It's not in front of it, and it's not on it, so it has to be in back of it.
He's just being dishonest.
Oh shit!
I'm not being dishonest. What have I lied about?
You're being
intellectually dishonest.
Let me put it this way.
Look, you guys, listen. I said this 3 years ago when the servers first started. Y'all are never kicking, dragging, screaming. You guys are never going to let go of this ships over the horizon thing. No matter what amount of evidence is shown, you're going to fucking deny it. No matter what. Despite the fact that there's 300-mile observations in Antarctica of mountains, which only could happen if a mountain was twice the height of Everest. And that's in the National Geospatial Agency, right? They print it. It's not some flat earther. You can go on YouTube and look up sea captains talking and saying, yeah, I can see 200 miles down here. Okay, so this is all well-known shit. You guys can't accept it because boats go over the horizon, because it's a globe, because it has to. Some silly shit that someone postulated 500 fucking years ago is your best proof.
All right, well, since we don't agree with the observation, could we go back to the syllogism? Because I still have a problem with that syllogism.
Apparently, because you don't understand. You can't even agree with the fucking horizon is.
Well, it's indeterminate, I think, but in both images. But I think we could probably get to an agreement on syllogism.
Listen, if you want to deny your ice, then that's fine. There's no point in going over the syllogism because you're just denying objective reality. So, what else? Right. So you can take any of these images, right, and just apply a negative, not a negative color filter, but invert the colors, so you get more contrast. It isn't changing anything. It's just changing the color values, and you can clearly see the horizon without any problem.
Do you think there'll be a black swan without any kind of refractive issues in it? I mean, do you think that's possible?
This isn't. You act like this is the only thing. You act like that this is the only black swan in existence.
No, I know that there's. I mean, based on his definition, the majority of observations are going to be black swans, aren't they? Yeah. Any observation that has a non-geometric horizon is by definition a black swan based upon his syllogism, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
So that's most observations.
Well, then that's 500 years of stupid arguments, right?
Well, it's also 500 years worth of like black swans that we've been calling white swans, but now they're black.
Yeah. So what does that tell you?
Well, it tells me the analogy is kind of strained.
No, it's not the analogy that's strained. It's the fact that these were all black swans and there was a long line of confirmation bias.
But wasn't the argument always about black swans? Wasn't the argument always about refraction causing you to see farther than the geometric horizon? That was always the argument. This isn't a new argument, in my opinion. It's being phrased in a different way, but fundamentally, it's the same thing.
No, listen. So when a ship, when an object appears over the horizon, what is that? Is that the geometric horizon or not the geometric horizon? Like, when does this refraction take place? Like, only when an object is in a structure like the prediction?
Most of the time, you're going to be seeing an apparent horizon that's being loomed up by refraction. But the thing that's obstructing, things in the background is the geometric horizon.
Do you have any evidence that happens most of the time? Any?
Well, you're arguing the same thing, aren't you?
I'm not arguing anything of the sort.
Are we disagreeing that most of the time you're seeing the apparent horizon?
No, you just said loomed up. You just said most of the time objects are loomed up. Do you have
loomed up in the sense of refracted up. Most of the time you're going to be
any
in
evidence
conditions
of
that are
that?
standard refraction at least.
Do you have any evidence of that? Do you have any evidence that refraction is the general case?
Well, are we disagreeing that refraction causes light to bend?
We know that refraction. Listen, the fact that an effect can occur does not mean it does occur. Listen, this is typical bullshit sophistry from fucking Globers. The fact that an effect can occur does not mean it is occurring, okay? And you guys proclaim that somehow refraction is the general case. It's the general condition of the fucking air that we look through every day. Well, then how did you figure out it was a fucking globe of 3,959 miles in the first place? If all your measurements are optical, how'd you figure that the fuck out?
So what's your position?
No. How'd you figure that out if everything you measured and looked at was bigger than it really was in the first place?
Well, not bigger.
Yeah, bigger.
No.
Optically larger.
Well, I mean, that would be towering, right?
Everything
it doesn't have to be.
Up, it's spread out, and everything.
It's not larger.
Bigger.
No, it's not. It's not
larger.
Bigger.
It's modeled as larger. What do you think 76R means?
Yeah, you mean the planet, not the actual thing you're looking at?
Look.
Are you talking about the globe being larger, or are you talking about what you see being larger?
The globe would optically appear larger if everything was being... Okay.
Then how are you seeing
just a way of constructing a rule of thumb?
If the globe predicts a horizon at 9 miles and I see it at 10, does the globe look like a larger globe? Earth of a larger radius?
But that's the problem, right? Because you're saying that this defies expectations, that this defies the prediction of the globe. But I don't know how it does that, because our prediction has never been that the horizon will always be geometric.
You don't actually have a prediction. You don't actually have a prediction. You have a bunch of post hoc bullshit, dude.
Well, I'm going off of Huey's argument, and I'm assuming you're a subscriber to that argument. If you're not, then you can tell me. I'm just going based off what his argument is.
Look,
shit.
His argument speaks for itself. It doesn't need to be retranslated or reconvened. You know what it is perfectly. Okay?
Yeah.
And you just got off the fact that, listen, the globe, the measurement, the claimed radius is based on optical measurements, right? Surveying, looking at things. Now, to after the fact say, well, those optical measurements that we did, they're in fact actually wrong because things are loomed up. Like I said, what do you think 76R means? That means they increase the radius of the globe by 1/6 and then model everything as if the rays of light are straight.
Yeah, but that's just to increase the distance to the object. It's not to
increase the size of the object. But that increases the entire size of the Earth.
It doesn't increase the size of the object, though, right? You weren't saying that, were you?
It will increase the distances.
Optically, it does.
Optically, it does. It'll increase the distances because all the angles will increase in size. So optically, the Earth would look 1/6 bigger than what they actually measured it as. But what's happened was they came up with 3,959 miles. They started doing measurements, and they're like, holy shit, this doesn't fit. We're going to have to add something to this fucking formula to make it fit our fucking globe. So that's what they started doing. But that didn't work, so then they started with deflection of the plumb line and deflection of the vertical, because now down isn't down, and we got to curve the plumb line and project it on an oblate spheroid. And this is a bunch of shit you don't know that they did in surveying, but this is what they did. You guys think that they're like a globe projection is like some straight lines? No, it's not. They're all curved plumb lines.
Okay, do you think that it would matter if no one on the globe side actually subscribed to this position that all horizons must be no more than geometric horizon. Would that be important or not?
I think what should be important is that they stop telling kids that ships over the horizon proves it's a globe. That's what I think.
No, they're not lying.
The next
Bill,
time
if it's
QE
true,
comes
they
in,
wouldn't have to lie to kids.
whenever I try and talk to QE, he just mutes me. The next time he comes in, could you ask him about that horizon part? If he
We're talking about QE. We're talking about your ridiculous argument here.
All right, don't get upset.
Flaw in the argument.
No one's emotional here apart from you. Okay,
You can't rebut it, so you're trying to find a flaw in the wording.
Well, no, I was under the apprehension that he meant apparent horizon when he said horizon, but you're saying he meant geometric horizon. And if that's
So
the
why do you
case, then
keep
it does
going back
change the
to
argument
it?
quite a lot.
Darkstar, you have to think about it like this. If he's applying it to a globe earther and he's applying it to globe Earth, like the geometric horizon, that's what he's talking about. He's not putting in what he believes into the argument because he's trying to test the predictions of the globe, right? With this Black Swan, right? So why would he use apparent horizon? Does that make any sense to you?
Well, yeah, because because he's sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but he's comparing an apparent horizon observation, the Black Swan, to a geometric horizon position, and that's if he's saying that the word horizon, okay, it's ambiguous in the context that he means to put it in because it means different things to different people, right? It would be better if he said exactly what that word meant in that context because it's not clear to me, and I was confused. I thought he meant apparent horizon when he said every horizon. Like when he said every horizon distance measurement, I thought he meant distance measurement to the apparent horizon.
Let me ask you if
not the geometric one.
Would this statement make sense? Ships being obstructed by the apparent horizon prove the globe. Would that be a sentence that made any fucking sense to you?
No.
No. So that's why he's using geometric horizon because we've been hearing for years the geometric horizon of the Earth, the leading edge of the ball, is what is blocking the bottoms of ships, objects, buildings, you name it, whatever the object of the day is. They're saying the geometric horizon does that.
Sure.
Okay?
So
if the geometric, this is basically saying the claim that the geometric horizon proves the globe because it blocks the bottom of boats is false because the horizon is not where the geometric horizon is supposed to be.
But which horizon? The apparent horizon or the geometric?
The geometric horizon, because
but the geometric horizon is exactly
this is a corollary of the original claim. The original claim is the geometric horizon. You said it yourself. Is what is blocking the bottom of objects.
Sure, but
you
the
never
argument...
said. Did you ever say that the apparent horizon is blocking the bottom of objects?
No.
Okay, you said the geometric horizon.
Yeah.
So that's the horizon he's talking about, the geometric one. The same horizon everybody's been talking about for a long time.
But we never made the claim that the geometric horizon can be.
You just claimed it about 10 minutes ago.
No, the geometric horizon is just a function of the radius of the Earth and the observer's height. So that's not even a
10 minutes
question.
ago, you claimed that the geometric horizon is what obstructs us.
Yeah, I don't renounce that claim.
Yeah.
This dude's smart.
So
he's
he's
just being
refuting that
intellectually
claim.
honest.
He's refuting that claim. He's using geometric horizon.
But he's refuting that claim by presenting an observation of an apparent horizon. I don't see how that does that.
Okay, well, then.
But how does that do that?
The refutation is that it's apples to oranges because he's showing an apparent horizon and not a geometric horizon.
But that's the thing, because it
But
makes
then
a lot
how
more
do we
sense from his
differentiate?
perspective.
How do we
if horizon
differentiate
meant,
between apparent horizon and a geometric horizon? How do we differentiate which is which, right? So that's the next question. So if it's actually the apparent horizon that's makes objects appear to be obstructed, yeah, so that's where we're at. The apparent horizon, because that's what it is. The images, what you look with your eyes. So that's the apparent horizon that makes things appear that way. So that means whatever's happening is a purely optical phenomenon that has nothing to do with any geometry at all.
but don't you think it makes more sense, like in just reading it, that he would say that up to this point, I'll read the syllogism. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 square miles. 1.225 square root of the observer's height. We have a horizon distance measurement greater than 9.4 miles. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere of radius 3959. Doesn't it make more sense if he's saying every horizon in the context of every apparent horizon?
Yeah, but then it wouldn't be a syllogism because then you're starting to import other logical conclusions into it.
This is exhausting.
You're trying to make really a formal syllogism, which only has specific purposes to like prove one idea, and trying to import all these other conclusions off of that. Logically, this is absolutely true. Okay? Logically, it's absolutely true. The conclusions based upon the truth of this may or may not be true. Those have to be proved by their own syllogism.
But so the actual if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P, right? The Q is that every I'm gonna rephrase it in the way that you're arguing it is, which is geometric horizon, just to be clear, okay? The Q is then every geometric horizon distance measurement must be no more than the geometric horizon distance calculation, okay? The next part is the negation of Q, right?
Hold on.
So how does this observation of the black swan negate that position? How does the black swan observation negate Q? Do you see what I mean? Like, I don't see how that works.
Here's how it works. Can you guys hear me?
Look, your only argument is this picture is not Q, and it's something else.
Yeah, basically. I mean, it's the apparent horizon here, clearly, right? And we're talking about the geometric horizon in Q.
Okay.
If that's what I don't think that's what he's saying, but if that's what you think he's saying, I still don't think it makes sense.
Well,
we don't care.
I've got this. Hold on, guys.
I just think you're
all right. Check this out.
Whatever you got to do, whatever you get paid to do. I don't know.
I wish I got paid, bro. Do you want to pay me?
You're doing it for free? Holy shit!
Well, this is fun.
No, it's not. If it's fun, then you obviously paid, or you just think that we're a bunch of clowns to play with. But check this out.
It's fun to work out problems like this. It's fun to kind of think about.
All right. So do you understand geometry, spherical geometry? So if you're 1 foot above the ground, the geometrical horizon cannot be further than 1.22 miles from, but you end up seeing the entire oil rigs and shit. I mean, we're trying.
Yeah, but that's the apparent horizon, isn't it? The geometric horizon isn't further than 1.22 miles, but the apparent horizon can be. That's always been the position.
What do you mean? All right. Well, how about you describe the geometric horizon? What do you mean by
geometric
that?
horizon is a function of the radius of the Earth and the observer's height. It's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height. So that's the geometric horizon.
All right. So what is the circumference of the Earth?
Was it 24,000 miles?
A little bit more, but that's closer than the other guy I was talking to got.
Okay.
So. All right. So there is a physical barrier, a hump of water between what you might or might not see at 1 foot observation.
Yeah, assuming no atmosphere or refraction. Yeah, but obviously that's a silly
Wait a minute.
assumption
Wait
to make.
goddamn minute. Hold on. Oh no, I didn't. I'm not talking.
I mean,
about
it can only be that position if we have no atmosphere.
I'm not. God, can you let me freaking talk? I'm not assuming any type of refraction or anything. I'm talking about physical obstruction. Here, we're talking about a hump of water between you and the observation point, which is 9 miles away. Say the second oil rig. You just picture you as the camera, 1 foot or so off of the beach, and you're looking 90 degrees ahead, and you're using 24901 calculations. Would you even be able to see that without, absent of all refraction calculations or anything in the geometric calculations? Would you be able to see that?
Yes, absent refraction, I'm not sure. You'd have to run it through a calculator. but there would definitely be obstruction there. Yeah.
The answer is no. The answer is no. I've already done it.
Can I say something real quick? So, Dark Star, I don't like how you're like, when you say refraction is silly, like you're trying to imply that we think refraction is retarded. We definitely believe in refraction. What's actually silly is that you can't actually give us an example of the refraction you're describing, what is causing this observation. You couldn't even think of one when India was asking. That's more silly than anything, right? Like, it's not that we don't believe in refraction, is that what you have to believe in order to get that observation, you can't even put it in words. Like, all you can say
it's like there was no atmosphere at all in the geometric calculations. If you were on a sphere and you were to look at these oil rigs, you wouldn't be able to see them at all if there were no atmosphere at all. You wouldn't be able to see them at all.
Yeah. Okay,
but then
we
all
do
of a
have an
sudden,
atmosphere, so
refraction makes it look like it's flat. What's
the cause? What's the cause of refraction, brother?
So it's the angle of incidence and I think the density of the medium.
Right. So it requires an angle of propagation from the point source through a differentiation in medium, correct?
I think it can be. I'm trying to remember the wording, get it right. I think that the density can be, or it can be. I don't want to badly butcher it.
It has to be different, correct?
If you say it right,
it can be a
uniform possible. If you say
gradient.
it right, it might make it possible.
It can be a uniform gradient, but the same kind of medium.
Listen, if the medium is ubiquitous, then there cannot possibly be refraction.
So you're arguing that there isn't refraction then?
Okay, pay attention. You already said that the angle and the change in the medium, so that means it's different. Okay, so what Indio was asking you is to describe a relationship optically where the objects swap places.
The objects swap
Follow
places?
That? Yes. So the hump that you're supposed to be blocking things, then all of a sudden gets behind the thing it's supposed to be blocking. Okay, so you weren't able to give any type of plausible explanation. You only just referred to refraction. Refraction exists. What would be necessary for this type of observation to happen is basically heat-seeking, laser-guided eye missiles being shot out of the ocean miles past the hump of water that's supposed to be blocking the very ocean that's shooting you in the eyeballs with its eye lasers.
Right, that's assuming that the
passing through
where you believe it is.
Passing through. No. There is no where you believe it is. You point your finger at the apparent demarcation line where the sky appears to meet the ground. That's the horizon.
It's not clear at all where the actual apparent horizon is in these images.
Is it beyond? Listen, is it in the middle of the two oil rigs, or is that still water?
It could be.
What do you mean it could be?
Can you rule it out? It could be the case that the last oil rig has parts of the uprights.
Is the Earth, in your opinion, bro, is the Earth 24,900?
Hold on, Helio, you asked him that already, and you're interrupting AI's point. 1 sec.
So I'm saying it could be. It could be that the horizon is in between those oil rigs.
But why? Why would you say that?
Well, what rules it out? Why would you deny it?
Okay, I'm gonna have to look at the picture one more time just so I can be certain what the hell you're trying to say.
The truth is we can't be certain because of how much distortion there's in the image. That's why I would say you should throw it out. But I know you're not going to do that.
No, bro, that's not how it works. Okay. Right. So here we have, let's see. We have, the sky is yellow. Then I'm scanning downwards. All of a sudden I see a completely different color. And when that color appears, it's beyond, or at least higher in the field of view, which would necessarily mean beyond the last oil rig.
Well, the oil
At
rigs
best.
are elevated.
Well, that's
you actually
cool.
Look on an elevated like platform almost, and you can see that it's.
I really
actually
don't
higher
understand
than-
what the point. I really don't understand what the point of that assertion was.
Well, you just see it's not above it.
What's not above what?
What do you think I mean by that? The horizon line, you old man.
So you're telling me that the horizon line doesn't appear above the bottom legs of the oil rigs? That's your claim?
I don't think you guys are comprehending that the horizon, where the horizon's supposed to be, is like 1/6 of the distance to the first oil rig.
But what are the assumptions with where the horizon should be?
The geometric horizon should
But that's
be
never going to be
there.
the horizon you see, though. So why would you expect it to be there?
That's fantastic, but it can't be in front of something that's behind it.
But you keep going back to this position as though we hold that the geometric horizon is
Because
the
the
one you
path
when it
of
isn't.
the ray would have to come in at a higher angle on the camera. Understand it's being projected onto a plane, and for the horizon in the image to appear higher than the bottom of the oil rig, it has to come into the camera at a higher angle.
All right, I gotta go now, guys. But it was nice talking to you. I'll be back maybe sometime next week or something.
All right, peace.
See you.
Fucking glasses.
I'm bored. Dude, at the end of the day, they just don't want to admit where the horizon is. That's all it is. At the end of the fucking day, like, doesn't matter. Like, the whole refraction argument was nonsensical. The whole geometric, what QE was talking about, was nonsensical. When you finally hold your toes to the fire where that horizon is, they just don't want to go there. Because that just destroys the whole point, the whole argument. Everything he has to say just destroys.
Well, the premise is thus that the geometric horizon can never be seen. Therefore, anything you're ever seeing is a consequent of optical phenomenon.
Which is our point.
Duh. Which is the only appropriate response to that is duh. So their only ground to retreat into is, well, I still need a geometric horizon because it's only possible that a geometric horizon could cut the bottoms of things off. And that's why they're so afraid of angular resolution arguments.
Rawr.
What's up, everybody? Yeah, I like it when Indio's in there and they start talking about refraction because it's game over at that point. I think it's Thursday over there in Timboland. Ugh. Anything new going on for anybody? Do you have any Globers in the chat? I'm driving, so I don't know. I'm taking your word on it. I should turn. I'll be back. Oh, somebody coming. Oh, Pumpkin, you can't just come in here and then mute up. That's not cool.
Well, I'm driving. I didn't want it, if you guys were talking, to suddenly hear the sounds of the road.
I'm driving too.
Oh,
I
nice.
hot mic the whole time. They call me a hot mic sheepdog.
So what's up with you guys today?
Oh, nothing. Accomplishing a lot of things today, so I'm acting like an adult.
Oh, yeah. It's always good.
I guess so.
I've also got a 3-year-old in a car, so he's also quite loud.
Oh, it's all right. He'll learn. He'd be like, Mama, flat Earth.
Yeah. Right now he's singing, "It's Friday, it's Friday." I'm like, no, it's not. He knows he's going to his Nana's house on Friday. That's why he's so excited.
Oh. Yeah, Nana would be giving him all the good stuff.
Hmm. Plus, he has 4 cousins who live on the same property as his Nana, so it's big old time. There's like 6 dogs. Blast.
Oh, yeah. There's attention around every corner.
Hmm. Yes.
Oh, yeah? Is it Friday?
Leon, he said, "Is it Friday?" He said, "Is it Friday?" He said, "Yeah, it's Friday."
Oh, I remember that age. It's a good age. And then pretty soon they start learning how to tell time on the clock.
Oh boy, yeah.
They look at the clock like, oh, it's 5 p.m. You're like, what?
They start going, "Where's my afternoon snack. It's already 3 p.m.
I know, right?
Like, hey, you don't need to know what time it is. My daughter already knows how to tell time though, so I don't think there'll be much here.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what's wrong with me. I had a huge salad for lunch, and I'm hungry again. I'm like trying to only eat one meal a day.
You got a wedding coming up that you're going to go to or something?
What?
So do you have a wedding coming up that you're trying to go to or something?
No, I'm just
Usually
trying
when you
to.
ladies
I'm just
do
trying to
those
lose my
diet.
weight. Yeah, I mean, it just, I had 4 C-sections, and I lost a lot of weight after high school, and I was down to 120, which is underweight for my height because I'm 5'8".
Oh, yeah. Wow.
And then at the height of my final pregnancy, I was like 245. So I've lost a lot of weight since then, and I still have a lot of weight to lose.
Okay. I'll give you a heads up. Like, you're probably going to be good right around like 245, 250, or not 240, 145, 155, 165. So don't kill yourself, all right?
Yeah, I know. 150 is about average for my height. I don't know if this is like something normal to say, but I mean, I've got a banging body. I've got like a perfect hourglass figure. I think I look way better thin than most girls do, so that's why I go ahead and push it.
I guess so. Well, at least you got the confidence for it. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like me losing weight the first time wasn't like, oh, I wish I had her body. It's like, no, my body's better than their bodies. I just need to get it thin.
That's awesome.
5'8" is taller than most guys, too. So.
Huh?
5'8" is taller than most guys.
I couldn't make that out.
He said 5'8" is taller than most guys.
Oh no, most guys. The average height for men here is like 5'10".
Right. That's what I would say. Like 5'9", 5'10".
Yeah, my husband is 6'1". So.
Yeah. But
I feel like men could be taller if the air wasn't like so toxic.
Yeah, maybe. Girls are getting shorter.
Back then, like oxygen was 100%, and now it's like 70. Like
you're breaking up.
20 years.
You're breaking up.
I probably can't hear you.
Yeah, I used to be all about like getting my body into shape and everything, and I got myself into a pretty good body when I got out of the army, like a few years later. But now I'm 41. All I care about is function. Like as long as I like have a minimal amount of body fat on me, and I'm light on my feet, and I can function and do all of my daily duties, that's all that matters.
So we got an army guy in here.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Yeah.
So have you been able to achieve that minimal body fat? Is that where you're at right now? You have
No, right now I'm not. I'm probably somewhere around like 20. If I had to guess, I would say probably around 27, 26, 27% body fat. But I mean, I've lost 15 pounds in the last 2 months. I'm not like going hardcore at it or anything. I'm 215 now. My goal is to get to 185. I'm 5'10", so.
Creation beer. Creation Bear, how many times do I gotta tell you to like get rid of my space herpes, dude? Because your cream is not working.
Does anybody have some of the updated cream? I think I might have the old version.
I don't care about the cream. Just get rid of my space herpes, man.
No, man. Join the club. That's what happens when you talk about space.
You hang on the server too much. All these Globers got all these variants spreading. You might get some space AIDS next.
Bro, I don't need. There's no such thing as space AIDS.
Well, are you sure?
I haven't seen anybody else with space AIDS, so there's no such thing as space AIDS.
It's highly contagious, man.
No,
there's also space crabs.
I highly deny there's anything else besides space herpes, so please just get rid of my space herpes.
There's also space influenza.
What? Creation Bear, is it that hard for you to just like take off the
Listen, I prescribed you the cream. I don't know what else. I don't know what you want me to do.
Also, how do I become a flat earther? Give me the flat earther thing.
I'm a flat earther and I got space herpes.
We can definitely help you with that. But first, we'd have some questions for you.
Yeah.
All right.
But y'all know that the average height of women is becoming reduced. Yeah, because they have all the hormones in the milk, and the hormones are making girls come into puberty faster, and girls only grow 1 inch after reaching puberty. So
I guess so.
that's why I only give my daughter organic milk.
Yeah.
My government professor let me in on that one, or let the whole class in on that one. And she only gave her daughter organic milk, and her daughter ended up way taller than her or her husband.
I'm telling you, man, if oxygen was just to like be at 100%, then everybody would be tall.
100%.
No.
Well, if you're sincere about getting a flat Earth roll, we do have I do have some questions that you could potentially answer.
All right, give me the questions, man.
All right. Do you know what the radius of the Earth is, the globe Earth?
No.
Do you know what gravity is?
Yeah.
What is gravity?
So when you drop a pencil, it falls. That's gravity.
How many types of gravity is there?
One.
Well, you wouldn't. I mean, you'd be failing a globe Earth interview right now, but
What's the circumference of the Earth?
I don't know.
What's the distance to the sun?
Yeah.
Like 5 feet.
All right, dude.
Well, no, not 5 feet. Like 200 feet. I mean,
give him another space disease.
3,000
Yeah,
feet.
more
3,000
space. It looks like that rash just got a little bit bigger, sir.
I know. It looks like it's growing on you, dude. It's mutating.
Just because I don't know how to answer your questions doesn't mean that my rash is big.
All right, hold on. Let's just take a quick pumpkin. You've been chatting for a while. What is the radius of the globe Earth? Or circumference, diameter?
There is no globe Earth. It's a trick question.
All right, touche.
That's an okay. That's an okay answer.
How many versions of gravity is there, Pumpkin?
I would say 0, as in gravity is what is supposedly causing buoyancy, which is the actual law of the world.
All right. All right, let me just ask Gizbo, because Gizbo knows what's up. What is the distance to the sun?
93 million miles.
Oh, okay.
I knew that one because I was born in '93.
Oh, for okay. What's up? 94 here. So Gizbo, how many versions of gravity is there?
2.
Oh, okay. What's the radius?
39.59 average.
Huh. So why is a flat earther know all that?
You know what? I don't know.
Thinker, you're gonna have to know some of this stuff, regardless of whether you're a globe earther or a flat earther. To get that role, you got to know some of this stuff. If some new person rolls in and you're in here, you should be able to help them out. A lot of people come in like you and they don't know these things, so it's your job to be able to educate them.
It's not my job because I'm not their dad and I'm not their mom, so it doesn't mean I have to educate them.
Well, here's the problem, but you can't be in here telling people the distance of the sun is 5 feet or 200 feet.
I'm not telling anybody the distance of the sun is 5 feet, though.
That's not what's going to happen. So you don't get that role if you're going to misrepresent people. So that's what the whole point of those questions are for. If you at least understand the claims, that's a good start. But so I'd say maybe you got some homework to do.
All right, can I at least get rid of my space herpes?
No.
Give him space crabs instead.
Yes. And
Here's a
space
grade
AIDS.
on how bad your space delusions are.
How many space diseases are there?
We've been doing a little bit of a cleanup, so I think we've been flattening the curve lately with the variants. So
I swear, man, if I come online tomorrow and I see another space virus or something, I'm gonna sue you for your.
What you should do is just go learn some of these claims.
There's like a whole bottom of the server that literally explains everything that you could ever want to know about the Earth.
I don't know how to read. Sorry.
They're videos, man.
I don't know how to look.
This guy.
Spoken like an anti-flat earther.
Well, hello, brothers and sisters on this beautiful earth.
Well, hello, gorgeous.
Hi, Kim.
How are y'all doing?
We're doing great. How are you doing?
Doing great. Missed you guys. I've been away for a bit.
I miss y'all too. Man, work's been crazy.
So I'm going to be quiet for a second. I got to pick up my daughter, and it's illegal to be on the phone. So.
No problem. See what else?
Y'all spoke to Little Lion? I don't think we spoke before.
Little Lion? No.
Well, that's a cute little lion right there.
I know, little baby Simba. They've been VC verified for almost a week.
Well, flat earthers, they big tell the truth, so Globers be Little Lion. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, yeah, feel free to chime in. They're still here. Yeah, if you want to say hello, you're welcome to just pop in anytime. Let's see who else is in the panel. Let's see, we got some Globers. We got a couple Globers lurking in here. Timbo, Sasha's a Glober. So feel free to dogpile them.
All right,
Sasha knows all about water curving.
Creation Bear, I just studied. Can I do the test again?
Yeah, sure. Hey, have you ever heard of the Black Swan before?
No.
Oh, okay. All right, I've got some other questions for you. Don't worry.
I mean, it's not just 4 questions, dude. There's a lot of questions, and you just got to pass, enough to show us you know something.
All right,
we're not gonna repeat the same questions to you over and over.
Yeah. So, who has the positive claim or the burden of proof? Is it the flat Earth or the Team Globe?
Flat Earth.
Okay, why?
I don't know.
Who's making the original claim?
Globe Earthers.
Okay, so you just okay. So you just gave two different answers to the same question. So, what's your final answer?
Globe Earthers.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Okay. All right. So, let's see. The U.S. government spends $100 million every 39 hours. Is this too little, too much, or just right?
I think just right.
Just right. All right. Is there more than one scientific method?
Is there more than one scientific method? Let me think.
Yes.
Okay. Could you name another one? Another scientific method? By any chance? If there's more than one, what's
wait, there is no, hold up.
Yeah, I only know of one.
Yeah, there's only one.
Yeah, there's only one.
Okay. All right. Moving on. Let's see. Is there a working model or a map of the globe?
I guess yes. I think yeah. I guess they have CGI maps.
Can you DM it to me? The one map or the model?
Yeah, sure.
I'll put it in the chat. I see Brandon Dub in the house. B-Dub, what's going on?
Yep, I'm here. What's up?
Our Globe representative. So,
well said, my brother. The Globe representative.
So,
y'all gonna jump on me now or what?
No,
yes.
No, this is actually good. This is why he said yes. Everyone, dogpile, go. No, just
attack, boys. Glober.
Creation Bear, I sent you a picture.
All right. 1 second.
I gotta see that.
It's gonna be good. Oh yeah, of course. The desk globe, classic. I have one of those mounted on my dashboard, so when I drive, I spin that around.
Do you really?
Oh, well, I want to make sure I get to where I'm going accurately. So
yes,
map. So I spin it around and make sure I get to where I'm going.
No, my question to you is like, how do you get around when the other half of the Earth is in the darkness?
Well, just you use celestial navigation. So you pull over and get a sextant out of the trunk, and use your horizon mirror.
There is light. There is light in the other dark part of the Earth because of the moon. It also has light as well.
That's correct.
Oh, it's you. Hello, the thinker.
What about when there's a new moon? Is there light when there's a new moon?
New moon. I think so. I don't know. Probably not. I don't know. Something. I don't know.
Do you know what a new moon is?
New moon. I think. I don't know. I don't know anything about the moons.
We're pushing the limits of that.
Oh yeah, new moon is like when there's like it's all dark.
Okay.
Well, that's why we have streetlights.
Okay.
No, he's talking about a phase of the moon.
Yeah, what causes the phases of the moon in the globe model?
I'm thinking it's either the rotation of the moon or the tilt of the moon or something.
The moon spins?
That's what causes the seasons to change.
Uh-oh.
In the Earth, right? Because of the tilt of the Earth is what causes it, like the seasons.
Precession?
Well, but that's not the question, bro. The question wasn't about seasons. It was about phases.
Like the phases of light, right? Like how much of the moon shows during like certain periods of time.
Yeah, phases of the moon: crescent, waxing, waning, half, new, full, all that. Well, in the globe model, why does it do that, or what's the cause of that? Feel free to answer that too, Brandon, if you want to.
I think in science it's like the Earth or something, right? I don't.
The Earth.
I think I don't know. It's all I don't know.
So it could also be like to do with the fact like the way it orbits the moon and the sun, because the sun also has light, and then I don't know.
I'm posting a picture I have of the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time. This has actually been the last few days. Go out at like 3-4 o'clock. You got the moon, in the east, and the sun in the west. Actually, Danny Faulkner sent me a message and said that that's pretty common around this time, I guess. But if they're both in the sky and the ground, we're on the ground and these are in the sky, how is it the ground would be causing phases of the moon? People say this about eclipses. They'll be like, oh, well, the Earth is blocking and creating shadows in the sky. But if you really think about that, how in the hell?
Because the sun's light is greater than the moon's light.
No, but the question is, how is the ground casting and making or blocking your view of things in the sky? That doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't.
Well, that's what they're saying is happening with. Remember just a second ago, I asked Brendan like, what causes the phases of the moon? He said, well, maybe the Earth, and I'm sure that's not uncommon for people to think that way.
No, the Earth can cast a shadow on the moon.
Well, see, there you go. They also think that with eclipses as well. So that's what I'm saying. I just pointed out that I think it's silly. Thinker goes, yeah, no one thinks that, and Brandon's like, no, we definitely think that. So that's why it is good to have. It's good to have you around.
Actually, now that I think about it, the Earth can cast the shadow on the moon. Why couldn't it? I mean,
well, bro, from a flat earther's perspective, that's as silly as can be. Because here, let me post another image. I drew this up pretty shoddily.
Yeah, we can face each other. The Earth and moon can face each other, definitely.
No, I don't think the Earth is an object that moves around. I think we're just on the ground.
But the moon moves.
Things are in the sky.
So we can align every once in a while.
No, but we don't think that. I get where you're coming from. In that globe model, I get that. It makes total sense. But I'm just from our perspective, look at what I posted in the chat. So from our perspective, that's just a silly idea that we're on the ground. There's nothing underneath you. No sun, shining light, or anything like that. So we're saying these things are in the sky. So how in the hell is the ground under you blocking your view in the sky above you? So from a flat earther's perspective, it's just a silly idea. But I get the model.
But what if it is like the rotation of the Earth that's making you look different, like making it look different or something?
Well, again, we have to look at it from two perspectives. From your perspective, like if you're a globe earther, you have this idea that there's celestial bodies, like the sun goes under the ground, under you, and creates light and casts shadows and stuff like that.
Is there an up and down in your perspective outside of the Earth?
Ooh, that's a good question. So I would say there is no outside the Earth. In the same way that if I asked you, is there an outside of outer space? What would you say?
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, so I would say in the same way that like outer space would be the embed of reality, and the Earth exists within that. I would say that from my position is that the Earth is the embed of reality, and you exist within the Earth, and there's no outside. So
up is actually up and down is actually down.
I would say that the down and up, like down is the same for everybody, and up is the same for everybody. So if you point up at the sky, me and I point up at the sky, we're pointing in the same direction, arms parallel. but on a
it's not
globe, that wouldn't necessarily be the
anything,
case.
Yeah. On
Yeah.
the globe model, is towards the center of the earth. I know that.
Right. So I would just say we're on the bottom, and there's nothing below us. There's no sun to go under to create light in the sky or anything like that.
Yeah, the ground is the bottom of the universe.
The bottom of the plane of existence.
Mm-hmm. I've been getting away from that word universe.
The plane of physical reality. I mean, this is the physical plane.
Yep.
So I have it. How would it? Well, it's so there's other planes of existence.
Well, I would say just this one.
You're talking about Dungeons and Dragons and Rick and Morty kind of shit. So
no, dude, just this one. I would say
it's the other planes of existence. I mean, you said it.
No. The physical plane of existence. You don't think there's any existence besides physical?
Oh, you'd be talking about like other dimensions.
That's not provable. That would be not.
It's
provable.
another dimension, though, isn't it?
What dimension?
No, dude.
Other plane of existence.
Point at the dimension. Can you point at it?
Other universe or just another one place?
You're gonna have to show me evidence of another dimension.
Yeah. Dimension is not. Okay, I think you're talking about alternate universes because a dimension is like a measurement.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Like I got a cool theory on dimensions, but I'll save that for speculation Sunday.
Like, has anyone seen the show Sliders? I'm sure someone in
Yeah. That's just a TV show.
I know
just
that's
like,
kind of what
just
I'm
like
talking
Star
about.
Trek, just like Star Wars.
It was a good show though.
Oh, don't get me wrong. Like I'm sure, like I know it probably took you a while, Creation Bear, to be able to get back into those shows, but like I've heard some of y'all talk about them, and yeah, now I can actually enjoy those shows now, knowing that they're complete fantasy. Like, oh, that is pretty cool. Huh?
Yeah. I've always loved fantasy, so it doesn't bother me. One of my favorite shows, or one of my favorite stories ever, is Star Trek Deep Space Nine.
Anyone know Quantum Leap?
Yeah. Don't forget it. I love being a nerd. I mean, I would be who I am without being a nerd, so you're really not wrong here.
I'm just joking.
Well, actually, I forget. Sometimes people think it's worse to say nerd, and some people think it's worse to say geek. In my opinion, it's worse to say geek. So nerd is like kind of like, trashy.
I see both as like a badge of honor. You know what I mean?
You can call me a geek. I'll geek out on stuff all day. That's cool with me.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm a geek. I'm a nerd.
Hey man,
No,
like
maybe.
the Geek Squad, shoot.
Well, they
Geeks
seem
are
like
cool now.
losers to me.
For me, chunky geek.
Like to me, geek means loser, and nerd means like smart and into things that are unusual. Yes.
Hey, I'm a loser sometimes.
Switch the two.
Hey, I'm a loser sometimes.
You know the difference between a geek and a nerd versus a jock? A jock has always worked out. All a geek and a nerd has to do is work out, and he's that much better. Or she.
Yeah.
You
When
can be
you're a
both.
loser,
Yeah,
when
totally
you're a loser, when you're a loser, sometimes it's good to find what you can learn from what you lost at.
Huh?
I'm a winner.
From where you lost out.
Creation Bear.
So humble, dude.
Creation Bear.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah.
So do I get the flat Earth? The flat Earth now?
Hell no.
No, you're not even anywhere close, dude.
You know what? We were having fun, dude. Come on.
You thought there were more than one scientific method, man.
I know it's called Flat Earth 24/7, but we
Is it
can
getting
just
out for
hang
anyone else?
out.
Well, not everybody and their mama just gets to be a flat earther. Okay, so I know if I'm on the mic, I want to represent other people well. So if you're on the mic and I'm not here, and you're telling people, "Oh, well, their son is 200 feet away," hell no. Okay, absolutely not.
you know, if you were more sincere with your attempts to answer the questions, you might even get what's called on the fence, where you're like close to being a flat earther, but you still got to show some experience. But I mean, you're not even trying, dude.
Know anything?
Well,
that's why you're here. You're here to learn.
You got time. Get a notepad. Start taking some notes. We talk about this stuff all the time. The radius. What is gravity? All these things. So this isn't just random questions. They mean things, and they'll benefit you in mid conversation. So
every time I go down the gravity road, what ends up happening is we get to density. My question about that is, what causes density?
I had to ask whoever made the Earth. It wasn't me. I don't know, man. That's because when you get to questions like that, we're asking like, what is the cause of, of reality? I don't know, dude. I didn't create reality. So
how do you breathe air then? How do you breathe air?
Yeah, see, that's exactly right. Like, that's asking those types of questions. It's like you might have to ask your God or whoever you think made the Earth, because that wasn't me. So
it's a different kind of science. So yeah, it's like a category. I don't know. You're talking about that's biology.
So what causes entropy? It's just one of the laws, man.
Okay, I get your point.
I always thought entropy was just the dumbest idea ever. Oh, it's all chaos. We're in a world of chaos, and we know that because we believe in chaos. Like, it's just stupid.
And as far as like what causes breathing, like I'll take it a step further. When you don't breathe, what causes the desire for inspiration?
That's deep.
It is. So, like when you're sitting there saying, "What is the cause of this?" or "What is the cause of that?" When you're asking a complex question, the answer gets more complex. But there's certain things that we can ask questions about that are very basic and fundamental, especially when it comes to like mathematical properties. Like when you're given a measurement, that's a pretty simple statement. It's either going to be not going to be that measurement. Only way you're going to be able to measure it is through direct measurement.
Like your eyes, or tape measure, or can other stuff be
just
used?
a known distance.
Like
you can use laser finders, not laser finders, but distance finders with lasers.
Hey, but your eyes and direct measurement, empirical. That's synonymous.
I mean, I can look at the sun. Does the sun look at?
Oh, perfect though. For each individual person.
Does the sun look 93 million miles away?
Hell no.
It looks like it's right there in the sky.
It's really fucking big too. Oops, sorry.
Well, you can say that. That's fine.
No, you're good.
I don't know if I would agree though. I don't know if it looks big per se.
It looks like it looks.
Well, dude, Gizmo, you said it perfectly. If you're going to ask me a distance, the only answer I have is right there. It looks like it's right there. I don't know. Distance-wise, I don't know. But size-wise, I have no clue. It doesn't look that big.
You can make your hand look bigger than your house, but that doesn't mean it is bigger than your house.
Right.
If we all start training cameras on the sun from different locations across the world, we can probably start to get an estimate of how big and how far away it is.
But here's the problem.
Yeah, through parallax and stuff.
We keep saying the sun, it referring to the sun. No one knows what the sun is. So we're talking about getting close to an unknown.
It's definitely an it. I mean, if it's an it, then at least you can.
I mean, there's theories out there that it's completely optical, man. It's not even a physical thing. It's just there. Like that's what
Well,
we
it's not
see.
just optical. It would also be heating. So,
but we don't know what it is at all. That's what we're saying.
well, we know it's a light, and we know it heats us. Those are the two things we know.
What if it's the black sun underneath you that's heating? You just don't know it.
It doesn't give you that.
Yeah, but that's so very, very, very esoteric and hypothetical. It really there's nothing on discussion.
But you can't verify that the sun is heating us.
Right.
Well, you can because
the higher up you go, the closer you get to the sun, the colder it gets.
Yeah, you would think that
because there's no
to the heat source, it would get hotter.
But there's also less moisture in the air the higher up you go. So
doesn't matter. Have you ever put your hand next to a light bulb? The closer you get to that light bulb, the hotter it gets, right?
Yeah. But it always goes in rays. It's wherever the sun is shooting its rays.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And it doesn't just shoot its rays everywhere. You can sit there and watch it like change where it's shining.
Does heat travel through a medium? Like sound?
He is just excitement of
yeah.
Not that it travels through medium. I can't even describe what heat is, man. But here's another question. Hold on. Here's another question because we're gonna go off into the weeds on this one, so I might as well just bring up another question. As far as people say, oh, the sun and the moon are the same size. I don't know. I've never seen them in the sky together, like a full moon and a sun. I've never seen them next to each other, so I couldn't measure. I couldn't do an observation. Where the moon and the sun are next to each other.
Well, obviously not next to each other, but
that is interesting, though. Why wouldn't they?
They do get close.
There's some people say that the moon is eclipsing the sun during eclipse, but I've seen evidence of these orbs around the sun, and all of them are all being eclipsed at the same time while the sun is being eclipsed. But how do you know the sun's being?
Or sundogs.
I think he's referring to something else. Gizbo, you still with us, buddy?
Oh, is that what you mean? Though he's coming out of the sun? Yeah.
No, he's talking about something else, I think. But
that video that you just posted.
Oh, that was just posting a video I took this week of the moon and the sun in the sky at the same time. Wasn't referring to anything about the rays or anything like that.
Oh, okay.
He said that they look. Some people say, you might hear a flat earther say that they're the same size, and he's saying that he
that's a glare on underneath it though. That's glare, isn't it?
Yeah, right. I would imagine. Yeah, there's probably a lot of glare that makes it look bigger. I would imagine, but that's not why I posted. I just happened this week. But yeah, that's what I mean. You can definitely see them in the sky at the same time. I don't know where you guys live, but where I'm at, it's been like this the last few days. Around this time, kind of cool. Giz, you still with us, buddy? You might have dropped out or something.
I'm just scrolling up and taking a look at the stuff you posted earlier. It looks good. I'll have to take a more
all I'm saying
look
about
at all of it.
Sun is that it's a label. Same with
obviously it's a label. All items have labels. I mean,
but that's about as far as we got. You know what I'm saying? Even they'll be like, "Oh, what is the sun? It's a star." That's just another label. Doesn't really say what it is. We don't know what the sun is or the moon.
Okay, what does that light represent on that picture that was just posted? What does that represent?
I don't know. Guys, tell us.
Whoever's in the chat, tell us. Whoever just posted there. Sheep, whatever.
Yeah, he used to go by Gizbo, but that's a sheepdog.
Oh, sheepdog. I want to know what that represents. Or it's
I
the
guess
sun behind that.
You think if you got closer to that, it would get warmer? I don't know. Maybe that was the last conversation, but if you put your hand, if you get closer to that light, like I'm guessing it would get warmer.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, a big light bulb could warm your hands, definitely.
Yeah, but then people say like, oh, well, but the sun is the thing that's the heat source. But then you get closer to it, and it's not
Yeah, that
necessarily
sun would
more hotter.
definitely get hotter. I mean, it's.
So I heard that the moon appears upside down in the southern hemisphere, which is problematic. I think for any model, you'd have to figure out what that means and how it can mean it. But additionally, I don't know if you guys ever noticed, but sometimes it seems like the moon's phases are not going all in the same direction that they always go. Like sometimes it comes down from the top down instead of like right to left.
Like the moon is not tightly locked? Is that what you're talking about? Like it spins sometimes?
Yeah, it does weird things, but I feel like we need to investigate whether it actually does flip over the hemisphere or if that's just a product of it always being flipped, or what's really going on with it. Or like what's it doing at the equator if it's flipping over the southern hemisphere, you know what I'm saying? And how would that make sense on a globe or a flat earth?
It's an interesting question. I'm a globe author. Let's see. How the moon's phases. According to the globe model, the moon is tidally locked, so it wouldn't spin. As for the flat Earth model, I don't know because I'm.
You ever heard the moon turns like a wheel?
No, I have not heard that.
Mm-hmm. I always think of that song, "The Big Wheel Keep On Turning." It makes you think of the moon sometimes, but yeah, apparently the moon does turn like a wheel.
Wow, that does explain.
That would explain what you're getting at, I think.
Yeah, that does explain it. You're right. Thank you. Perfect. Because it's a clock.
Because if in the globe idea, it's supposed to be tidally locked, right? So does it rotate? Brandon, does it rotate, or is it kind of we're like strafing each other hip to hip?
I think facing the same way and turning at the same time. That's
okay.
Yeah, that's how it is.
Okay.
In the globe model.
Okay.
But spinning like a clock that way, I don't know about that. I mean,
yeah, I don't have any sources I could post for you, but I've definitely learned over the years that people have presented the idea, and this will kind of explain how people would be seeing it, quote unquote, upside down if it's turning with a wheel.
Well, I have a friend who actually the friend of a friend who basically he heard that the earth was flat, and so he went about trying to find out whether it was true, and in so doing he ended up like basically locating the biggest clock on earth, literally right above us, and so that actually tracks perfectly with everything that he's been coming out with, although he's not done yet. We're working on a whole calendar now.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that was a great answer. I'm really impressed.
Someone mentioned sun dogs. I took some pictures of the moon last night. It had a crazy halo. Not the best shots, but it's the best iPhone can do. But yeah, the moon was popping.
That's the moon?
Yeah, this was last night.
Yeah, I've seen that a few times. Those are good pictures, though. Damn.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was really neat. I was just chilling outside with the cat. Great weather.
1491.
Damn. Well, we completely lost Gizmo. Let me just check in the chat, see if he's with us.
Especially if you go to the desert and you happen to see that. It's even better because it's clear. It's on a summer night. It's in the desert. It's fucking awesome.
Let's go, Brandon.
Hey, I know that one.
What up?
Hold on, dude.
How you doing, CB?
I check.
Cuz blood.
Chilling, man. Chilling. Just shooting the breeze.
Thank you.
Right.
Oh, Gregory? What just happened?
My friend Vincent, come on here. Vincent?
Oh, hold on. Let me respond to something in the chat. No, I don't think I spoke to him.
He'll come on eventually. Pumpkin.
Yeah.
That's crazy. You look like somebody I used to know.
Somebody.
That's crazy.
Did you do it on purpose, dude?
Huh?
That sounded like a nice setup.
No, she looks like somebody I used to know. You look like a girl named Shauna that I used to know.
Shauna? Huh.
Yeah. That's not your name, is it?
No, my name is April.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh, what's up?
My birthday is on April Fool's Day.
No
Shut up.
way.
No, it ain't. Really?
Guys, it's still April Fool's week. She's trolling us.
Did you ever used to work for a newspaper and possibly like you
I'm not
stayed
kidding.
underground in the tunnels? Or no? And work? Did you ever work with Donatello or Raphael? No, I'm just kidding.
I've heard it all.
That's so retarded.
Are you also going to call me October?
Say that again?
I said, are you also going to call me October?
Oh, because of pumpkin? No.
No, because my name is April. That's a joke I hear often.
October?
It should be August or something.
I don't get it.
Well, because October is literally, people don't plan it out, but it's literally 6 months from April, so it couldn't be any further from April, hence the joke. I also hear like May, June.
I thought you meant October because pumpkin, because you put pumpkin as your name.
Yeah, but people in my real life don't know me as Pumpkin.
Oh, okay.
They know me as April.
Cool.
Yeah. That's cool. That's cool. Did they plan that out? Like, or you were born in April and they're like, all right, we got to do this now.
Yeah, actually, I was born a week late, and my mom thought I would be born a week early, like my siblings. So to her, it felt like super late, and it was just early morning hours of April 1st, and she always wanted to use the name April, so it was the perfect timing.
Hey, were you born 8 days late?
No, I mean, I have no idea.
If you were, you would have been born in 3/22.
I would have been. Oh yeah. So.
A lot of birthdays around this time. It's like a sign that your parents had some fun over the summer.
You know what's weird?
9 months before you were born.
The odds of you having a birthday
had some fun over some time of the year.
The odds of you having a birthday that day is like 1 out of 365, dude. That's crazy.
I know. You go say, what are the chances? I'm like, 1 in 365.
Dude, I was born on the 333rd day of the year.
On the for real?
Yeah, November 29th, the 333rd day of the year. With exactly 33 days left in the year, too. Isn't that weird?
Whoa.
Though, did you know that the year used to start on April 1st? And that's why they call it April Fool's Day, is because they tried to shame people out of using April 1st as the beginning of the year.
Me personally, I think the beginning of the year starts March 22nd.
Yeah, it does.
Spring, yeah.
Well, that's the beginning of the Aries, and then think about this: March 21st, March 21st, 321. When you count down the New Year's, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! You know.
Okay, yeah, sure. I like it.
That's cool.
That's a good one.
I was just thinking it's exactly a week after the Ides of March. So I think the Ides of March represents like the last week of the year.
The Ides of March, the famous cursed days.
Yeah,
all throughout history, there have been unlucky days, and they're the last 5 days of the natural year.
And think about this: if you look at the Roman coin that says EID, and then there's a space, and it says MAR, like Ides of March. If you turn it in reverse, it says Rammed Eye, like Aries. You know, it's all inverted. So I think Aries, which is 322, is the start of the year. Get it? Like Skull and Bones is like the end of life, but it's also inverted as the birth. You know.
Yeah, it's the beginning of the horoscope. It's
and then the Skull and Bones, the 322. 3 is a C in the alphabet, and 22 is a V, right? So that's the dome and the pyramid. It's on everything they have. It's all symbolic. And then if you look at 322 in Roman numerals and turn it sideways, it looks like a skull and bones. It's so weird.
Wow. Well, the Quran talks about them ruining the calendar and what a travesty it is, and also says that it'll be a comfort to the believers. So I think that we can probably sort it out again. It sounds like we got a pretty good. We're starting to get a hold of it, so that's good.
Yeah. Trip out on this now. I think they put flat Earth in front of you everywhere you go, like on your your gas gauge in your car, FE. But trip on this. So if February is really the last month of the year, right? And on the Ides of March, the Brutus is the one that killed Caesar. You got FE for flat Earth, Brutus, and then Aries, the beginning of Aries. You know.
Okay.
Think about it. If they tried so hard to lie to us about the globe, why wouldn't they put it in our face, though?
Yeah, well, they love rubbing it in. They love putting it in plain sight. And also, putting it in plain sight seems to be a requirement on the side of God before they are allowed to, completely fool the masses. There have to be signs and ways out.
Like lesser magic, huh?
Yeah, we call it belief magic, me and my husband.
Belief magic? Okay. Belief magic.
The only kind of magic.
You believe in magic. Hey, CB. Is he still on here?
Yeah, so I was just responding to something in the chat. What's up?
I told you I bumped into my friend who produced all the music I made before, right? Well, he clucked his MacBook Pro, but I found out recently all you need is a Mac Mini with just at least an M1 chip to work with Logic Pro.
Yeah.
Or Pro Tools, So you can get them online used for like $400. You know that? Like a Mac Mini with an M1 chip.
Not a bad idea. My MacBook Pro from like 2012, 2013 is still hanging on, dude. So
really? And you use Pro Tools?
Logic. I use Logic.
Oh, damn! And it's still working. It's a MacBook Pro, the laptop.
Yep.
Damn.
Yeah, I know. My my gal was kind of surprised too, but yeah, no, it's still.
Like all kinds of like RAM and space in it.
Yeah, I custom when I bought it new. I got it custom with all the, all the freaking maxed out stuff that I could get.
For sure,
But,
that's why. Then for sure.
But yeah, it still works. Crazy.
That's cool. Have you ever used a Mac Mini?
No, but I've seen the idea. I like it.
Yeah. Okay.
If I had to get a computer or something, like upgrade, I would look at it.
Well, he has two badass monitors, dude. The big ass ones. They're like probably at least like 27 inches, maybe 30 inches, and they're like convexed. No, concave. They're concaved.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what's up.
That's what's up. That's what's up, dude. I have like 3 songs ready to go, dude. I'm just ready for. I'm fiending to get on the mic, dog. It's been a minute, dude.
I have one cooked up, but what we could do in the meantime, I've been thinking about doing like a lyric review. Maybe pick some of your songs and highlight some of your bars. I'm sure I was just thinking like Drake played one of his songs the other day, and I was just bobbing along. Like I wasn't even listening to the lyrics. It was just tight. I was vibing out. So I'm sure he put a lot of time and work into the lyrics, making them rhyme and whatnot. And so it would just be cool to like go through them with a fine-tooth comb and just talk about, hey, this bar went under the radar. So if you want to one day, get your notepad and like bring your lyrics, so we'll talk about it, freaking Rap Genius style.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Maybe whenever you want to do it. Whenever you want to do it. I don't work today.
If it gets dead in here, so
yeah,
one of these days I'll do it.
Okay.
I was just listening to one of my songs yesterday. Like, dude, it would be fun. So you should definitely get your songs, and then like we can talk about some of the bars.
Okay, for sure. Yeah. Oh, show, dude. I've been like writing, dude. Sometimes I'm like writing, like I'll do a whole sentence in reverse, dude. And so like the last word first and all the way, so it's a complete reversal, dude. So I don't know. It's like crazy, like all the different things you can do with rap. I know rap lines.
That's a good idea, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you can do it different ways, like finding the last word to rhyme and then filling that in, or you could go off of flow. You can find a flow that's like really fun and just fill in the words. Yeah. So we can talk about it for sure one of these days.
Yeah. Faux show. Hey, did you do the last? I've that I'm not gonna say like what it is, but that thing that happened in Nashville, at the school recently.
Yeah.
Okay, dude, I made a video about one of the funerals they had for this little girl, which was her funeral was April 1st. Her name was Evelyn Dickhouse. I'm not even joking, dude. It's so weird, dude. Evelyn Dickhouse, dude.
Well, it's good to know where your roots are from.
Where else are you gonna house the dick?
Yeah,
dude, it's so funny, dude. They say it like 10 times during the news thing about this girl. And then they say everybody's wearing pink for her funeral, and then the pastor, who's the pastor for the Dickhouse family, gives an interview. They say this is the pastor for the Dickhouse family. Oh my god, dude! It's so funny.
So are you saying
now, huh?
So they just created fictional victims?
Yeah. Watch, I'll post the video, dude. You're gonna be like, "Oh my god, I can't believe that they dude, it's crazy."
Actually, we probably should post it in the back channel. Yeah.
Okay. Where should I post it at?
The locker room.
Locker room. Wait, locker room. Hold on, I'll find it. Hold on. Live stream. Okay, I see it. Okay, I got it. I'll post it right there. Okay. I got it. Okay, I posted it.
What were we talking about before before my microphone went out? I lost everybody.
There it is.
The sun and the moon. Huh? I was talking about how beautiful my picture was. I didn't hear anybody's compliments, and then I found out my microphone was out. But
I think it's funny how many of us smoke on here, and I wonder if smoking doesn't help people like deal with their universe being totally changed.
Dude, you know what's funny about that is one of our anti-flat earther goons is like super anti-smoking, and it was funny, dude. Like, and what's interesting is he sounds dead on like Terrence McKenna, who's a huge advocate for plant medicine and stuff like that. So it's just the irony is just way too funny there. But yeah, he was like, "You're not allowed to come over to my house unless you have a drug test." It was like, "What the?
What?
Wow.
Super weird. Like
I bet he drinks though.
weird." So,
one of my good friends in high school was like that, and he was about to like excommunicate his older brother for like being like on drugs and stuff, mostly for being a pothead. And then my older brother died, and he like realized that he was like just totally doing it wrong, and he was able to like live with him for a few years before he died, because he died of a heroin overdose when he was like trying to quit heroin, and then they were like, okay, well, let's just do it one more time, and he overdosed.
damn.
So, yeah, drugs are dangerous though, for real. Now, weed, if we just stopped classifying it as a drug, I feel like there'd be a lot less problems. Like, it is a gateway drug. Like, yeah, when you promise them that all drugs are evil, and then they find out that not all drugs are evil, they're going to try the other drug.
It's a gateway to sleep.
You know what the gateway was? You know what the gateway was, right? Because it was illegal. So when you make it illegal, right? So the person that's going to sell you the weed, they're probably going to have other drugs on them too. And since you're already buying that weed, they're like, hey, do you want to try this too? So there's your gateway right there. You make it legal, and then they don't have a reason to bring that shit around.
Yeah, exactly.
If it's the only gateway it's going to lead you to is the damn gateway to the fridge.
They sold it in San Francisco, and it was golden.
Oh, not a bridge, dude. The fridge.
I know. I'm just kidding.
Jeez. But I know we're not supposed to really get into that too much. You can see an old dude posted there. But yeah. Oh, Gizball, I was trying to remember what we were talking about, but I kind of forget. Not gonna lie. Oh yeah, you posted a picture of the a light post, and Brandon wanted to know what that was about.
So here, I'll tag you.
It makes so much sense.
He left though.
Sorry.
He's gone, but if you want to explain it, you're welcome to.
Latter-day Saints, I'm looking for your videos. I'm looking for your videos. Sorry, go ahead.
That was just a picture of my neighborhood, like the way the sun was setting and the pink sky, and the artificial light lamppost that was yellow. Just real pretty colors for having an iPhone and not just a camera with a filter and everything. I just like taking pretty pictures of my Earth.
Oh, just take selfies, bro.
I know.
What kind of camera do you have?
That one was an iPhone.
Oh, do you have a camera though, or do you use your iPhone?
I have my my Nikon P1000.
Oh, dude, you're so lucky. Dude, that was the first camera I had was a 900. Then I got a P1000, and it got stolen. And then I went and bought a Nikon D500 and a Nikon D850.
Yeah, they're not the same, man.
Nothing's as good as a P1000. I don't even care. Dude, you know how much money I spent on the D850, dude? That's a 45 mega. It's like top of the line DSLR, bro. And it doesn't even come close to the P1000, bro, for the kind of work I like to do, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing compares to P1000. Telling you
I
guys.
think my next camera I get though is gonna be a Canon.
Really? Like, are you going to get a DSLR?
I don't know. I've been hearing a lot of good things about Canons, so I'll have to look into it and see which one I want.
Are you gonna go mirrorless, DSLR, or point and shoot?
I have no idea. I have to look into it.
Have you ever used a DSLR before?
Nope. I'm not even a camera person, but I'm learning how to be a camera person.
DSLRs are the most, well, now mirrorless are the most expensive, but the DSLR basically, you know, you put whatever picture you're going to take, you're going to switch lenses, you can put a different lens on, you know. The mirrorless are virtually the same, but except, you know, they're more digital, and everybody's going mirrorless now. If you like just like beautiful colors, I definitely recommend Fuji. They're all mirrorless, and their colors are so amazing.
Okay, I'll look into that. Yeah, I just want something for like to carry around in my car to take like random pictures when I see something beautiful.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Karens versus Latter Day Saints.
Oh yeah. I used to encounter Karens all the time during the whole 19 thing, you know.
Yeah.
Are we doing?
Honestly, I think that
gems?
Karens get a bad rap because it honestly takes so much effort and awesomeness to be a Karen.
Yeah, it does.
That, like, it's really an accomplishment to become that powerful of a woman.
Especially if you're Karen B. Especially if you're Karen B.
I don't know who Karen B is.
She loves me so much. It's crazy.
She's the. Oh, I haven't checked in. I haven't checked in with her in a while, but she's a flat earther. Does work with like Jaren and those types of people.
Dude, she hates me so much. It's crazy, dude.
Goes by Karen B.
I know. Yeah. Just because I put her name in a song, dude. She got all mad and shit.
What was the line?
Took it all personal and shit. It's like, what the fuck? Why would you get all personal? Goes, well, because, okay, so a long time ago, like 2 years ago when I was with Witsit down at Venice Beach, and we were, he was doing a live stream right there. I was eating a grapefruit in front of the camera, peel and all. And then I guess Karen B kept commenting. She's like, "Oh, disgusting, gross." So in one of my songs, I was like, "Grapefruit goes out to Karen B. When I'm high on Jeranism, she's always staring at me. Not to mention how Pharisees precariously, nefariously, always trying to be embarrassing me." Flattening Dangerfield song.
Wait, but hold on. The thing that stood out the most, you said you were eating a grapefruit with the peel on.
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
It's good like that. You get all the nutrients.
Oh, I'm sure. But why? What were you just hungry? Like,
pretty much, yeah.
All right, I was curious. Oh, damn. That's a pretty good line, though. Eating grapefruit while you staring at me or something. That's good.
Karen B. Yeah. Good old Karen B.
You said this was in where? Venice?
Yeah, Venice Beach. I was with Wixit, and then a couple of days later, I was with him in Isla Vista, kind of by where I live. We were at UCSB.
That's sick. I'm jealous of all you Cali flat earthers.
Dude, I live like 12 minutes from the Black Swan, bro.
Yeah. I had the chance to go up there. I probably could have.
Which reminds me, I need to fix my bike because there's a bike trail along the 101 freeway where you could see the Black Swan if you're going north, right? So before you get to the freeway exit, which is San Ysidro exit in Montecito, where you get off in where that guy Bo took observations of the Black Swan, before you get to that, if you're coming from the south going north at night, you see all the oil rigs lit up. And it looks like Santa's sleigh. Like, it looks like Santa Claus with all his reindeer. And then there's a pier right there with lights all along the pier, and then the pier dips down. So actually, as you're driving, it looks like Santa's sleigh is going along the level surface, and then it looks like it lifts up, but it's just the pier dips down.
Yeah, I've heard you talk about this before. It's pretty neat.
Yeah. And what's weird is where it disappears to is called Santa Claus Lane, exit 88, right? Yeah, and if you're going southbound on the 101 freeway, right as soon as you get past Santa Barbara, get into Summerlin, after Montecito, there's just a random sign that says LA 88 miles, and then the next exit's exit 88, Santa Claus Lane. There's a castle there. They call it the Five Families, and this castle supposedly is where what's his name? Michael Aquino, the guy who broke away from the Church of Satan and created the Church of Set. It's supposedly where he had the church consecrated, because they consecrated in the summer of '78 in Santa Barbara, and supposedly that's the castle on Santa Claus Lane.
Guess the Church of Satan wasn't edgy enough.
Guys,
there's not enough black makeup in here. I'm going to start the Church of Set.
If you ever heard of the Church of Set, what it is, it's a...
Yeah, Michael Aquino had it on the Presidio.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you know about that, dude. Yeah, he's like
I'm old
real
school.
military. Yeah, you heard about the whole Presidio thing, dude. That thing was, so you know the deal.
Yeah, I had an Air Force grandfather who worked on Apollo 17.
Oh, okay.
He was in this weird sex cult also.
Okay, yeah.
Was it Otto?
They worship the setting of the sun.
Was it Otto?
You know what it was? It was a bunch of mumbo jumbo is what it was. And that's all it was. They didn't summon anything. They didn't do anything. They just got together and were degenerates. That's it.
Do you think that
the moon? Damn it!
Do you think any of those people? Do you think do you think the summoning of demons though really does happen in some places?
No, no. Sorry, y'all. I don't.
Well, don't there have to be demons?
I do believe in them, but I don't believe they are what they're traditionally thought of. Like these things that just hang around waiting to be summoned. That doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't make structural sense.
You just killed the room, dude.
Who, me?
Yeah, I'm just playing.
Yeah, I know. I typically do kill the room.
Usually it's me that brings crickets, bro. This time it was you.
I just had to bring that up.
So who summoned this demon in here?
Sorry, I'm fighting a brain sucker. That's the name of the enemy. I won. But yeah, I don't believe that any of these, quote unquote, wizards or warlocks are doing anything.
That's right.
They may fool themselves into believing they're doing something, but ultimately, honestly, I take the church's stance: is why burn them? There's no such thing.
Right.
No, I don't believe that Aleister Crowley. I don't believe he summoned anything. I don't believe he did. I mean, he probably did all the stupid stuff in the desert, but I don't believe they summoned anything. Because if we're gonna talk about demons and stuff, what is a demon?
I'm just wondering. To me, all the angels and demons is good and bad electricity. But in the metaphysical, negative would be good and positive would be bad.
Well, there's more than one tradition that says that demons come from humanity. Or the demons are a part of humanity.
So supposedly English is the language of fallen angels.
I don't buy into any of that either, though.
You don't think so?
No. I've looked into a lot of this stuff over the past 25 years.
Yeah.
Because I'm old school truther.
He's a 4chaner.
Truther. Yes. I was from the 4chan. And there's a lot of stuff that I've abandoned. That at the time I felt there was a lot of evidence, but as the years go by, And as I apply the same kind of scientific mind to the things I used to believe with the way I think about things now, none of it really holds up.
All right. He's a 4chaner.
Yep. Which I get flack for it, and I understand, and I know some people don't like that, but I can't help it. If it fails the method, you know, what do? Keep believing it just because I have to believe it?
Yeah,
I think a lot of
Glover. Come on.
I think a lot of truthers think they have to believe some things. Like I don't even believe in the Illuminati.
Right. You don't have to be in a camp. I do like that
Yeah.
mentality. And if you find yourself being shoved into a camp, you might want to pay attention as well.
Yeah.
I do like your mentality. You're like, oh, I'm not a flat earther. You know, don't lump me into that camp. Because that's their own box that they've labeled crazy, and they're trying to put you in it.
Right.
You know, so you're just like, nah, I don't belong in that box.
You know what? I reject your label.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah. I think some of us are like, nah, fuck it. Give me the label.
Yeah.
Like, and I'll show you, like, it's not as bad as you think or whatever. Like, their mentality is a little different. But I do like both mentalities there.
Yeah, I mean, if you go out and look at the world today, yeah, there's a trade-off in that maybe we're a bit unhealthier, maybe life's a little bit more meaningless, but that's on you as an individual, right? Like, when you go out and look at it, you know, everybody's living longer. You have access to medicine. You have access to refrigerators, air conditioning, televisions, video games. You have access to art resources. You have access to creative resources. You have access to the internet. And you're probably not going to get slaughtered. You're probably going to be safe in your home. You live in an insanely wealthy, limitless time to be alive. Why worry about an Illuminati?
Yeah.
It's actually go ahead.
What the hell is Illuminati anyway? Like, could anyone really put their finger on it, or like,
No.
we're gonna like go and stab an Illuminati member? Like, who is that? Like,
no,
it's just some vague vampire ghost.
Yeah, it you know, it's from that Hal Lindsey revival of kind of the old guard still has power. It's like, see, I don't even believe that. I don't, like, a lot of people buy into this whole family lines. 13 families. Bullshit. I call bullshit on it.
Yeah.
Because you're related to them. I'm related to them. My kids are related to them. What 13 families? And by the way, of course, who publishes that book? Who keeps it up on their website at all times? The CIA.
Mm.
You can go there and download the whole thing PDF right now.
What is that? Is that the Learned Book of the Elders of Zion?
No, it's the Bloodlines of the Illuminati.
Yeah. By Fritz Meyer or something like that?
Fritz Springmeier, yes.
Have you read Silent Weapons for Quiet War?
Yes. Many, 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 many years ago. But, like, I think 99% of it's fear porn.
I got 99 problems, but the Illuminati ain't one. Hit me.
Yeah.
If you're having Freemason problems, I feel bad for you, son.
Like, I mean, I don't have a problem with the Catholics or the Freemasons or the Jews or anybody like that. To me, these are all just people who are looking for something. And really, because what I learned in the past 5 years is that the people responsible for the greatest conspiracies and the greatest cover-ups is the public.
Yeah.
Not some shadowy group of people. It's us. It's the public. And once you realize that it's the public who are the biggest shadowy group of conspirators, suddenly it changes your perspective a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, I was gonna say your neighbors. And if anyone needs evidence of that, just rewind the tape 3 years.
Yeah.
And look who was telling you to blah 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 blah.
Blibbity blibbity blah.
Hang on. Who was
Yeah.
that? It wasn't some shadowy figure in an all black tux. It was your neighbor, some goofball at the grocery store.
Yeah. And like, yeah, there are things that happen. There are political assassinations, and these things have been going on for thousands of years. We haven't changed. War is in our nature, violence is in our nature, but goodness is in our nature too.
Yeah.
So I don't look at it like, to me, it's not even a conspiracy anymore. This is our nature. I mean, think about it. The elite don't mind control you. They didn't mind control people over the last 300 years to believe the globe. All they did was make a story, and everybody was ready to believe it.
Yeah. It's on you.
Yeah.
For falling for it. Who are you going to blame anyway?
Blame yourself, the person in the mirror.
Yeah.
That's it. And I'll tell you what, it is a relieving perspective to have. Because you suddenly feel way less, like a lot of truthers, like I say, are trying to take the responsibility of the world. And it's like, no, you can't do that.
It's funny you say that. I was literally about to say or comment on how I bet you have a pretty relaxed, laid back type of mind when you're not like, oh, but these, the Illuminati's out to get me and all this stuff. You probably have a very peaceful, easygoing life. At least where your mind is when you're not, always looking over your shoulder and thinking that someone's screwing you over and all this stuff. I like your mentality.
Well, I mean, you're going to make yourself unhealthy.
Yeah, it's very stoic.
Yes, that's the thing to keep important, is to always retain control of yourself.
Right.
No matter what.
Yeah, we talked about this before, giving away too much credit where it's not due.
Yep.
I'm going to give all this credit to Illuminati. Who?
Your gods. That's who they are. And I keep saying that. Is that when people, attribute all this power to the elite, they're deifying the elite.
Yeah.
Those are their gods now. That's their pantheon. They fear, and that's the thing, they fear their gods. They fear those who are in power. Like, okay, well, that's your gods.
Yeah. Yeah, we make fun of Globers for their gods, too. They have their own little versions of their gods and their own deities like gravity and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to fall into that. It's a very hands-off, laissez-faire mentality.
Yeah. Well, too, it puts responsibility back on the individual.
Yeah, always gotta take accountability, right?
I don't hold the elite accountable for their bullshit over the past few years. I hold the people accountable. That's who's accountable for it. Your greatest enemy over the last 2.5, 3 years has been your neighbor. It hasn't been some shadowy group.
I've never even met a shadowy group. I'm not gonna, I mean, I guess that's why they're called shadowy, but I don't know.
Two more bloodstone chunks. Okay.
Yep. I know the further we get, it's just the more questions, less answers. So,
yeah. In a sense, I think kind of the truther movement does this thing where they're searching for explanations instead of searching for the right questions.
And
the only way you can ask a question is if you don't know, and you have to let go of your ego in order to not know.
Yeah, I like that. we see Globers fighting that ego battle more often.
Oh yeah.
You know, I don't want to say I don't know. Someone knows. I don't have all the information in front of me right now. Why do I need to have all this information memorized? You know, you hear all the type of coping responses. Instead of just saying, I don't know, they'll be like, well, I mean, do you expect me to memorize all this? It's like, dude, it's okay to say you don't know, because clearly you don't.
Yeah. On occasion, you get like some 19-year-old who's like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. But see, I love that. Most times I feel like those types, they don't realize the implications of like...
Or they may genuinely be awake and just not aware yet.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah. We've definitely ran into some honest people before. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. But, I mean, honesty is the best policy, in my opinion, so...
Yeah. Who's describing... Piggy Death said someone's describing black magic. Who's that? I don't know.
It's racist, sir? Big man?
That's a Negro magic. I said man in the mirror, and now I've got that song in my head, the Michael Jackson
song. Me too. As soon as you said it, Michael Jackson started playing in my head. I have something I can talk about. I watched a video today. Let me get the... But it was guy, survival bag, water. He had some products to clean dirty water. So he was out in the jungle, whatever. He wanted to show how this product could clean up dirty water. So takes his bag, scoops up a bunch of like dirty freaking, river water or whatever. It's completely brown. And, the product, essentially you dump this powder in the bag and you shake it up and let some time go by. And then all the dirt starts coagulating. And then, stinks to the bottom of the bag. And then you cut that part of the bag off and you repeat the process. Yeah. And so it got me thinking about my analogy, how we talk about this neti approach, not needing to give everyone the answers. I've used the analogy of a dirty car, cleaning off the windshield so you can see through it instead of putting a bunch of things on. So then I see this video and they're adding products to this dirty ass water to make it clear again. So I'm like, this almost like goes against my analogy. Then I go to the comments. And the comments are brilliant. They're like, ain't nobody drinking that shit. So what's interesting, they're like, well, the product advertises, the comments are saying things like this. The product advertises clear water, not clean water, not something you actually want to drink.
Right.
And so this actually, it went from, oh man, my analogy is about to get debunked, to it actually proves, like almost helps my analogy even further, because there's nothing you can add along what I'm talking about. The title calls Fresh Water in 30 Minutes. And I guess it's like a purifying bag or whatever. But yeah, comments are like, nobody's going to drink that garbage. It's not purified. Just because it's clear doesn't mean it's healthy, whatever, safe. And so this just reinforces our point that if someone new comes here with a dirty mind, soiled with, just faulty ideas, fallacious ideas, you just remove their fallacious ideas. You remove the issues. You don't add anything to them. Oh, well, right. Here's a model, and here's this, and here's that. Here's all the answers. Here's a YouTube video. I don't do any of that. I think Mimas, makes a case for not doing that either. But I posted in the chat the video.
I already don't like it.
Yeah, you're welcome to take a quick watch, but yeah,
Let's take a look.
even though the water becomes clear, it's still. I think the top comment was like, "I'd love to see that water under a microscope," and so, yeah, there's just you don't need to give someone, even though you think you might have like a new product. I've got this new idea. This model we created. It'll really help them. Actually, it won't. And I've seen people lately in the chat and in other places saying, "Oh, we got to come up with a model. I'm working with people. We're going to make a model." Nah, bro, that's not the move, dude.
Oh my! I'm watching this video.
Yeah, let me reopen it back up.
Okay, so he's adding a lot of.
Yeah, he goes, "I'm going to add more."
It's chlorine, right? Which in trace amounts is fine for you. I think that water just needs to be filtered a lot first before you put in each. Okay, one packet, sure, I could do one packet, right? I'd be all right with that. I mean, it's probably just chlorine.
Yeah.
Okay, and chloride is in just about everything you're going to eat or drink.
Right.
So it's not going to kill you. Believe it or not, that occurs naturally. So, but yeah, that's not the video to advertise that. I would say, hey, look, I filtered this water and now I'm going to clear it. One packet. Look at that.
Like, yeah, I'll get some screenshots for anyone else who isn't able to watch or whatever. Ugh. But yeah, I mean, you can see the water does become clear, but like the top comment, "I'd love to see the treated water under a microscope." Remember, folks, just because it looks clean doesn't mean it is.
There's probably no life in it at all.
Yeah, right.
It's probably too. Drink it and you'll insides will permineralize with chloride.
Right. Yeah.
Jeez.
Limestone buildup in your esophagus.
Yeah.
But yeah, another comment says there's a difference between clear water and clean water.
Yeah, that's true too.
So.
I mean, we did the thing where you would camp next to the river and then dig a hole and throw some rocks in it and let the water fill up in the rocks.
Mm.
And then you would take that water and just bring it to a boil and then stop.
Yeah.
You don't have to keep boiling it. Just bring it to a boil and stop it. I mean, a sufficient filter is really your best option, though.
Yeah, I'm a big water geek, big water nerd.
Yeah.
One of my girls got me a life straw. It was a great, cute little gift. Very thoughtful. But yeah, it's for this type of purpose, like going to drink water out of a dirt hole or whatever. I've never had to use it. But
yeah,
very thoughtful of her. But yeah, I'm big into water, man. If you're able to avoid drinking like tap water, like you should. So
I don't drink tap water, and I'm not nuts about water. I don't drink tap water.
Yeah.
Like to me, that's that's city. That's
realize. Yeah.
Like growing up, we had a well, and so yeah, we drank tap water all the time.
Nice. I'm lucky enough to have the Whole Foods pretty close to where I live, and after going there enough times, I guess smiling at the manager enough, she's like, "You don't need to pay for water anymore." So I just basically go to Whole Foods. They have this machine. It dispenses carbon filtered, all these crazy filtered, reverse osmosis, ionized, high pH alkalized water, the craziest water, bro. I even spoke to the guy who owns a company in California.
At that point, it's just hydration. There's nothing in it.
Well, that's why I add some minerals and stuff.
Minerals, yeah.
When I get back home, but yeah, so I'm super lucky to have this free water source that's not too far away.
What's funny is
I drink water.
Ever since I've gone hiking, I've always drunk from the river. Now I go to it's in the mountains, right? It's not like I'm going hiking in the swamp. Okay, drinking swamp water, but I've never gotten anything. Never gotten in the runs or anything like that from just like drinking river water. Never gotten anything.
That's good. Water is really interesting just to kind of reflect on.
Yeah.
We piss in it, we shit in it, it's just like it's raining right now. We drink it, it gets evaporated into the cloud. It's one interesting, what would you call it, a molecule? Water? I don't even know.
Yeah, I guess a molecule.
Very interesting.
Is pretty interesting.
And then they say like all this water has been here, right? There's no new water, so it's just been recycled. Kind of trippy. I used to think like, oh, this is dinosaur water when I was like a Glover. Damn, the dinosaurs used to like drink this water. Not no mo.
I need to find me a blood rock. Where do I find a blood rock at? It's easy access.
You said something about rituals, and it got me thinking about Full
Did
Metal.
I say that out loud?
Well, you were like,
I'm
well,
playing.
they're not
I'm
doing
playing
rituals,
Bloodborne,
bro.
and okay, I'm playing Bloodborne, and you do the chalice ritual to get into the custom dungeons.
No, you were talking about in reality. You were like, no,
Okay.
they're not doing rituals and
okay.
summoning demons and whatnot. And it just got me thinking about Full Metal, how they do those like alchemic circles, and they lives for the alchemist stone. What is it? The philosopher's stone. Yep. And so I don't know. That's not something that people do, is it? Where they're doing like rituals like that?
Alchemy?
Yeah.
Alchemy is according to like the esoterics, alchemy is spiritual. It's not even physical anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
The alchemical change, like changing from one thing into another. Like if you have like a big awakening, that's considered alchemical.
Okay, here's my question though. Do you think there are some weirdo people out there that do try to get together and do weird things, like try to summon things and whatever? Do you think people get together and do weird stuff?
Yeah,
like that, even if
they
nothing
do.
happens?
Yeah, nothing happens.
Yeah. Do you think anything has ever happened?
Do I think anything has ever happened? In the past, when like the gods still had power, sure, but no, not in the past. I don't know, 2,000 years.
I get that. I mean, all the times that I've tried to do something like go Super Saiyan, it didn't work. So, and trust me, I tried. So
the cops were just like, "Nope, get in the car."
No, dude. When I was like 9, just trying to charge up in my room. It doesn't actually work. So I can't imagine.
All the repower in the world didn't save you.
Yeah, I didn't have enough repower, I guess, at the time. Maybe I should try again. No, but I would imagine that like getting together and trying to summon things probably has a similar effect to trying to go Super Saiyan as a human being.
Seems kind of gay.
Yeah, maybe just a little. But it sure is badass in all these shows. It makes you think like where they got the idea from. But I mean, that's not even a new idea, right? A philosopher's stone and things like that. Those ideas have been around for a long time.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I love that show. There's a clip I want to show you, Mimas. Let me pull it up. You watched Full Metal, right?
I have. I watched one season of it a while back.
Okay. Then you should recognize this is the. I guess there's more abridged shows, but there's an couple of abridged versions on YouTube, and I watched a few episodes, and this moment had me freaking cracking up. So I'm gonna play it to the bot real quick. Oh, hold on. All right, here we go.
Something you should know. He gives every state alchemist a code name. Yours is Full Metal.
I'm half metal. That's dumb.
Yeah, I do cool shit with fire, so I got the name the XXX Blaze 420 XXX Alchemist, which, I mean, okay, but like...
I mean, I'm sure you remember those old like Xbox days when everyone's name was like X360 no scope, bro. XX.
XX69, your mom 69XX. Yeah.
A funny number again.
I love that clip. It's like
that's why I have my Discord name. It was kind of a harkening back to those old times where it was like, what's cool? What's objectively cool? Entering the break. How objectively wrong could that be?
100%.
Ooh, yikes! I don't know what world you're living in. I don't want to be in it.
Just made up some.
You know what I mean? Yeah, but the number things, the number generators that these people use, like, hey, I'm going to be cool and edgy, and I'm going to put 666 in my thing, or hey, I'm antithesis of that, and I'm cool and edgy. I'm going to put 777. And
That's
I'm
good,
gonna put
everybody.
33, and I'm going to put all kinds of numbers. It's hilarious, isn't it? Fun. It's a fun game. Can't disparage it too badly.
You know, if you do something with a positive attitude, you probably are going to turn it positive.
Really? There you are.
There's Aurelius is.
Dude, Aurelius, he can get you thinking about some stuff that you it's like not only do you go backwards, but you go before backwards. It's like, what?
I'm trying to get you before you went into the womb.
Yeah, that's really like I didn't. Perhaps there's even if it wasn't the quote truth, it's true. It can be true. That's the thing. That's something that's weird. It can be true.
It's not the truth that changes you. It's the search for truth.
Whoa, that's just it. And sometimes, dude, when you become like a tree for a second, you just stay still and you just like take it all in. You're like, oh wow, it's supposed to be blasted simple, but damn, everything made it so complicated and insane. Like sprinkled more than enough, dude.
You're Lo-Fi Life?
Yeah, what's that? Yeah, that's me. Yeah, wait, what? Sorry.
I was just saying because it seems. I mean, your name is fitting.
Oh, I appreciate it, dude. Well, yeah, I'm a creative director for Spotify, and the podcast is called The Lo-Fi Life, and I'm trying to literally live a vision.
Well, hey, I will go on there and I will give your followers a lot of trouble. Believe me.
That's the
Because
thing.
I'm into the break.
So we're all here because we kind of asked questions, and like the society doesn't like that too much. They don't like it. They don't like it. They really don't, and that's disturbing to me. Well, it's just rightfully so disturbing.
On the same team.
Right, exactly. Well, yeah, I think if you made it here, there's something that we can relate to. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're here, there's that inherent understanding of like, whoa, so you're not brainwashed.
There's something
and it's not even just that. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
It means there's something very wrong here.
Well, yeah,
and we all recognize it.
Well, absolutely. Well, yeah, exactly. Like, it's simply if you were being told the truth, you wouldn't, like, the world itself would be a little bit more at ease. It's like, because when you live in truth, then you're not like confused. You're not like a lot of people's facts in quotations or feelings and decisions or whatever it may be. It's not even the product of their own conclusion. They're literally, it's not like they sat in their room with a notebook and asked questions and came to their own conclusion. It's literally the TV said it, so now they say it. It's not even it's literally not original. It's not original, dude.
This is what I actually came on here, and I liked what you guys were talking about, because this stuff pervades and throughout your entire life.
Yeah,
it pervades throughout your entire life. If you know,
it really does. It's disturbing. It's disturbing how bad it is.
Propositional calculus is. If you know what logical fallacies are, if that's propositional calculus, okay. Somebody presents you an argument, and you can tell whether or not it's fallacious based on these fallacy of argument. That's not to say that a complete fallacy can't be a true argument, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this goes into philosophy, but I have discussed this I've discussed flat Earth with every single walk of the board of the supposed to be smart people.
Yeah. And do you know what's weird? It's like people get triggered when you do. It's like
retardation.
It's so telling too when people get triggered. You're just like, it's like you're not even insulting their family, or you're not like attacking a belief or something. You're just saying, "Hey, what if the world's flat?" And then they freak out, dude. Like they genuinely like, why they take it so serious?
That term.
They take it like a bowl of cereal, dude.
I don't say the term. I say in practical reality, the level is measured a horizontal condition.
Okay, well, and that itself. Hey, how about that? How about this? And that fact itself is like enough to just get people to be like, oh wow. It's like, oh, well, or are you a flat earther? It's like, hey, listen, we have flat surfaces, we have horizons,
we do know what a horizontal,
and we have sea level. Just those words literally correlate to flat, and it's like just the flat surface. How do you like we there's flat surfaces for days. How do people explain that? Like that's not even an opinion. Like literally, it's just breaking their philosophy in life or their perception in life. They're like, oh, if it's stationary, that must mean we're on a ball. That makes no sense. It makes no sense, dude. It literally destroys people's perception. Sorry.
And we're not trying to destroy their perception. Because I don't care about they can have whatever perception they want to have.
Yeah.
But they're confusing perception with their perspective, right? So no, objectively, if something's going over a hill, that's objectively going over a hill. It's not like, do you feel like it's going over a hill? Emotionally, is it going over a hill? Like that's not the frame of reference, the context of the verbiage, the lexicon of the term.
Yeah, yes, exactly. And it's just it's supposed to be simple explanation.
I was trying to tell a story.
Okay? Sorry.
To demonstrate this confusion in terms, a real life story, and how it is fundamentally important, how it changes your life when you understand objective reality, is a landlord is trying to take advantage of me and has come through, and they're just very confused. They're just not professionals, right? They don't have a company. And it was like, I'll go through you. And they think that somebody else is living here, but it's still they own the property and that it's their house. And it's like that subjectively may be true because you're making the mortgage payment, but objectively, you have signed over your house as a contract to me, and objectively, no feelings involved with contract. This is my house now. Until I stop paying you money, there's no. And even if you look into the law, you can stop paying these fuckers money, and it still be objectively the tenant's house, right? And so I'm doing these people a favor. I'm like, I'm getting out, all kinds of stuff. But they're trying to take amenities from my house and say, no, you are entitled. I said, I'm entitled to this amenity. And they said, no, that entitlement is a subjective feeling. And it's like, no, I'm talking contractually, not about subjective feelings of entitlement. I'm talking about I am contractually entitled, literally given the title to, for having this amenity. And so this is the purveyance of these people that don't accept like the terms and words, and they can be conservative or liberal. So it's not an attack on anything like that. It's just an attack on the way that the system has presented itself, where people are confused by objective terms and the context in which terms are used. We can go talk about all kinds of law stuff after that, too. But what we're talking about is that I spoke about something that was a literal entitlement through a literal title, and somebody's trying to convey that as a feeling of entitlement, and they're like, no, you're actually not entitled, even though it is explicitly stated as a titled de facto to you, Patriot. And yeah, that's why I've been gone for a long time. But the reason I win and I have a much better situation coming up is because I accept objective reality. I know what's right and true, and things just sort of fall into place when you know what's right. When you do what's true and honest and righteous, it just falls into place. It's providence.
Well, but how come sometimes it doesn't feel so though?
Because you're doing the wrong thing. Or
is there such thing as a wrong thing though in this theory?
In what theory? There's no theory. No, if you think that there is some sort of ambiguity to morality and that right and wrong is, you're secular in your view, and I would ask, where would you even obtain morality from in your secular view? You wouldn't. Would be the answer. You're a wet machine that it does reaction-based preference. Oh, the environment is good for this. And so that's why we get into a thing of, it's wrong to kill a human, but, little baby.
Well, this is why reaction is a good observer for the truth. So, like, if something is reacting a certain way, then perhaps that will lead you to the truth. So, like, when people have, like, a negative reaction to, like, stress, and like what the list goes on, it's because it's unnatural. It's unnatural the way a lot of people live.
If you turned off everybody's internet service, everybody would get back to what's natural. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But since the internet does exist and there's no way of turning it off,
right?
I think what you said is lost. It's lost date.
Yeah, it's
because
true.
The datum shows that you present somebody, a crowd of people, consensus thinking something that's not true, even though presented with facts and evidence that says it is true, they will keep thinking what is wrong because they have people there pushing them up.
So what is the truth? What is the truth? What is it?
What is the truth?
Yeah, what is the truth?
Well, the truth is there's big corporations, and they like to control people, and it's not for money, because if you were the pie maker, and you were the only person that was making pie,
right,
you wouldn't want people to bring the leftovers of the pie back. It's about power. It's a power.
Right? Yeah, money ain't a damn thing to them.
Nothing to do with money.
Right.
Nothing.
Right.
Nothing to do with
money. Money's a joke to them. If anything, money's actual joke. Yeah.
Money is for clown world people.
Right.
Believing in the financial status and thinking, it's just as a presentation of their clown world. It's buying more pies for the pie maker that has the sole right to make pies. And,
right.
Please accept the crust. Well, you can make a new crust out of this crust, couldn't you? And it won't work.
What's the best thing to do in such an understanding of society then? Like, because when you said clown world, I resonate with that. I highly understand what you mean. Like, I've used that exact terminology before.
You need to whatever, for health, flip the pyramid upside down, and then do that.
Well, everything's backwards. Yeah, exactly. Wow.
Just reverse everything. Just do the opposite. They say,
truth. Exactly, dude. It's so fucking true.
So they told me not to be religious, and it's like, wow. Well, actually, I'm full-blown Christian. The only thing that will save this fucking damned nation is Christ himself. Something bigger. Yeah. But it doesn't mean I'm just going to be sitting complacent waiting for some plan to happen. No.
Right.
I'm talking objective truth to everybody I can possibly speak it to. That's what I do. What are you going to do? And you know what? Salvation isn't through works. So it doesn't even matter what you do in the end of it. You know, but if you don't recognize that we are in a clown world,
that's step one. That's step one. Mad Max in real life, dude. It's so true. People, it creeps up on in society, so people don't notice the change until it's like 10 years later. But like, you can see the changes already, and it's like, you know, it's hysterical. It's hysterical. It's like it's disturbing how I guess how easily manipulated people are, and how anger is the telltale sign. So like it should not be attacking someone's feelings or beliefs or observation. Like anything that attacks, it's a predatory behavior.
I've done nothing but attack because I know it is, and I am acting.
You know what
I don't think anything's wrong with that. I am righteous and true.
Well, you know what I mean. Like when you try to have a simple discussion with somebody and they get angry, you know, like you say two words to them.
I disavow any weakness being attributed to what's right. Like, no, you should be strong. You have the sword of God, literally, and the righteousness of truth. Like, why would I have any fear?
That's a good question.
I have no fear.
Sometimes I have fear though. Wait. What if I have? Is my fear an illusion?
Crazy, getting all upset and like. I'm laughing hysterically.
Well, no, I think I'm laughing because I've gone insane, to be honest with you. Like, at least I admit it. Like a lot of people will never admit how they feel about life and themselves. But like, I can't I don't want to live with littleness in my life. I want to be honest and be like, yo, dude, I don't know what the fuck.
So here's
who the hell am I to even say?
You're feeling for being sane.
You didn't go insane. You didn't go insane. You realized that you were insane.
Yeah, right. Yeah, why'd you call it insane? Exactly. I agree with you. Outsane is what it should be called. Yeah.
Right. And anytime we look back on the lives that we had when we were asleep, we feel like a completely different person. Like that person was insane. But really, it's just part of the journey. Like I don't consider any of this unnatural, even Clown World.
I don't know. You're very stoic. You're right, dude. The name suits you, dude. I just don't know if it's. I don't know because I feel like if it was natural, wouldn't we just be completely free falling? Like we just feel like there's no resistance in this life.
It's like this. Whenever you have to turn on the oven for it to do the self cleaning.
Yeah.
That's the stage we're in. We're in Clown World stage.
Oh, that's a great analogy, dude. Because that thing gets hot, right? Like that. Right. Yeah. And it's super scary hot. Yeah.
See, people want to attribute the degeneracy of everything to particular things. They want to say, "Oh, it's the it's this, it's that, it's this is the cause of degeneracy. This is the cause of degeneracy. This is the cause." Right. When really it's technology. It's advancement. It's leisureness. It's us having a healthy and prosperous and easy life is the worst thing for us.
Yep.
It is actually the worst thing for us as humans.
Right. Well, okay.
And every time we get to the apex, right when we're about to get to the apex, we destroy ourselves. And we're programmed to do that. So I'm not mad about anything that's going on. Yeah.
Excuse my French.
Yeah. I'm not mad about anything that's going on. And it doesn't bother me, it doesn't worry me, because I view it as part of the necessary journey of the collective human experience. It's happened before. It's going to happen over and over and over.
Nothing's new. There is nothing new.
Nothing new. Wow, that's a statement, dude. What in the world?
Solomon said that, 3,500 years ago. There's nothing
is there
new under the sun.
Anything new?
Future proves past. Future proves past. Time and time again.
Dude, all I know is that it's a lot. Yeah.
We are increasing entropy. This is something that cannot be stopped.
Entropy? What do you mean?
Well, you don't increase entropy.
Right.
Just the effects of the natural.
We aren't. Yeah.
The natural.
Not.
Right. You know how they say there's this. Lo-Fi, you think about it. You say, you know how they say there's a pendulum that goes back and forth?
Uh-huh.
All right.
Perfect balance. Yeah.
Right. But it's not a pendulum. It's actually a whirlpool.
Oh, okay. So like a toilet.
One side, yeah, just like a toilet. So it goes from one side.
I mean, honestly,
it does swing from one side to the other, but it's in a vortex going down.
Gosh, dude, what? So it's like a tornado, kind of. It's like we're like Tasmanian devil in real life. It's just like whoa.
You know, like how they tell you if you're young and you're not liberal, then you don't care about people. But if you're old and you
we've all heard that.
Still liberal, then you don't.
Yeah, that was Winston Churchill that said that.
Well, isn't that crazy? We all kind of had the same upbringing in the political sense. Like it's just weird how they force it instead of let you be free. Like just let you be free to like think what you think is true. Like instead of them telling you like this is it, they should just let us be.
Unfortunately, I agree with you.
Yeah.
For the people who can self-govern.
Well, hear me out. Okay, so it's like just back up to the whole religious scripture thing. Like God had it intended just to like hang out in a green field and enjoy life. We're supposed to enjoy life. That I know. We're not supposed to be fucking suffering.
Is the problem.
That'd be weird. That'd be weird, right?
Hold on. This is the real question of why even we're here on a little thing talking about flat Earth, right? Do you think that you're so special that all these retard mouth breathers in the world could be,
No, I never said I know. I don't think anyone here thinks that they're special. I think we're just asking questions.
No, that's it. I don't think that I'm special enough to think that, like, because of
might be. I didn't mean to say
my intelligence that these people should be allowed to govern themselves. Because that's why it's like for the Illuminati, dude. Like I'm pro Illuminati. Like it's like these people are so dumb. It would be helpful if the Illuminati like told them what was right.
Well, the Illuminati's the reason. Wrong. That's like no, wait, hold back up. That's like I know people that are like super bad like that. That's like a friend. That's like having a friend. Break. That's like having a friend like take your keys and misplace them, and then you can't find your keys, and they're like, gaslight. And then they fucking try to help you find the keys that they stole. It's like, come on. Yeah,
obviously, and that's what they're doing, and that's what's wrong, and that is ultimately what's wrong. But I'm not saying that these dumb people that can't see what shouldn't be governed, like I think they should be governed.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
The problem is that the enemy. The problem is this: a lot of people don't know who the greatest enemy of mankind is.
Ourselves.
You say yes.
The deceiver.
It's mankind.
Deceiving yourself.
So, like I've said, that there is no conspiracy. What it is we all are responsible for this. All of us did this. All of us chose to believe. The people in the past chose to believe, created systems of belief, and that's why we have the globe. And like the past 3 years should teach us that your greatest enemy is your neighbor.
That's such horseshit, bro. What are you talking about?
Well, when I say that is the people who enforce everything.
My neighbors help me so much, dude. Like,
no. I get. I mean that. I mean that on an idea level, not on a literal level. And here's what I mean: is that everyone who was being enforced over the last 2.5 to 3 years, it wasn't the eyes of Big Brother, the eyes of the state. It was their neighbor. It was their colleague. Mm-hmm. It was their workmate. It was the person in the street. It was the public. Mm-hmm. That's who is. It's the cattle watching the cattle.
And it demonstrated that
it's hard to disagree with it because like it's true. A lot of people submit to it for sure.
It's one of the aspects of humanity. It's one of the aspects that I just accept.
But that's on them. But that's on them. They choose. It's like how that's saying God doesn't send you; He honors you. Like so, if he doesn't send you to hell, he honors your decision of wanting to be in hell. So, like, I guess people just want to dance that dance, and some people want to dance differently.
That's the thing is what we were talking about before you came in was we were actually talking about that. Is that the responsibility isn't on the elites? Because if we say that the elites did this to us, then we don't have any responsibility. If we say the elites did it, the public doesn't have any responsibility. So who really did it was the public. The public.
It's also very like kind of disgraceful because there is anything in power has the power to shift. And if they don't shift knowingly, then it's evil. And that's probably the answer anyways. It's just an evil society. It is.
Think about it like this.
People so cringe when they hear that. They cringe like crazy when they hear it, but it's true. Like it's a little like Fallout in real life, little GTA in real life.
Think about it like this. Think about it like this. Say there's a big famous YouTuber. And
it's probably paid, bought, and sold.
Yeah. They have a parasocial relationship with their audience, right? Now, it's not necessarily a negative thing. It's just a natural thing. It's part of the business, right? There's a parasocial relationship going on. One could easily say that YouTuber rules that audience.
Right.
One could very easily say that. And he'd say, go watch this video. And they're going to go watch that video and give that person 500,000 views, right?
Yeah.
There's literal cases.
I would say sometimes it's just that they're like people are drawn to leadership. So like, it's really just, did this person have a good mom and dad, to put it blunt. And so if they have problems at home, then they're going to have problems in life. And so the society inspires problems at home. I mean, like it's like everyone has like a genuine problem at home. And it's disturbing.
Problem.
Yeah.
And what we were talking about earlier was
discuss solutions. That's precisely what Flat Earth is about. It's about the solution to the problem.
Yeah.
Everybody has to talk about, and you'd be like, oh, there's only negative.
Right. Yeah. Well, the real truth is too hot to handle for people, and so like you just if they want to like. If they have to just be willing to catch the potato instead of dropping it, like the hot potato. Like they gotta be like, yo, I gotta like kind of shaping up. And like even if you think someone's wrong, like at least understand where they're coming from. And so that's all it is. And people just don't think for themselves anymore.
The problem is solutions are only local. Solutions only exist on an individual and very local region.
I think like you could even change it to like it's not flat Earth, like honest Earth. Like we're just trying to figure out the honest truth, like the honest truth, dude. Like honestly, right? Like we're just trying to figure it out. Like because you know what made us want to figure it out? That's a great question, isn't it? Like what made you ask questions, right? And the answer is always, well, shit's fucked up. Like let's just.
That shouldn't even be confusing. I was like, well, I held a balloon in my hand as a child. They told me Santa Claus was real.
Exactly, Brick. I don't think you know this, but I literally left cookies on the damn table.
That's all I do.
I did. I literally hear what you're saying, Break. I was so into it.
Terms that we use and we communicate in a lexicon.
Yeah.
But there's very like hyper specific. Like you can be specific, but you cannot say that level somehow means a curve.
Right. That's literally So exactly. Levels flat.
And
stationary objects everywhere
is a condition only because it is a reference to the surface of Earth from away from your feet.
Yeah.
So horizontal. The minute any Gloober concedes horizontal, they're done.
Yeah, and I also
and horizontal doesn't exist because they're like, hey, we're gonna measure how the horizontal dips somehow. It's like, well, you're standing above your feet and you're trying to measure how far your feet like that level. Like you're confused about perspective and like all kinds of things.
Yeah.
And so there is no glob. There's never a glob measured. There is no such thing as a triangle that equals more than 180 degrees. There can be, like, if you were to do the thing, and that would be like a quadrant of a spherical cap, but that is a specific language that we use. Are we talking about a quadrant of a spherical cap, or are we talking about a fucking goddamn triangle?
Well, that's the thing. The thing about globe versus flat is that there's just so much plausible deniability for the globe, and it runs off a lot of that.
Plausible it runs off nothing. There is nothing.
But people buy into it. But they definitely buy. They will be. If you ever debate with someone about the globe, they're just like, well, space this, space that, or they'll mention gravity. It's like you already know exactly what they're going to say.
I brought it to reality, and then
I
need to calm down. I need to calm down because I talk about objective reality in juxtaposition with the clown world belief. And jeez, what a clown world. This is where my pity comes from.
For sure, though.
It's pitiful, and I have pity for these Gloovers because they don't get the joke because it's so funny if they got the joke.
You don't have to have pity. Just wish them well. You like wish everyone well to like just figure out what the honest truth is, because that's important. That's really what it is. It's just what is the truth?
No, I don't. Yeah, I accept objective reality, and me wishing objective reality away, I know isn't going to help them.
Yeah.
And so I find it morally, objectively wrong to indulge people's delusions.
I agree.
You know?
No,
politics and politics. And flat earth is politics. It is
in a way. I was thinking about that. In a way, it is because politicians they absolutely smear it, and then the whole flat Earth society is definitely not run by the government, right? Like, come on, dude.
I don't care if they disparage it.
Yeah.
No, but there is something called objective truth,
right?
And that's all I'm talking about. What are you gonna label me as an extremist or something? What am I talking about? What's so wrong about what I'm talking about? I accept objective reality.
No, that is a very good point. No, you're completely right.
Careful, because
the anger. The anger is the reaction. When somebody gets angry, it's just it's unnecessary. There's literally it's not there to it's emotional. It's not factual or
no. Hold on. I don't let my laughter catch you wrong. I'm very angry.
No, I feel you.
The world is run by Satanists.
Literally, though,
demon possessed people that have black darkness behind their eyes,
hidden in plain sight. Absolutely soulless in the eyes.
Today and tomorrow, and they have light. They have a soul behind their eyes.
Yeah. You can literally see it. Yeah.
Iraqi. But if I go talk to a Chiraqi, a liberal from Chirac, they got only dark behind their eyes, no matter what their ethnicity is. These people are under a deep sleep, and you can see it within their eyes. And I tell everybody, anytime there's a debate between what's righteous and good, just go look at their eyes. Just go look at the opponent's eyes. Just even on a simple webcam.
Yeah. It's good advice, actually.
You can see glowing and people that are passionate about their truth, but then you can see black ooze in the eyes of somebody who's passionate about their lies and deceit.
It looks like they're honing in. Yeah, like a scrunched up face is honing in. Like a soft face means peace, but a scrunched face is it's like in nature, it's honing in. Planning something,
And that's what my favorite thing is about censoring conservative opinion or truth opinion, basically, because we're just all put in the same. You're conservative if you think they're the flag.
Yeah, isn't that? Yeah, that's wild. There's a group for all of it. Yeah, it's crazy. Well, I mean, to be fair, you do know it's both. They're both on the same team. The left and the right. It's an entertaining show. not of sports but politics. Like it's an entertaining show that people I think subconsciously know is
team's winning,
full of genuine lies and and absurdity, but they're captivated by it for some reason. You know why? And do you want to know why people are captivated by politics? Because it makes it so they don't take responsibility for their life. I mean this 100%. Like I had to like take responsibility, and I was blaming the government. I was blaming this and that, which they are a huge monkey wrench in the system. Don't get me wrong; they're terrible. But like it's just
everybody is losing.
Well, that's the truth. That's the truth. No matter what, I've learned that very painfully, like too late in life. That it's a shit show for real.
To do this, like it would be a much worse life for me. But I'm objectively winning.
I can't hear anything you guys are saying because you're both talking at the same time.
Oh,
sorry,
really?
Jimbo.
No, I don't mean to.
No,
yeah,
no,
I love it.
Just in case you didn't realise.
Right, Break, what were you saying?
No, I realized I was putting myself on contact on. But you know, sometimes having when it's like when worlds collide, it's a very exciting thing. So now you accept that the world is flat. Like it just took this one simple conversation, Timbo, and then this guy he's gonna be. And any questions you have, go to me. My Instagram is Darkside Dama. Darkside Dama. That is my Instagram. I've been inviting a lot of clowns to come debate me. But it's just fun for me. It's a fun thing. But anytime we want to talk, like I'll go on to whatever threads you're on, and I enjoy doing it. It's very fun, enlightening for me. No matter what the argument is, it could be a very petulant argument, and like I'll win because 9 times out of 10, and that means 100% is that what somebody thinks is the globe Earth evidence is going to be actually a flat Earth evidence. 100%. Like I just say 9 times out of 10 just because please maybe you're that 10th person that will present the globe to me correctly. And then it won't be like a why did they lie sort of question, because we've had this discussion, right? Because a lot of people lie for a lot of different reasons, you know. And there's like a lot of things that you would say, oh, this person's lying, and it's not even a lie. So, you know, just because somebody is teaching something doesn't mean they're lying. It just means they're maybe stupid. Because I know by going through this education system that many of, literally only but 2 teachers in my entire educational process were intelligent. You know, everybody else was retarded. Like literally, clinically would be retarded. Like if we had like real clinicians for that thing. But, you know, anyways, we're not talking about that. I'm just talking to myself. And this is one of the few times I get to talk. So thank you very much for having a good discussion.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I was listening. I was kind of just like, I wasn't trying to talk over you, so I was just hyped up. But yeah,
I was too.
Yeah, that's good stuff. You know, like it's kind of hard to just like, you know, just go easy with certain topics. It's like, wait, what? You understand this? Okay, let's talk about it. Like talking about it that's what's awesome. Is like talking about it instead of like having debates and angry talks and shit. Like I don't know, yeah.
Most of the times, that's why I say there's only a debate if we disagree.
Yeah.
I tell most of these globetard people, I say, well, if you agree that we take elevation angles from horizontal, there's not really much of a debate that'll happen after that because we've already conceded that the Earth is flat.
What's going on in the AI chat? AI? I mean, what's going on in the YouTube chat, AI? Are people virtue signaling in the YouTube chat? Check.
I wonder right now, bring them out. Let's bring their discussions up. That's why I'm always like, hey, what's your favorite globe proof?
Oh yeah, they're probably talking to you, Break. Yeah, because you're going kind of ham on Globers.
Just 2 seconds, guys. So
they're
yeah, you said Gloobers. I was trying to figure out what you said. Yeah, you said something. I never heard that before.
The only globe that I think, the only glob.
Hey guys, let's let. Hold on. Break. Hold on. Break.
Yes, sir. I am muting.
All right. Sorry. I had the YouTube channel going also. Chris was trying to say something.
It's just JC page 7 doesn't have any roles, guys. So I'm just going to give a shout out to JC page 7. If you want permission to speak, my friend, you can go to voice check-in number 1, and one of our volunteers will just give you a quick check-in. Or if Meme's feeling fruity here, I might unmute you now. But being as you're new and you haven't got any roles, mate, we're always looking to have conversations with new people that come into the server. So JC page 7, you might get unmuted in a minute, but if you don't, you might want to go to voice check-in number 1, my friend. Okay.
Hold on, just 1 second. Let me do something here really quick. You can do it now, Chris. Congratulations on gold.
Oh, look at that! I can do things. Thank you, Meme. I really appreciate that.
No problem.
Oh my god, that was a long time coming.
Not wrong. Appreciate it, my friend. Right, let's see if I can remember how to work this motherfucker. My goodness me. Right, so JC page 7. Give me 2 seconds, my friend, and I will unmute you.
I'm just going to give him a VC roll really quick.
That's fine. I've unmuted him as well, matey. So JC page 7, you've got control of your mic. If you want to get involved in the conversation, you may do so. JC page 7, welcome to the server. What brings you here?
Don't make us do a seance.
I must have accidentally requested it. I was just, this is the first meeting I've joined. I was just listening in, and I had you in my pocket while I was wearing my headphones, and I guess I bumped a request button. I apologize.
No, you didn't bump a request button, buddy. What I do is I look up and down the server for people that don't have any roles, because usually people come into the server and they don't know what the fuck to do. So I thought I might introduce you to the server, give the opportunity to speak, and then give you a shout out as well. If you didn't want to speak, you can go and get permission from voice check-in number 1. So just introducing you to the server, mate. If you don't want to speak, you don't have to, but welcome to the server anyway, my friend.
Thank you much. I'm just listening, taking notes, learning. Thank you guys for having me.
Welcome aboard.
No.
I recognise your voice. Have you been here before?
No, sir.
Okay. Maybe someone sound very, very familiar.
I guess it's
sounds like 2 or 3 other fellow Southerners.
Well, that's cool. I've probably been asked 20,000 times throughout my life if I do radio. Almost every single time I go out to the grocery store, they'll ask me if I do radio. So I don't know if somebody out there sounds like me or if I just have that voice, but just me. Well, thank you guys for having me.
Not a problem at all, my friend. Not a problem. You can stick yourself on mute and get involved in any conversations you want to now, being as you've got the voice verified role. There's a couple more people that are entering the server, so give me a moment. I'll see what I can do. Bo Soud. It's an interesting name, my friend. Let's just check the roles that you've got. So, Bo Soud. When my phone
Yes, hello.
I've done that phone. Hello, my friend. How are you?
I'm
voice
fine.
verified.
How are you, everyone?
Oh, yeah, we're doing really well. What brings you to our server this evening, my friend, and why haven't you got any Earth-determining roles?
Thank you. Sorry, my English is not very well, but I like to hear discussion about flat Earth and English language.
That's all right. Jedi's English isn't that good either.
No, it's fucking terrible.
Yeah, not
But
fucking terrible. Little bit.
Nah, at least you can swear in English, my friend. Well done. I like that.
Thank you, my friend.
So I'll try and speak slower for you as well. So, Bo, what brings you to the server? You say that you like listening to the conversations. Would that mean you're a flat earther or a globe earther, my friend?
Yes,
Oh,
I just
that's to
want
you.
to listening. My name Abu Saud, but in our accent
okay.
we remove A. We say Bu Saud. You know, Middle East like Emirates, United
Yeah,
Emirates,
okay.
Dubai, like this. They say Bu
Okay.
Saud.
Okay. So, what side of the fence are you on, my friend? Would you be a flat earther or would you be a globe earther?
Flat earther, of course.
Awesome stuff. And how did you come to the discovery the Earth was not what we were told?
In 2019, I found a video in YouTube, and I watched it. Maybe after 10 minutes, I removed the globe Earth from my mind.
wow.
Actually, you will not find any globe Earth. He already he checked the globe Earth and he believe the Earth it's a globe. You know, it's just a school and pictures and the news. You saw the globe Earth, but when I saw the evidence in 10 minutes, I believe it's flat Earth.
I really appreciate your honesty there, mate. Thank you very much for that. That was 2019, you said, yeah?
Yeah, brother. Welcome.
Awesome stuff. Well, welcome to the server, my friend. Hopefully we'll have some more conversations in the future. So, yeah, like I said, welcome to the server. We'll have a conversation a little bit further down the line, see if we can hook you up with a flat earth role so people don't keep jumping on you because you've just got the voice verified. But that'll come in time, my friend. We'll get around to that. And JC, page 7 as well. Obviously, we'll get you in an earth determining role when we have a larger conversation as well, okay? But yeah, sorry to interrupt the conversation, guys. Just always willing to bring new people into the conversation. Your previous programming can resume, I guess. And thank you very much for the Gold Plus as well. I really appreciate that, guys.
Yep.
He's back.
Back again. Jedi's back. Tell a friend.
Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
I just like the ability to not have to ask other people to do what I want them to do. So mute that motherfucker, unmute that motherfucker. I can do that myself now. It's brilliant.
Yep.
I gathered that was frustrating you from the messages. Timbo, can you VC this guy?
Yeah. Nah, really appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. I'm going to make myself a cup of coffee because I've got a feeling I'm going to be on for one hell of a long shift now because I'm ever so very slightly excited I've got that. So give me a cup of coffee. I'll be back in a minute.
You're one of the wealths of knowledge on this channel that I always appreciate listening to. I'm glad you're here.
OG.
Nice.
OG.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. OG. Are you off?
He is part of the original Death Squad.
Yes. Oh my God, yes. What time is it with you, Tim? Timbo the Gold?
8:15 in the morning. So.
Is it too early to groom koalas? Is it too early to groom koalas?
Too early to what?
Groom koalas.
Yeah, they're asleep at the moment, so they've had a big night.
Oh, okay.
They just chill out during the day and eat eucalyptus leaves and sleep. I'll get them tonight.
I suppose I better give a shout out to everybody on YouTube as well. So if you're watching and you want to get involved in the conversation here on the Discord server, please hit the link provided by Nightbot, join the Discord and go to voice check-in number 1, where myself, because I'm feeling very energetic, will probably come and give you a very quick check-in give you the role to speak within the server, then you can come and talk about what's on your mind pertaining to the flat Earth or the globe Earth argument. Whether you think that you've got proof of the sphere that spins in space, or whether you'd like to tell us your story about how you came to understand that is not where we live, then please hit the link provided by Nightbot, and we'll be happy to have you. Everybody on YouTube, stop virtue signaling as well. So what has been going on today then, guys? I can make my cup of coffee and do this at the same time. So any interesting conversations? Does anybody remember April Tool from last night? Did he come back? How did that conversation end with him, if anybody knows? Did you speak to April Tool meme last night at all?
Did I speak where?
To April Tool. That was the handle of the guy. He was in this server about
no, I've
20
been
hours ago.
I was I sat down and played video games all day yesterday. I just wasn't feeling it.
Oh wow. Ah, fair enough, Jim, mate. Sometimes it's good to zone out, innit? I understand that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had a very interesting conversation with this guy called April Tool, who was first year maths lecturer at a university. Obviously a globe earther. I still think he was an anti-flat earther by the way he was coming across. But the conversation lasted about 4 hours, and I've not seen somebody do backflips and sophistry and pissing past the point so many times for a long time. He was definitely a character. So watch out for the name April Tool. He's interesting.
April?
Tool. T-O-O-L.
April Tall.
Tool.
And this is a dude with the name April?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
2023, mate.
What is a woman? I don't know.
An adult female.
He must be sweet.
I see Flatsy Klein's in the server as well. Good evening to you, Flatsy. I hope you're well. Radwin's in the server. Sasha, as always, probably going to bash somebody with water in a minute. That'd be awesome. But yeah, good evening to everyone. I hope you're all doing well on this fantastic flat topographical plane.
Today's a good day. Global warming hit Ohio. It was 80 degrees today. Yay for global warming. That's all I'd like to say. That's today, because tomorrow it could snow tomorrow, just like it did last week. So then that's when the ice is coming, the ice age.
Winter is coming all over your face.
Here in England, we're still scraping frost off our car windscreens at like 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. And by lunchtime, it's time to take your jackets off and put your T-shirts on because it's sweltering. And then by 7 o'clock in the evening, it's freezing cold again. So, yeah, welcome to spring.
You can have spring. I wish it was winter all year round because I'm in Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia kind of blows. I lived there for 2 years. It's hot. It's
the
yucky.
Summers here suck.
Yep, I was there when it snowed in Georgia when I moved down there, and I was I didn't think even twice about it. Except I didn't realize that people freak out when there's snow in Georgia.
Yeah, because it's 102 here for 9 months out of the year, so we never expect snow. We haven't had a significant snow in 28 years. But I mean, I'm down here on the coast, so.
I was in Norcross.
Norcross, man, you were inland. Norcross is like somewhere between Hicktown and semi-college town, right?
It's near Atlanta.
Yeah.
It's like 15 minutes from Atlanta. If you say, "Oh yeah, you can see it right there on the map," and then when you try to go to Atlanta, that's like an hour and a half away because traffic lanes are like 16 wide in Atlanta, and they don't go anywhere. Everybody just stops.
That's because everybody's on meth and wrecking.
It might even be 24 wide. It might even be 12 per side. I forget. Like max you get here in Ohio is like 4 per side. 4 lanes.
4 lanes. That's not enough lanes.
Oh, it's plenty.
Doobie doobie doo.
So, me, just a very quick shout out to you, my friend. I'm trying to muck around with the roles to make sure that I can give them voice verified and so on. Apparently, according to Herrick, it's the gold role that allows me to do that, not the gold plus role.
Oh,
so I've been
okay. Let
mucking
me.
around in.
Let
Yeah,
me I'm just gonna give you both of them. I
Thank you,
forgot.
mate. Thank you.
Yeah, we have. Let me take away. Wait. Okay, where's gold? Gold. There it is. All right. And we're gonna take off silver FE and take off valued. All right. And you don't need Cogdis VIP anymore because now you can just go in there.
Awesome. Thank you.
There
Thank
you
you.
And
Thank
keep
you, my
everything
friend.
else. You're welcome. Is it working?
Yeah, it probably is, mate. I haven't tried it. I'll try it again. I'm in board, bottled it, so I'll give it a go. I'll let you know.
So, Jedi, are you going to start hanging out with us in the lobby and checking people in and checking people out?
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Absolutely. I definitely don't mind doing the voice check-ins, especially as I can give people the roles whilst I'm checking them in instead of asking somebody else to do it. So yeah. You'll find me in voice checking quite a lot. So no problem at all with doing that, mate.
Great. I only really go in voice check-ins to make sure I know who we're looking for, the specific people, and then if they're getting hassled in there, I'll take over. But usually, I let the silvers do that stuff.
Meme, are you still there?
I am absolutely. I'm just.
Can I have the silver roll back, please? Because without it, I can't swear, and I got chucked into tension.
Oh my god!
Right. That's right. I forgot about that. I had to have silver on mine too.
All right.
Shout out to Heretic, by the way. Thank you for all the
Is
help,
it silver or silver FE? Silver FE. Silver FE is the one with the higher. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me know if anything else happens.
Some of us need to be able to swear.
Where's Lou at?
Wave Mixer did not pass the test.
Oh, Radman. Where did his rolls go? Oh, he's in detention.
Yeah.
Oops. All right. Get through this area without dying.
What are you playing, Meme?
Bloodborne.
Ah, of course, of course. You've been playing that for years, haven't you?
Many years. This is my main. He's level 426.
Wow.
So
I don't play Bloodborne, but that sounds impressive.
Yeah, it's high level is like 200.
Oh wow, jeepers!
I've been going full autism on it lately because what I want to do is I want to get him completely maxed out. Oh, crap. There's an old lady with slashing my throat. That's not good.
What game is it?
It's Bloodborne.
PC? MMO?
Oh no, Bloodborne, it's only on PlayStation. It's essentially a $460 game. Because the only reason I bought a PlayStation was to buy this game.
Say what now? $460 game.
Yeah, because you buy a PlayStation to play Bloodborne.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
That's what everybody does.
How do they save your statistics? You playing online?
Well, you have to have. It updates with the with whatever cloud system they use. So it's all your information is saved on your machine and server side. Because
so you're playing with other players.
Yeah, there's a ton of players on this. Like I'm watching their ghost run around everywhere, and you can summon players from your world into another console to yours.
So what is Bloodborne about? Like the background?
Do you have 5.5 hours?
I have like 15 seconds.
So there were these old gods who came from the stars, and they met these ancient humans called Thumerians, and the Thumerians kind of worshipped them, but then the Thumerians got sick from using blood ministrations from the old gods, and they stopped using it, and then they founded the kingdom of Cainhurst above with Queen Yharnam, and that created the city of Yharnam. Okay, see, this is just going to take way too long.
Do you stab them, shoot them, or do magic spells out of it?
You stab and shoot. This is stab, shoot, dodge.
So they're like fly around like angels?
See, I need to be able to throw fireballs at people and shit like that. Carry lightning in your pocket, and bam, you throw it at their face. That kind of stuff.
Yeah. You can do that because you have Molotov cocktails. And poison knives. And the Moonlight Greatsword. I mean, I could just stream it in here and y'all can watch it. It's Miyazaki called it his love letter to H.P. Lovecraft. So it's a wonderfully creepy game. Let me pull it up. Actually, let me edit. Gotta make.
I need to go buy a gold mine.
What?
Because these people on TV that are pulling dust out of the ground 130 ounces a day and stuff like that, I need to go do that. I can fix equipment all day long.
This is gonna stream. Let's see.
I don't think you can stream in this channel unless you got special permission to read. Oh, you can. Okay.
Oh, I can. I don't know. Can y'all see that?
Yep.
This is my guy.
So at your level, do you kind of just walk in the room and everybody turns into dust?
No, I get killed quite often still by low-level mobs. This is a very hard game.
I thought you're like the guy in South Park that in World of Warcraft, he just walks up to people and he's wearing underwear and wins.
Yeah. Yeah, not quite. Here, let me scare y'all. It'll do it. Jesus. Oh, Christ, a pig just ran over me. I really wasn't paying attention all that well. I should have been.
It's a pretty big pig.
Yeah. But if you look closely at him, he's got eyeballs on him, too. Oh, shit. It's all the way
Yeah,
back
you're gonna need an elephant gun for that, or whatever they call those big ones, the big, large caliber guns. That's just a code word.
I've got a minigun. I've got a Victorian minigun. Where the hell am I going? I'm going the wrong way.
Hey, look at Jedi. Moving on up.
Yeah, I sent my 3070 back in. I'm getting a 4070 Ti now on my PC.
Oh, shit. There's another one up here. Oh. Canceled my animation. Basic mob. Everybody's quiet.
Well, yeah, we're watching.
Are other players trying to kill you?
No. This is just the. These are just the mobs of the game. God, the music in this section always. A tad on the creepy side, right?
I'd love to have creepy music play in my house when you're not home, so that when somebody breaks in, they just get that music like they're about to die.
Sorry, old lady. Ha!
Have a
noise, man. Pebbles. That's it. That's all I give you. They slash your throat, and all you get from them is pebbles. Ooh, dead bodies. Oh, crap. Get on the guy who's up. Another bag man over there. Ooh. We're just going to avoid the bag man for now. Since I didn't fare too well with him last time, he kind of whooped my ass. Oh, okay. That was the shortcut. I forgot. Good. Good. That's what you get for sleeping on the job.
Amos, you missed the fun yesterday.
Crap, there he is. Yeah.
Who was that, Miggy?
Can Amos hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear y'all. I'm just trying to avoid the bag man. He's that big creepy guy over there.
Yeah, I was listening the whole time, Jedi.
What, for the whole 4 hour of sophistry?
Yeah.
Fucking hell, man. I had to leave for half an hour.
I was talking to the guys, like a summary of like the conversation that went down. You weren't here. I was giving you props. But when you were having the conversation with him, he started to do his old sophist tricks where he says trigger words to the audience, and then some of the flat earthers picked it up and wanted to run with it, and they took you away from the point you were on a couple of times.
Yeah, I mean, Heretic and I were having a little bit of a conversation about that yesterday, so it definitely didn't go unnoticed. Maybe I did notice that was happening. You know, it is what it is. Now, though, I can mute these people because I've just got Gold Plus. So, shout out again, Miggy. That's what I've got. I've got my Gold Plus back.
Oh, shoot.
Moving on up.
Moving on up. But yeah, that was definitely. I enjoyed that conversation. I think Whitsit and who else came in a little bit later on? Whitsit came in, Juice Volt came in as well and had a conversation with him. That was really interesting to listen to as well, because that was about 3 hours after he'd come in and we started the conversation.
He can get up here.
Yep.
Christ, how long is he going to follow me?
I don't know, meme. I don't know. But yeah, it was a good conversation, mate. I'm glad you enjoyed it anyway.
It was great. He got a proper shellacking after everybody was like trying to. Blue Car was asking questions about NASA, and I was like, that's where he derailed you a little bit.
Yep. Started losing my patience. Nice Blue Car.
Yep.
Oh, cool. We hit him to the wall.
You know that you're unmuted, meme, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I had a run-in with Blue Car 2 days ago, and I had to mute him twice. Then he came back in the server, and he was unmuted.
Yeah, there was a bit of a conversation in the locker room as well. Maybe some roles were being jigged around or something like that. So I don't know what the issue was technically, mate. I don't know. But I'm not surprised that he's had runs-ins with a couple of Flat Earthers already. I think I'm going to have one in with him.
I muted him twice, and then I had a decent conversation with him about half an hour later.
He's one to just keep your eye on. Because for
He's
him,
an over-talker.
NASA's on. Yeah, he's an over-talker. Plus, NASA's on the top of his agenda to talk to new people about. So, I don't know. He took away a little bit of the conversation to give to that specific one when Jedi was talking to. And then he's well, I just think we need to be a little nicer. You know, like, and then he chuckles a little bit, like passive aggressively.
Yeah. I called him out for being passive aggressive as well. I didn't like it.
I'm guilty. I'm guilty of that.
Yeah, that's one thing you don't do. You don't mess with the flow in here. We know exactly what we're doing and why we're doing it. If it sounds like madness, just wait. You'll see the method in it.
Sometimes it's to get them to react like they do. It's so everybody can witness the sophistry and flips past the point. It's just, you have to keep them on point. Don't follow them with their backflips off into the weeds. Drag them back onto the point and keep smashing them around the head with, I don't know, a triangle if that's what the weapon is. You just keep bashing them over the head. You're either going to get to a concession or they're going to spiral into oblivion. Either works for me, don't care. And this is the thing as well. He was obviously let's call him an anti-flat earther. I think that would be a good term for him. There's many types of different conversations that we have in this server, and I've said this a few times before. I'll be a mirror to these people. If they come in with smiles and happiness, man's going to give you hugs and love. That's not a problem for me. But if you're going to act like a cunt, you haven't met me before, and I can double that for you. It's not a problem.
Yep. Break's over. I gotta get back to work.
See you, Migs.
All right.
Catch you in a bit. Later, dudes.
Take care, mate. See you later, man. But you would have enjoyed that conversation with the Sophist yesterday, mean.
I bet I would have.
Really enjoyed. Yeah. Like I said, Whitsit came in, and you know what Whitsit's like. He just laid into him in the most concise way I've heard Whitsit speak for a long time. I haven't caught up with him for a while, so I caught up with a little bit with him yesterday. But yeah, Whitsit came in and laid it down, and of course Deus, Deus. We know how Deus is, right? He was fantastic as well. But that conversation was 4.5, 5 hours long. So I was surprised that he was still in the conversation and willing to take the battering that he did. And he did take a battering, but his sophistry seemed to help him sleep at night.
Well, hopefully he come back in today.
Maybe. Probably under a different name, though.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Did he get banned?
I don't know, mate. I don't know. I don't know what happened in the end of the conversation. I kind of gave up and went to bed.
They're the most entertaining.
They definitely
Usually.
are.
Let me see here. I hate it when I look down at my phone. It feels like I'm looking into the fridge and I forgot what I was standing there for. Like, why am I looking at my phone? There was something I was doing. That's right.
That's a classic. You've never smoked weed in your life, mate, so that's fantastic.
Never. Yeah.
Well done. That happens to me on a daily basis. Why am I here?
Yeah. I'm at the fridge. Like, I go to the fridge just to think, staring into the fridge. Like it's like an infinity pool or something.
Staring into the bright light. Yep.
Oh man, I can't believe you brought this up.
The answers
Sorry,
are
Mike,
not
what was
in the
that, mate?
fridge. Corpuscle. Alright, guys, I'll be back in just a little while.
All right, then, buddy. Speak to you soon.
Alright.
Check. Mic check. No.
Yeah, I hear you. You hear me? Mm-mm.
Good afternoon, guys. What's up? Anybody out there or in there? It's nice to know you're all listening. Oh, boy.
Yeah, I'm here.